The boy was the son of a village sculptor. According to the common sense of life, you will also become a sculptor. Unfortunately, God is unpredictable. Suddenly an epidemic struck the entire village. His father, before passing away, only had time to leave one sentence. Besides the Kang family head, don't trust people easily. Then he breathed his last. But his father did not know. The Kang family head passed away 3 days ago. From then on, his only companion was the wooden statue he had meticulously carved for 10 years. His mother also passed away early. Left this world when he was only 5 years old, until one day, an old man with white hair suddenly appeared. Looking at the boy's appearance, the old man thought for a moment, immediately invited the boy to follow him. Said he would teach the boy the most powerful martial arts in the world. The boy remembered his father's teachings, have no intention of believing him. Immediately the old man told the boy to look carefully, just saw him gently raise his hand. Hold your breath for 2.5 seconds, hand force, a palm wind shot out. The trees in the forest were destroyed in an instant. The old man slowly bent down, smiled and asked, "How, boy, are you willing to follow me now?" And it was the foolishness of accepting this old man. This decision has made the kindness and generosity, and even the boy's future was cruelly trampled. The boy followed the old man to a small thatched hut, expectant look. I thought I was about to learn the ultimate martial arts. Unexpectedly, the old man taught him trivial things like, must wash clothes gently, change water no more than 3 times, when cooking rice, cover the lid, press down with rocks. Even cooking was explained thoroughly by the old man. 1 month later, the boy's cooking skills have improved by leaps and bounds. But you clearly came here to learn martial arts, right? Wouldn't a sculptor who can't cook make a good apprentice? And then, the old man made him switch from cooking to chopping wood. The boy looked around but could not see any axe. He asked doubtfully, "Does master want me to punch each one with my bare hands?" Just see the old man slowly, from the sleeve took out a small knife, and told the boy to look closely. We only do the sample once. Only saw the hand swing the knife up, just a little way, the wood split into 2 immediately. Next it was the boy's turn to try. He also imitated and swung the knife up, but the wood was only cut into a small wound. Angry, the boy immediately swung the knife again. But no matter how many times you cut, still cannot split wood. Finally, the boy realized his weakness. The old man then taught the boy that he still needed to practice more. Then he went back into the tent and rummaged around, prepare a big surprise for the boy. The 10-year-old boy had to sharpen his stick every day until both his hands were dislocated, just because of laziness. If you don't grind, you will be educated by the old man with love. Just now, thinking the boy was only 10 years old, cannot swing a knife to chop wood, the old man kindly gave him an axe to chop wood. Just got the axe. The boy immediately felt something was wrong, fell to the ground defenseless. The old man looked at this weak boy, mocked. This is just a 250-pound axe. Why can't I lift something so light? Then tell the boy to follow him. The two came to a small stream that was flowing. The old man said, "From now on, you will not only have to chop wood, but also have to come here to wash clothes every day." Hearing this, the boy's head felt like it was going to explode. Because from where I live to here, it took 2.5 hours by road. The most important thing is, these clothes, from a far smell to full smell. These rags haven't been washed for 2.5 years, can no longer be called clothes. Seeing the boy full of resentment, the old man kindly asked, "Is there anything you are not satisfied with?" The boy suppressed his conscience and replied, "Master, I have nothing to complain about. As a disciple, elderly care, master is the thing to do." Then the old man took out a laundry basket, gently threw it into his hand. That familiar feeling, the moment that was familiar. The boy once again acted out the act of a dog chewing the ground. The old man said, "Hey boy, no, this is much lighter than an axe. I can't hold it steady." And the feeling of pain when both arms are dislocated, making the boy unable to argue back. Thinking about the future. Every day I have to carry this iron axe and this washing basket. The boy even lost the will to live. The old man seriously explained to the boy that the things he made him do, all to train your shoulders and body. This is the practice method passed down from generation to generation of Phi Loi Mun. The boy listened for a while. I don't understand what he is mumbling. Then the old man told him to come home and cook rice before sunset, then also withdrew, leaving him alone, bewildered. A day passes very quickly. A laundry basket was slowly being pulled towards the shelter. It was the boy who was trying his best to crawl home step by step. Finally collapsed in front of the house. The old man walked up to the boy, happily picked up the laundry basket and swung it back and forth, mock. Then when I turned to see the clothes, he was immediately stunned. A whole set of clothes was left in tatters. The boy still wanted to struggle, argue that it's not your fault, but it is because of this laundry basket. The old man just gently asked him, "Is this your last words?" Then drag him into the house to teach him a lesson with love. From then on, the boy did not dare to disobey any of the old man's instructions. Can only keep hypnotizing myself. Every day mending clothes is to practice hand feeling, watering is to exercise the legs, cooking is to practice explosive ability, washing clothes and chopping wood is to practice strength and technique. A week later, the boy was exhausted as if his soul had been sucked out. But now the old man said to the boy, "There are 2 tricks that can help you not get so tired." 10-year-old boy, because of practicing martial arts. Every day I have to carry hundreds of pounds of heavy objects to wash clothes and chop firewood. Who would have thought? All of that was just the old man tricking him. Today the old man finally started. Passed on the unique Lei Ling cultivation method and the Ling Sai Heart technique to the boy. Just listen to him slowly say, Lai Ling's cultivation method is to sense the energy of all things in heaven and earth through the whole body. Then use your breathing to turn it into your own power. Then use lightning fast incantation, the power of slaughter, to release the power. The boy listened for a while, but still did not understand what the old man was saying. Just seems very powerful. He just didn't say anything about how he actually cultivated. The old man could only teach him how to use his energy to open up the 8 extraordinary meridians. Only when the 8 extraordinary meridians are cleared, can use Lei Ling cultivation method and Ling Sai Heart technique. But the boy had not even learned the basic acupuncture points anywhere. But the old man said, Phi Loimon will not use cramming education to make the child remember the acupuncture points. Because in the subject there are generations of disciples, through blood and sweat, which summarizes the practice method to remember. Listen up to here. The boy felt an ominous premonition was coming. Indeed, the so-called unique cultivation method. The first stage is to go to the back mountain to practice. Every day must pick enough 250 baskets of wild vegetables and wild mushrooms. But the back mountain is famous for many poisonous snakes and fierce beasts. Ordinary people absolutely dare not come near. So through this constant danger, to stimulate the boy's explosiveness and concentration, wait until you finish picking wild vegetables and wild mushrooms. Then comes the second stage. The wooden man memorizes the acupoints. The old man said, he will name the 12 meridians, and will only demonstrate once. Tell the boy to look closely. I only saw him holding a silver needle. In a blink of an eye, continuously pricking the wooden man with needles. In just a few seconds, all 309 acupuncture points were punctured, and also a needle ring from head to toe. Then the old man gave the silver needle to the boy, and gently told him to light them in order. A few wrong needles will get beaten that many times, no? Even though the boy didn't know any acupoints. But because I don't want to be beaten, still gritted his teeth and walked towards the wooden man. Had to risk it and see. According to what I just remembered, the old man standing next to me, immediately stunned. Unexpectedly, the boy lit it all correctly. Finally, thinking for a while, he came to the conclusion, it must be because I teach too well. It's all my work. The following days, in the morning the boy practices acupuncture, afternoon practice of Qigong. Time flies, it's been 4 months. The boy's Lei Ling cultivation method and Ling Sai Heart formula has had initial successes. Of course, during this time cooking rice, chopping wood, washing clothes. The boy was not negligent either. Seeing the boy working so hard, the old man also thought, and began to teach the boy the next stage of cultivation. That's right, it's the zither. Boy looking at the guitar that the old man kept like a treasure. Looking at the guitar that the old man kept like a treasure. Imagine yourself on a cool moonlit night. Use enchanting music to attract thousands of young girls. Indeed, a master cannot lack a master. Just when the old man wasn't paying attention, the boy reached out to touch the piano. Just a light touch, finger immediately bleeding profusely. Luckily I didn't use force to play the piano. Otherwise the whole finger would have been cut off. As it turns out, the strings are made from a material called lei ling ti. This is a strange creature that can cut iron like mud. Ordinary people absolutely cannot touch. Having said that, the old man immediately wanted to play a song for the boy. Only hear the lingering echoes, like a phoenix spreading its wings and flying, makes the boy listen to it in fascination. Finished playing, the old man also began to explain the method of playing the zither. It turns out, to be able to play the guitar, must use a manual accumulation method. This technique can make both hands extremely strong. Whether it is the Thunder Spirit sword or a normal treasure sword, cannot hurt even a little. If not, Lai Ling Tai only needs to touch lightly to be able to cut the shirt. After explaining, the old man told the boy that from tomorrow, start learning the most basic martial arts. The boy asked doubtfully, "So what have you been practicing for the past few months?" Just heard the old man laugh and say, "Those things. Just practice to do housework better." Such an obvious thing, still ask, "You are such a kid, cute children." Immediately, the boy's mind was filled with thoughts of, one day will kill him. The 10-year-old boy only trained hard for 10 months, flying knife, yet has reached a realm that ordinary people need 10 years to reach. Not long before, the boy finally began to practice basic martial arts. The first thing to practice is to hit a pine cone on a tree 10 feet away. I only saw him use a new method to throw the flying knife with all his might. First time flying knife result, can't even touch the pine cone. Regarding this matter, the old man's plan was to practice for at least 10 months. So he just left a sentence, "When you finish practicing, come find me," then patted his butt and walked away. But the boy was not defeated by a small failure. To prove that you are gifted, he practiced flying knives day and night. In the end, it took only half the old man's expected time. The boy succeeded in hitting every shot at real combat range. He excitedly ran to find the old man to brag. Unexpectedly, this time the old man unexpectedly prepared a reward for him. Just when the boy was stressed, curious what the gift was, a 40-pound squid ring was placed on him. Then his limbs were also covered with similar ink rings. The boy really is a fool every day. Each trick is different. The following days, the boy not only had to wear the ink ring to practice, but normally have to wear ink ring to do anything. Once the ink ring is stealthily removed, we'll have to face a loving education. Just like that, time flew by and winter arrived. The boy turned back to tell the old man that he had mastered it. Unexpectedly, this time he was greeted by a white tiger. It turns out this is a white tiger that likes to drink alcohol. Every year when winter comes, I will come to the old man to drink wine. Seeing the boy had practiced in a short time, the old man could not help but doubt. Just saw the boy did not explain, holding my breath, then put the air into your hands, strong fluttering feathers, but actually hit the wobbly bean. This time the old man also found it strange, because this level requires at least 10 years of hard training to achieve. Achieved. Not only that, the old man also realized the boy's firewood splitting power had reached 4 parts. The reason was that, one time while going up the mountain to pick vegetables, the boy accidentally dug up a once-in-a-thousand-years humanoid snow ginseng. Its effect is that if normal people eat it, they can live longer. If cultivators eat it, their power will increase dramatically. The boy did not hesitate. Eat it immediately. He immediately felt a surge of energy in his body, and the side effects of the sudden increase in power also made the boy's eyes, unable to hide the strong inner strength, turn into yellow pupil. In spite of, the boy refused to admit that he had secretly eaten anything good, but the old man soon figured out how to cure him. 11-year-old boy, because he wanted to infiltrate a brothel. Late at night, I researched how to disguise myself as a woman. The old man not only did not stop it, but also taught him how to disguise himself as a girl perfectly. Just now, the unusual old man lured the boy down the mountain to expand knowledge. Why do you say you are seducing him? Because the old man went straight to the brothel as soon as he arrived in the city. The boy thought that he had finally brought him here to have fun. Who would have thought the old man would go looking for the manager? Said he wanted to sell the boy to work here. Luckily, the manager complained that the boy was too small and dark, refused the old man's request. Angry, the old man walked out of the brothel, still muttering curses. I thought that going down the mountain was to broaden my knowledge. The boy now saw through everything. Immediately towards the crowd. Wanna scream I was kidnapped by a trafficker? But before he could scream, he was subdued by the old man. Pick up the boy and go somewhere else. Seeing a brothel is not good. The old man intended to sell the boy to the blacksmith. Anyway, a year has passed. The boy has been trained to be as strong as a buffalo. The forge master looked at this baby. I don't believe you have any strength. After some persuasion from the old man, the boy was eventually sold to the blacksmith for 5 taels of silver a month. Before I could protest, the old man left a sentence, do well, then run away. However, the old man scolded the boy for stealing food. Snow ginseng humanoid is not only that. Even after work, in the evenings he was wasting the boy's time. Forced him to string 100 beads every day. With the beautiful words that, to practice hand accuracy and speed. Just like that, the boy worked at the blacksmith for 10 months. Learned all the techniques of forging. Today, the Ime sect is famous for being strict about swords. Pick up. After a while of criticizing the boy's sword, also have to praise its sturdiness. Immediately place 100 times more orders. After work, the boy thought, if the old man knew about this, will definitely keep you in the forge, work day and night to earn money without rest. To keep myself from working myself to death? The boy thought of the brothel. Compared with iron forging, I'd rather play the zither in a brothel and have fun, think and do. That night the boy secretly bought a package of feminine products, hide-in room, originally intended after finishing stringing beads. Will secretly practice cross-dressing and then infiltrate the brothel. Unexpectedly, just finished dressing up. The old man opened the door and rushed in. I thought he would reprimand me for my shameful behavior. Who would have thought that the old man would encourage him so much? Also responsible for providing all the necessary items for the female disguise. Hearing that, the boy immediately regretted it. He had a feeling the old man would turn him into a real girl sooner or later. But going up the mountain is easy, going down the mountain is difficult. The old man was not going to let him go. After being educated with love, the boy really looked great in the disguise. But just wearing clothes is not enough. Must also have the elegance and dignity of a young lady. A month passed quickly. Today the old man took the boy to the brothel again, always praising how melodious the boy's music was. Begrudge. The manager could only give the boy one chance to perform on stage. I only saw the boy as a fairy descended to earth. Hugging the guitar, slowly walked onto the stage. Now the boy thought of a way to ruin the show. Because I thought I would blend into a brothel. Then there would be no need for a forge anymore. Unexpectedly, the old man had no intention of letting him quit his job at the forge. So rather than ruin the show, to avoid having to do extra work, make yourself more tired. The boy kept calculating in his mind like that, start to slowly strum. Unexpectedly, his absent-minded playing makes everyone below fascinated. Even the manager nodded in agreement. Finally, after some expert bargaining by the old man, the boy will perform on even days. Each performance will be paid 10 taels of silver. After being tormented like that for a while, the boy was also completely hopeless about the future. The boy's childhood dream is to become a sculptor, until one day in my life, he met an old man with white hair. From then on, under the old man's tutelage, you have walked the path of a cross-dressing tycoon. Now he is a famous official throughout the city. The high-ranking officials in the city lined up all day long, just to hear you play a tune. Some people even, when I saw you I wanted to marry you immediately. Perhaps only when he draws his sword late at night. Only then can they dispel their illusions about him. As soon as the pub opened, people crowded in. An uninvited guest suddenly appeared. Just saw an old man holding a little girl, slowly move towards the carriage. Dozens of carriages and men in black followed closely behind. The girl has a beautiful face. Is the old man's daughter, Min Hon Thai. The waiter in the tavern only glanced at her appearance. Almost lost his life under the sword of the man in black. It turned out that the old man cared a lot about his daughter. It is not wrong to call it the pearl of the heart. It got dark very quickly. The boy in the pub just finished performing a new dance. There were several guests under the stage, because the dance was so beautiful. Heart cannot bear it and faint. Bonus for the boy is exactly 250 taels of silver. Just as he was thinking of secretly hiding 200 taels, leave only 50 taels for the old man. Manager Goto asked the boy to perform one more special show. With the principle of helping if you can just help, the boy demanded 10 times the wages. Begrudge. The shopkeeper had no choice but to agree, but this show is reserved for the distinguished guests staying at the inn today. I only saw the boy's fingers lightly touch the strings. A melodious piece of music, making people feel like bathing in the spring breeze, slowly resounded. Even those sitting in the audience did not dare to speak up, just as the boy saw how quiet the stands were. Thought he had failed his performance? The old man suddenly slapped the table and praised it. He kept praising the boy's music for its melodious rhythm. Also asked, "Brother, think so?" Unexpectedly, his younger brother waved his sleeve and mocked him. Made the old man angry and immediately sent someone to escort his younger brother away. It turned out that his younger brother's right arm had been cut off by him. Should always hold hatred in heart. After my brother left, the boy continued with the next dance performance. But in another village, there is a murderous aura. A great prince received orders from his masters, must kill every living thing in the village, including dogs and chickens. If not, the men in black behind will follow the orders of the masters. Handle the young master. Begrudge. The eldest son could only say that he had never killed anyone. Suddenly rushing in, afraid will be tense, lose face. Unexpectedly, the man in black, because of the order, willing to let the young master use him as a target to practice his skills. The eldest son also did not hesitate to draw his sword and stab. In the blink of an eye, he killed all the men in black. And the survivors also begged the young master to quickly kill them. Then go complete the orders of the masters. Seeing them like that, the eldest son also lost interest. Turn and head towards the village. And outside the pub, the old man's younger brother was also planning a plot. The little bird just glanced at the girl one more time, almost strangled by the girl. It turns out she was once because of her heavenly beauty, which attracts countless kidnappers. Even her own uncle almost humiliated her. Luckily her father arrived in time to stop it. As a punishment, her father cut off her uncle's right arm. From then on, Athalan was very afraid of other people's eyes. And her uncle also harbored hatred in his heart, not hesitating to join the demonic path, becoming a subordinate of the blood god, Tadine in the 4 heavenly tribulations. Just to equip himself with a unique set of gauntlets in the world. He dreamed of being able to take back Thylun and take revenge on his brother. After the banquet ended tonight, Tadine sought out the martial arts leader, the leader of the righteous path, his brother's most important subordinate. While the person is off guard, use a move called Black Tiger Heart Digging, directly piercing the opponent's heart. Directly kill the opponent with just one move. Then continue to the bar to find Thylin. Delusional thinking of being able to humiliate and take over Thylin. Seeing this evil appearance, Thylin was so scared that she couldn't stand up and fight, had to ask for help and call his father again. The leader, in a critical moment, once again stopped Tadine. Seeing that he could not gain the advantage, Tadine, just leave one sentence, I will return, then jumped out the window and ran away. After this incident, Thylin was so scared that she was bedridden for 3 days. Just woke up, found the little bird in the cage staring at him. In her mind immediately appeared Tadine's scary eyes. Almost strangled the little bird, treating it as oxygen. Finally, when consciousness returned, she opened the window and released the little bird. And it is this action, she happened to see the boy practicing dancing downstairs. That fairy-like dance immediately captivated Thylun, making her unable to restrain herself, but want to come closer to look. Thylin did not hesitate to step out the window and jump down. Luckily the boy below caught her in time. After some careful care, Thylin gradually relaxed her guard. The boy saw that she had a lot on her mind. Kindly say if there is anything to express, can you tell me? We will listen carefully. Just this one sentence, immediately, made Thylin burst into tears. Remember what happened? Tears kept falling. The leader who was hiding on the side suddenly felt much more secure. It turns out that the Thylin has not cried since she was 3 years old. Things that have happened. like countless poisonous snakes were tormenting her, made her a person who had begun to rot from the inside, cannot cry. But now Thaylin was finally able to cry, finally found someone to relieve the pain in my heart. After a while of comforting, Thaylin also calmed down. As the boy was about to go to the pub to work, then she kept him for one night. It turned out she couldn't bear to let the boy go. Want to hire you to stay here forever. Seeing that, the boy had no choice but to agree. If you want to see me anytime, tie a red thread in the window, we will be there in 2 days. And the main salary is that Thaylin must meet her 3 requirements. From then on, the boy and Thaylin officially reached an agreement. After the person watching from one side returned, has recounted in detail the words that the boy and Thaylin said to each other. Let the master hear. The urgent matter before the martial arts world is to mobilize all human resources to search for Thaylin, to avenge the dead subordinates. So the experts protecting Thaylin were dispatched, so the master also tacitly agreed, let the boy stay next to Thaylin, so that I can open her heart, can protect her. Luckily the leader misunderstood the boy. Just a girl who knows how to dance and do martial arts, otherwise a boy. A girl crazy person like the leader will kill the boy. As time goes by, the red thread on Thaylin's window is also increasing. The boy not only brought all kinds of delicious food for Thaylin, also hand-carved wooden statues, to be friends with her. Although the wooden statue is a winged catfish, very strange. But later, the girls who were having nightmares woke up with a start. When they saw this wooden statue, can also force a smile and feel more relieved. Simultaneously, on the village side, after investigation by the Martial Arts Alliance Army, discovered that this place was the hideout of the Nam Xich Vutong, a dark force. But the people here were all killed by an artist. Forces that can kill people brutally and destroy corpses like that, there are only Ma Thien Kak and Hak Thien Mung. Only with the new heavenly tribulation has that trick. After the investigation team leader analyzed, Lam Sio and Ma Thien Kak, along with Hak Thien Mung, all have good relationships. So logically speaking, it was the work of heavenly tribulation. But no one knows all these things. It was all caused by the eldest son Ma Thien Kak for his concubine's sake. The structure of the underworld has quietly changed, but worked 20 hours a day. Finally, the blacksmith owner, fearing that he had a mental problem, gave him 10 days off. Get these 10 days off? The boy quickly put on makeup and went to the girl's room, kindly invited Nunnerline out for a walk. But she was afraid of strangers, but never dared to agree. Seeing that situation, the boy thought of taking Nualin to the suburbs to play in the mountains. The boy kept telling her stories about hunting and picnicking in the back mountains. Nualin imagined a romantic scene where he was the wind. I am sick. Although the scenes the two imagined were not the same, but after thinking 3 times, Nualin still accepted the boy's invitation. The next day, Nualin dressed up beautifully and waited for the boy. It turned out that it was all the old man's idea. The boy had already prepared suitable clothes. Let me change. Just like that, the two of them set off for the mountain outside the city. On the way, the boy hopped lightly, like walking on flat ground, and Nualin was panting. The boy had to find a resting place. Constantly encouraged Nualin. Finally, encouraged by the boy, Nualin also climbed to the top of the mountain. After seeing the lady safe, the bodyguard hiding on the side also took out his flute, informed teammates of location. Although this flute sound cannot be heard by ordinary people, but for the boy who practices dancing, then it is extremely jarring. It turns out before leaving, the boy made a deal with the guards, so that Nualin does not feel too many people follow unnatural. Among the bodyguards, only one person was sent to follow silently, while others waited a kilometer away. Wait for news from the other person, then move forward. After resting, the two continued toward the mountain. At this time, they accidentally met the owner of this mountain, and the wonder that the boy wanted to take Nualin to see. This is also where the falcon throne resides. Taking this opportunity, the boy continued to cheer for Nualin. Try a little more and you can see the wonder. But after a few steps, the boy felt something was wrong again. The forest feels unusually quiet today. There is the sound of wind, the sound of water. There was also the voice of the bodyguard, just no animal or bird sounds. At this moment, even though there is an eagle flapping its wings in the sky, but the boy still had a bad feeling. Although it is a bit regrettable, but to be sure, the boy still suggested going back first. Just turned to leave, Nai Lun pulled his hand back, said he wanted to go see the falcons, just watch. Looking at her pitiful eyes, the boy could only grit his teeth and agree. Think if something really happened, there are also bodyguards to rescue. Just like that, the two finally arrived in front of a 1,000-year-old tree. The eagle's nest is in the tree. Hear the baby eagle chirping in the tree. Nu Lin felt the magic of nature for the first time. At this moment, the boy pointed to the rock next to him, introduced that behind is a rainbow waterfall. Let's just stand here and enjoy the view, eat good food. Suddenly the eagle let out an unusual cry. The boy felt unwell, immediately protect Nu Lin. Only saw a white dragon slowly crawl out from behind the rock. Looking at the situation, it seems like it wants to duel with the falcon. The three of them could only hide behind the rock to observe the situation. At this time, after a while of fighting, the white frog has reached the bottom of the tree. It turns out, it was afraid of the growing number of falcons, so want to destroy these baby birds. To protect the baby birds, the mother eagle was badly injured. In times of crisis, the father eagle is back. In the end, although the white dragon was seriously injured, but the father eagle also died because he could not fight back. It turned out that the father eagle was in too much of a hurry to return to the nest, so was attacked by the white dragon. Relying on the mother eagle alone cannot stop the white dragon. At this moment, the boy's heart suddenly wavered. This sight reminded him of the horror of death. Remember the feeling of loneliness when losing parents. The boy did not want it anymore. I don't want any life to die before my eyes. He gently let go of Nai Lin's hand, told her not to say anything no matter what happened. Then the boy jumped out, pick up stones on the ground and throw them at the white dragon. Exactly hit the nail on the head. The white dragon with sore eyes immediately turned to attack the boy. Just as the boy leaned to avoid it, heard the flute again, the white dragon immediately abandoned the boy and ran towards the abyss. Luckily, the boy was able to save Nu Lin in time, but the flute-playing guard was not so lucky. It turned out that she was so scared that she didn't listen to the boy play the flute. When Nu Lin is safe, the white dragon immediately attacked him with a tail whip. The boy followed the momentum and spun in the air, stomped his foot on the ground, threw a flying knife towards the white dragon. But the boy's strength could not penetrate the white dragon's scales. After landing, the boy immediately coughed up blood. Without the thunderclap shield, the last blow had crushed his internal organs. At this time, the white dragon slowly attacked again, and the boy, determined to remove the ink ring on his body. As it turns out, the ink ring isn't just his shackles, but also a place to protect you. If at this stage the shackles are arbitrarily removed, then the boy's body will not be able to withstand the full force, which will gradually fall apart. But first we need to protect the most important person. You cannot manage that much. The boy could only use all his strength. One winning move, just saw him quickly transport Lin T. My jump up, threw several lightning flying knives at the white dragon. This time the lightning dagger penetrated the scales, but the pain immediately rushed to the boy's limbs. Ignore the pain. The boy used another move, On Thien Klong Loi. Under the attack of flying knives, lightning and thunder, the white dragon finally collapsed. The boy also fell down because of severe pain. Luckily no one was hurt. Just as the boy wanted to come see, while checking the condition of the sand grubs, the white dragon suddenly came back to life, attacked both of them. The boy immediately pushed Nu Lam away, alone to bear the attack of the white dragon. His injured body could not hold on any longer. Just as the white dragon was about to swallow the boy, Nu Lam pushed the boy away, prepared to accept death. But when I looked back, she discovered the old man kicked the white dragon's brain to death. With just one move, he killed the white dragon, then turned back and scolded the stupid boy, but found the boy unresponsive. He immediately realized something was wrong. Tear the boy's shirt to see. The place that was just attacked by the white dragon was poisoned. At this time, the guards along with Su Tak also arrived. Misunderstood that the old man was carrying white glue, want to disadvantage them, drew his sword and attacked the old man. I only saw the old man waving his hand as if to shoo away flies. A strong shock wave pushed back the guards. Then the old man carried the white cross and the boy disappeared from everyone's sight. 11-year-old boy almost lost his life to save girl. Luckily the old man threatened that even if he became a ghost, he would still have to work for him. This woke the boy up. Immediately after that, the old man carried the boy home and put him down. Immediately took the herbs and massaged the boy's back. Then give him a special medicine made from the inner elixir of the white glue. Then used internal energy for more than 100 years. Help the boy squeeze the poison out. Meanwhile, do not forget to scold the boy every day. Just like that. After 7 days and 7 nights of continuous dancing in front of the king of Hell's Gate, the boy finally woke up. As a reward for waking up, the old man gave him a direct flick on the forehead, then kindly called the boy to get up and work. Even though I just woke up, my whole body ached, but when I saw such a gentle old man, the boy immediately got up. Perhaps this is the power of fatherhood. After waking up, the boy immediately became concerned about New Lamb's situation. This made the old man understand immediately. It turned out that the kid wanted to show off his power in front of the girl, so go tease the white cross. The boy almost had to meet Hades again. As for New Lamb here, since returning home, the little girl was always in her room crying. Blame yourself, because if you weren't stubborn, definitely want to see sand sculpture, then the boy was not injured. Even the sand sculptures were crushed because of the great impact force, but only one larva survived. Looking at the wooden catfish statue, the little girl remembered the image of the brave boy facing everything, finally dry the tears, no longer weak, secretly vowed to become strong like the boy. One day it will be my turn to protect him. Then the little girl asked her father to be the leader. Let me go out to practice. This decision also made the old father feel very shocked. But when I thought this was the first time my daughter asked, he had to accept. At this time, the detective also reported that he had found the old man's residence in a cottage in the mountains. The boy was lying on the bed resting. The old man let the boy rest well. Should go to the blacksmith shop in town to ask for leave for him. Also quit my job at the bar. I heard that you can't cross-dress anymore. The boy was immediately panicked, because New Lamb only knows me as a girl. The old man did not care so much. He just wanted the boy to practice twice as hard when he could stand up, strengthen. Don't want anything to happen to the boy anymore. Leading to Philemon having an unfortunate event. Time quickly passed until evening. At this time only the boy is at home. Suddenly he heard a noise outside the door. It turned out that the leader brought gifts to thank the old man. I am like this now. If seen, it will be ruined. The boy jumped up. Tell them to stop outside the door. New Lamb worriedly asked about the boy's health. In a desperate situation, the boy had no choice but to begin his act. Said he was dressed sloppily, so cannot open the door to receive guests. The master saw that and said, seeing you is inconvenient. So another day I will bring gifts to visit. Thinking about the fact that they might suddenly come to visit at any time, the boy quickly stopped him. Bragged that his master didn't like strangers coming to his house. Just leave the gift at the tavern. I will pass it on to the master. Seeing the boy accept the gift, the master is also much more assured. But little did he know that in his heart the boy was thinking, if I leave the stuff at the bar, I can monopolize it. But at this moment the leader noticed something strange. Clothes drying outside. It turns out it's all boys' clothes. The boy was once again thrown into chaos. But it only takes 2.5 seconds. The boy figured out a way. Want to lie to others? The best way is 9 parts true and 1 part false. He immediately admitted that there was also a male disciple here. Because male disciples travel outside all year round, so it is usually difficult to meet. Everyone was fooled again. Just as the boy was telling New Lamb that he would get well in a month, can meet. Then I heard that New Lamb will leave here in half a month. Maybe the conversation went like this. Tonight will be the last time. Until the last face cannot meet. Think again. The boy thought of a way. He told New Lamb to come to the door. And I was in the door. The boy always encouraged New Lamb. Also sorry, because I put her in danger. New Lamb insisted that she did not blame the boy. Finally the two made a promise. We will definitely meet again one day in the future, the boy said. My goal is to become the strongest person in the world. New Lamb also said, wait until we meet again. I will become strong enough to protect you. Time flies like an arrow. Days and months pass by, 10 years have passed. By this time the boy and girl had already become teenagers and young women. Girls and boys also have their own names. Name is Liu Vanfei. Today he was wandering in the mountains as usual. In these 10 years, the mountain also welcomed a new tiger. Unfortunately, he is not a descendant of the father. Don't know Xiao Bai in the house. At this moment, Liu Yanfei casually threw out a flying lightning knife. Can destroy all the beasts in the mountain. The spoils of war were, as usual, secretly sold by him. In these 10 years, you sold a lot of good stuff, just to one day be able to escape the old man's clutches. As for the old man in these 10 years, not only appearance does not change, but martial arts are not weakened. The only weak person in the house is Tiu Batch. Today it lost the territory fight with the new tiger. Seeing the disciple return, the old man lay down to one side and drank wine without any courtesy. Tell him to treat. Although Tiu Batch felt a little resentful in his heart, but Liu Yanfei just in a blink of an eye, stitched up Tiu Batch's wound. Only then did the old man notice. This kid's martial arts are not to be trifled with. Cannot help but praise yourself for teaching so well. When I heard that Liu Yanfei only took 3 years, was able to control 6 lightning blades at the same time, the old man was also startled. Anyway, normal people, it takes 10 years or more to learn. Who knows, Liu Yanfei these years, secretly ate a lot of delicacies. That makes the power increase so dramatically. To reward Liu Yanfei for saving Xiao Bai, the old man decided to start teaching him the last part of the flying thunder knife. Then the two came to the waterfall. He thought the old man would explain the cultivation method to him. Unexpectedly a kick made Liu Yanfei instantly remember the horror of her past training. Luckily you're not stupid either. Immediately remove the ink ring, able to crawl to shore before suffocating. But compared to the punishment of removing the ink ring, Liu Yanfei still felt like she was drowning in water. Then go home and get beaten. Just like that, 3 months passed. Liu Yanfei practices underwater every day. Now, not only can he hold his breath underwater for 2.5 hours, but can also transfer the entire body's spiritual mind technique to throw the lightning knife. Its power can be compared with that of a depth bomb. But today when he finished his practice, he discovered. Suddenly there were 3 more bodies on the shore. It turns out a few minutes ago, 3 people passed by here. The 2 leaders were bandits operating around the area. Specializes in luring people to remote places to rob. But the old man who was fooled was not an easy person to bully. He is actually the 100th ranked grandmaster on the martial arts rankings. As soon as the 2 sides engaged, suddenly the water surface exploded. The rocks shot up from the bottom of the sea, just in time to kill the bandits. And the old man also, because of this sudden explosion, accidentally tripped over a rock, then hit his head on the rock and died. Just like that, Liu Yanfei was stunned. With the thought of doing one good deed every day, buried 3 bodies very thoughtfully. Of course, he also did not ignore the relics of the deceased. After a while of searching, not only did Liu Yanfei find a lot of wealth, but also found an invitation. It turned out that Volam Min invited the old man to train 10 future talents of martial arts. Liu Yanfei is feeling depressed. A scary thought arose in my mind. They were originally handsome young men from great families. Join a training camp where everyone is like a beggar, just because they have a devilish master. After deciding to replace the old man to teach people, Liu Yanfei was fully prepared, not only wearing wigs and human skin masks to disguise, but also read a lot of weird books. Final. Also prepare things that I have used before for cultivation, just to make myself look more like an old master. Today he officially went to the academy to practice, to teach these 10 disciples. To increase teacher-student affection, Liu Yanfei had prepared some small jewelry. Everyone was extremely surprised. Unexpectedly, I also received gifts from practicing. But no one knows that waiting for them is endless suffering. It turns out the so-called gift is 4 squid rings for each person. Begrudge. The captain and deputy captain wanted the master to go easy on them. Anyway, this ink ring comes with a sword chain. Will damage the wrist. But Liu Yanfei easily took the sword and waved it around. Furthermore, The ink ring on my hand is 3 times heavier than yours. Then gently swung the long sword. The giant tree was cut in half. Everyone was amazed. This is just a normal long sword after all, but it can be swung at will and can cut down trees. Just like that, none of the disciples dared to say a word. But what awaited them was more than just ink rings, but also laundry and cooking, which Liu Yanfei had practiced before, chopping wood, etc. Of course, there is also the indispensable nightly stringing of beads. During the practice, there is no shortage of brave people who oppose this method of education, threaten to report Liu Yanfei. Anyway, this bunch of arrogant sons of heaven never experienced hellish treatment like this before. In Liu Yanfei's eyes, this is just a crazy disciple who dares to disobey his master, must give him a lesson in love. Then he told his disciple to make a move. If you can last a minute, you don't need to rest. Just as this beggar warrior was about to make his move, suddenly a strong wind arose around. In a flash, a fist attacked, leaving him defenseless. But the most terrifying thing about this boxing technique is, the first move was able to leave people with their tendons and bones intact, but in pain do not want to live. Those who witnessed this scene, no one does not feel a chill down their spine, and the person involved turns into an unintentional woodcutter. The consequence is that every time I remember that set of boxing techniques, he did not listen to anyone's advice, but risked his life to chop wood. Everyone could only cheer him on during the meal, tell him to try harder. After eating, originally intended to go for a walk, Liu Yanfei, again accidentally, eavesdropped on the conversation between the captain and the deputy captain. It turns out the captain likes one of the girls. Name is Tanlan. Liu Yanfei, of course, will not let it go. They were originally the most handsome young men in the martial arts world, by a coincidence, and entered Liu Yanfei's hellish training camp. Just getting used to life as a flyer, was arranged to practice twice as much every day. Just because in this terrible hell, but there are still people who have their own thoughts and secretly fall in love. A month ago, Liu Yanfei overheard Captain Confronting love deputy team leader Tan Lin. The next day, they made an appointment to meet privately in the small woods. Originally intended to secretly watch the two meet. Will there be any sparks? If two people dare to love, I will have reason to torture them. Just as Liu Yanfei was calculating excitedly, an uninvited guest is sneaking up. Liu Yanfei was momentarily startled. Anyway, if I rush out now, will ruin the ambiguous atmosphere between the two. But then again, both of them have martial arts. Together against a tiger should be fine. At this time, the two people also realized the strange phenomenon behind them. Tiger pounced. Confronting immediately raised his hand to shield Tan Lin, but he himself was scratched painfully by the tiger's claw. Just as Liu Yanfei was confused, why don't you two use martial arts to resist? Unexpectedly, they were still flirting at this moment. Yet in front of the tiger, there to walk back and forth, showing off love, made Liu Yanfei angry to the point of blood pressure skyrocketing. She jumped down from the tree and kicked the tiger. After solving the white tiger, Liu Yanfei kicked back and forth for a while. Then the two reacted and separated. Looking at two people who even tigers can't solve, Liu Yanfei immediately decided to increase the training content. Just like that, a group of people, because of the captain's love affair, every day not only do you have to soak in water, wear ink rings, and practice swordsmanship, but also have to practice how to paddle a wooden board on the water. The difficulty lies in the fact that if just one person falls, others will also be moved by the water, fall like dominoes. Looking at them, even such a simple thing can't be done. Liu Yanfei suddenly remembered the year when she was 13 years old, learned to stand on water. But the old man said he didn't learn to stand on water until he was 13 years old. Poor quality. In Liu Yanfei's mind, standing on water is something anyone can do. Looking at the students, everyone was complaining. Never seen anyone wearing chains weighing 100 pounds that can stand on water. Liu Yanfei suddenly could not distinguish. Is the old man who deceived me, or are these students fooling me? Anyway, it's something a 13-year-old can easily do, they said. Never seen. Begrudge. Liu Yanfei had to set an example for her students herself. I just saw her casually throw the wooden board into the water, then gently step up, easily stand on the board. Not only that, Liu Yanfei said, also 13 years old, must also be able to walk on water. The disciples looked at this master who was beyond common sense, surprised, speechless, but what surprised them more was still behind. Only saw Liu Yanfei directly spinning on the spot, make a magical wheel of love. The water under my feet swirled up along my body. Immediately after that, Liu Yanfei jumped up. The water surface immediately created an explosion with great force. The disciples? From then on, he did not dare to challenge his master's authority and martial arts anymore. However, this operation is beyond common sense. Turned their world view upside down. Just like that, half a month passed. Today it's the turn of the young master of the Tang sect, Tang San, to carry water. Liu Yanfei also told him, must go to the mountain next door to fetch clean water, because of the nearby water source, was muddied by them during practice. At this moment, a Tang San was filled with anger. After all, the young master of the Tang sect is famous for hidden weapons and poison, but still carry water. It is truly an insult to personality. Suddenly Tang San heard a noise nearby. Turned out to be a group of people from the security agency, preparing to go to the police station. Just as Tang San was thinking about quickly returning, to avoid being beaten by the master, heard the security agency people say he was a stinking beggar. Also told me to get out of the way. Having said that, there was also a henchman who stepped forward to push Dong Tam away. Already full of anger, Dong Tam immediately grabbed the henchman's hand. One shot knocked him out. Another henchman saw this, immediately pulled out his knife and slashed at Dong Tam. But how could he be Tang San's opponent? I only saw Dong Tam casually kick and finished off the henchman. At this time, the big guy's henchmen also started to draw their swords and wanted to attack. But Tang San had been in a state of intense training for a long time. Body has begun to tire. Even so, when the big boss swung his sword and slashed, Tang San still felt that movement, like running twice as slow, but the fatigue of the body still makes it impossible for him to completely avoid. Just as Tang San dodged the second stab, he bent down to pick up a stone. I threw it casually and it hit me right in the middle of your brow. Tang San took advantage of the moment he was distracted by the stone, immediately punched straight in the face. Then continue with a combo of Tam Fu Ko Qian that the master taught. Just as he was about to throw his final punch, a heavy stick hit the back of his neck. Tang San immediately fainted. The henchmen took turns punching and kicking him. Not only that, they also used the water that Tang San carried to splash on his face, waking him up. Just so you can feel the pain while you're awake. After a fight, Tang San was dying. And Liu Yanfei also started to worry at this time. Why hasn't Tang San returned yet? The top security agency in Shudi was destroyed by someone. But there was no resistance at all. Just because they are all devils, monsters are raised. Just now, the disciple that Liu Yanfei sent to find Tang San finally news back. Hearing that the disciple he taught lost to someone else, Liu Yanfei was extremely angry. She was angry that her disciple had no ambition. The more angry someone dares touch his disciples on his own territory. After being treated by the doctor, Tang San was fine in the end. Just need to focus on treatment for 1 month to fully recover. The bigger problem is the expensive cost of this treatment. Liu Yanfei, who always valued money as much as her life, finally couldn't bear it anymore. The next day, the person below reported, last night, Tang San kept muttering about Jiang Zhuan of the Zhongyang Escort Bureau. The boss identified the blackmail target. Liu Yanfei immediately picked up the wooden sword, ordered the whole team to visit Trung Dong Tiu Kuk. The disciples, after hearing the command, take up the wooden sword one by one, following closely behind, arrive at the front door of the agency. Liu Yanfei still wants to show courtesy first and then fight back. Tell the gatekeeper to call the chief. Unexpectedly, the gatekeeper thought he came to cause trouble, dared to draw knife to slash. In the end, each person got punched, faint. There is an excuse for the opponent to attack first. Liu Yanfei immediately told his disciples to remove all the ink rings. And he kicked open the door of this treasury. And since that day, the prestige of Trung Dong Tiu Kuk will no longer exist. Waiting for them, there is only endless torment and rape. In there, the most aggressive fighter was Dong Van Tu, Dong Tam's older sister. 1 person against 100 people, easy to deal with. The number of assassins defeated is countless. The murderous aura she exuded, making those who witnessed this scene never forget. Seeing this, the others became even more enthusiastic about attacking the assassin, even compete to see who can defeat more assassins. Once upon a time, they were also open-minded, obedient, and pure-hearted people, also carry within himself the compassion and forgiveness of the righteous. Of course, it is inevitable that there are people with strange personalities, but nothing too bad has ever happened. And now, this is what they look like, all because of, later generations called him a madman, Liu Yanfei. At this time, the security bureau chief in the lobby heard the report. Also bewildered, the opponent only had 10 people anyway. Yet thousands of security men could not stop them. He immediately led his troops out to ask who the person was. No hatred, no resentment. Why did you come to attack our agency? Seeing the chief appear, Liu Yanfei was not long-winded, but go straight to the point. Say you come from the back mountain. Purpose here? It is because of the good deed that Jiang Zhuangyan did yesterday. Still not stopping to tell how Tang San was ambushed by such despicable means. Makes the current wound not heal in a year, can also leave serious sequelae, forced to pay compensation for medical expenses and mental damage, etc. The disciples heard Liu Yanfei exaggerating, also dumbfounded. Hearing such serious accusations, the director immediately sent someone to drag out the drunken Jiang Zhuangyan. But when confronted, Jiang Zhuangyan, however, refused to admit that he had hit anyone. Even more, not admit, I will do such despicable backstabbing acts. Even stand up, pulled out a knife and said Liu Yanfei came to cause trouble, defame the honor of Trung Dong Tu Kux. Seeing this situation, Liu Yanfei did not say much to him. Conveniently threw the wooden sword to Tung Hong standing behind, also mocked the opponent. Why don't you take advantage of the moment when I turn around and throw the wooden sword, but sneak attack anyway? Only then can you protect your shameless lives. Hearing this, Jiang Zhuangyan immediately drew his knife and rushed forward to slash Liu Yanfei. The disciples on one side all secretly admired him, yet had the courage to attack his master. Some people even thought for sure that Jiang Zhuangyan would die on the spot. But when I saw the master make a move, some people bet 3 dinners, master will not kill him. And this set of laws made Luck Hack remember again, days were ruled by fear. That's right, Jiang Zhuangyan ate all 3 moves of dog-beating fist. Unlike last time, this time Liu Yanfei used a second move. This move does not take lives, but will cause people's tendons to break. From then on no longer able to practice martial arts. At this time the chief also drew his sword. Anyway, no matter what the situation is, the reputation of Trung Dong Tu Kuk must now be restored. If only 10 people could easily destroy the security agency, then later, no one will dare to find your security agency to escort anymore. After a while of politeness, Liu Yanfei told the director to make the first move. Only saw a set of the Ime Sex Chaos Flower flying sword fly straight towards him, but Liu Yanfei still stood still in place, completely defenseless. Just as the sword was just a centimeter away from him, Liu Yanfei immediately leaned to avoid it. Simultaneously raise your right leg, one kick the chief away. Seeing the chief lose the battle, the chief and deputy chief immediately surrounded the 2 sides, but still could not withstand a single move from Liu Yanfei. I only saw him easily grab 2 spears, swing up, easily threw the 2 people flying out, finished 2 people. Liu Yanfei went straight to the director, used the gentlest tone to threaten him that he was in big trouble. Only then did the director know. It turned out that Jiang Zhuangyan had hit the eldest son of the Tang sect. Panicking, he could only beg Liu Yanfei, how should I compensate Dong Man? Liu Yanfei saw that the time had come, also took the opportunity to activate his extortion skills. Just like that, after a while of friendly exchange, the agency had to pay a compensation that almost bankrupted the family, along with free escort service to Tangmen every year, in exchange for the end of the matter. As for Liu Yanfei, he only needs to deal with foreign affairs. Just pretend today never happened. Got what I needed to get? Liu Yanfei used the excuse of buying new clothes for his disciples. Tell them before sunset, buy what you want to buy, and you secretly deposit the stolen money in the bank. After a busy time, everyone just arrived at the front door of the Practice Institute. Right in front of you, 2 more investigators from the Martial Arts Alliance arrived. The girl was molested by her beastly uncle for more than 10 years. just because she is not only beautiful, but also have eyes that can see through people's hearts. Just now, Volam Min investigators came to investigate why the institute still has no midterm report. When he heard that Mr. Tran was killed by bandits, they are deeply saddened. Also admire Li Yanfei cannot be afraid of hardship, fulfill Mr. Tran's last wish before he passed away. Although some of it was made up by him, but the two investigators still firmly believed. They originally intended to return to report to their superiors, to cancel this continuation. That way the children and Liu Yanfei don't have to suffer anymore. But Liu Yanfei was immediately unhappy. No matter how much I talk, it's just for Volam Min to give out some extra education subsidies. After a while of discussion, Li Yanfei asked for another month of accumulation. The amount required must be paid together with the previous outstanding amount. After listening to the situation, the owner Volam Min also agreed with this plan. Because you can use only internal force to carve words on wood, this person is definitely not an ordinary person. It is also a kind of fate that children get to study under him. As for the disciples on this side, they were completely hopeless. Suddenly, without asking my opinion, another month of hell? The young people are still planning to launch. Volam Min will definitely not agree to escort Liu Yanfei. Unexpectedly 4 days ago, Volam Min has agreed. These 4 days he was busy preparing things needed for the next training session, so it does not appear, and told the disciples to wait and see, have a great time next month. At this time on the side of Volam Min, the manager is reporting the incident to the master. After hearing all the features, the leader remembered the old man from years ago. But now he doesn't want his daughter to meet these two teachers and students. Will cause trouble, because in recent years, Tathian never gave up on Nulin. Every year on Nulin's birthday, they will all send someone to bring a wedding dress. Moreover, wherever Nulin is, Tathian can find out Nulin's whereabouts. For the person who brought the wedding dress, and each annual wedding dress is like a custom-made one, each set fit Nulin that year. Although the people who brought the wedding clothes were questioned, but also did not get useful information from them, with Liu Yanfei, training also became much more varied. The leader can only arrange for the dark team to secretly protect Nulin. With Liu Yanfei, training also became much more varied. To practice balance, even circus skills must be learned. Although Liu Yanfei had someone hold the rope, take full safety measures, also does not affect the disciples falling down, make scared to faint. As for Liu Yanfei's request, each person must walk the entire length of the wire. Just like that, under Liu Yanfei's hellish difficulty, the disciples struggled to keep their balance, but finally managed to reach the other side. Time quickly passed until the end of the training session. Now the disciples can not only walk on the knife mountain, but is also very proficient in all kinds of bondage training. Of course, the circus's performing skills were also mastered. As for Liu Yanfei, she was having a hard time right now, because he even swallowed all the travel expenses of his disciples to return to Volam Min. It is impossible to tell him to give it back. Suddenly an idea flashed, an explodable object appeared in his head. That's right, it's that idiot Zhongyang escort agency. Just in time for the Trung Dong escort agency because of the previous event. Outside praises them for being severely attacked, without losing a single item. Therefore recent trusts have increased several times. Can't find the escort. As for Liu Yanfei's plan, is to let 10 disciples help them with a one-way trip. It is also beautiful to say that friends in trouble should help each other. Of course, the fee for hiring an escort will also return to Liu Yanfei's pocket. Just like that, the problem of a city for the disciples was solved. But a hidden plot is also aiming for this trip now. Today was the day the disciples were at their strongest. Return to Volam Min. But these 10 people all looked like they were still awake. It turned out that last night, Quine Chong and Tan Lang finally achieved enlightenment. Talk all night, this scene. Live performance of course cannot lack people. Watch and so on, perform all night. Viewers also watched all night. As for Tiger Valley Camp, not only must have this trip, but also wanted to avenge the former leader Jiang Zhuanghan. It turns out he is not only the head of the Zhongyang Escort Bureau, but also a spy planted by bandits in the security agency. Listen to the juniors say, on this trip, there is a priceless red jade Buddha statue covered in gold. The owner of Tiger Valley Camp planned to join forces with the neighboring Dragon Bone Camp, more than 300 people in total, to kill all the people of the security agency, steal the Buddha statue. As for the security agency, the chief and the horse and man company were still waiting miserably, dare not depart. It turned out that Liu Yanfei was still training his disciples. They don't have the guts to bother, had to wait. After a while of shouting flowery slogans, Liu Yanfei finally sent his disciples to escort them, and he returned to his daily life. At this moment the old man saw in his eyes, full of loneliness, remembering the last time Liu Yanfei showed that look was when I was young, when I broke up with Nu Lin. The old man immediately guessed that he must have fallen in love again. To give Liu Yanfei, who is heartbroken, something to do, distracting, the old man decided to teach him the Flying Thunder Saber, Advanced Thunder God. This is the final form of the Flying Thunder Saber. Maybe your little boy can try his whole life but still not learn. But the old man's demonstration surprised Liu Yanfei even more. Just see. Two whirlwinds called Feng then were revolving around the old man. Standing in the middle of him, it's like being able to freely control thunder. How are you, little boy, can you learn? Although the old man later broke the rules and explained the principle to him, is to take advantage of the collision between the two Feng then, to cause Thunder God. But with this manipulation beyond the laws of nature, Liu Yanfei practiced hard all winter but still couldn't learn. The timeline goes back to when the troop had just set off. At this time, because the old man was hiding the Thunder God, make the sky flash and thunder. They are Hung Tong, surprisingly clear sky with thunder and lightning, but also recognize the wrong in the surrounding environment. Suddenly, a large amount of rocks began to roll down from the top of the mountain next to it. Look again. It turned out that hundreds of bandits were charging towards them. People come. It was the Tiger Bone Camp and Dragon Bone Camp that had long coveted the goods. Seeing that they had no intention of leaving anyone alive, Captain Hung Tong immediately ordered, "Everyone does not need to hold back. A battle that will determine the reputation of the security agency begins here." Not long after that, in front of the Martial Arts Alliance's Thienvu Academy, the sentinel on the fire platform suddenly sounded the alarm. Only saw a group of people of unknown origin is gradually approaching Thienvu Academy. Each person has a different appearance, like a devil from hell returning, evil spirit. They were the vermilion bird group that had returned after their cultivation. The guard saw the person coming and immediately returned to report that Chu Tuk Don has returned. Blood stains on their bodies is their glorious achievement of defeating 10 people. I heard senior, yet can destroy the entire gang of hundreds of bandits. The guard wondered, what have they been through these past few months? And these months has also become the most terrifying experiences they dare not recall. Can only advise the next generation, the outside world really has demons in human form. The timeline goes back to the thatched hut in winter. Liu Yanfei is still the same as always. After finishing practice, all brought delicious food and drinks for the old man. Tomorrow is the day that every year the old man has to go out for 2 days. Although every time Liu Yanfei asked, he only received the answer of going to the funeral. But this time Liu Yanfei did not refute that fake reason anymore. But when the old man was about to get up and go to his room, suddenly asked a question, "Master, what is the person's name?" "Just get the answer, I don't tell you." Looks like we'll have to be curious for a while longer. 2 days later, the old man returned to the thatched hut, only saw a farewell letter. In the letter, the boy told the old man, "I want to go out and see the world." Not only that, he also brought all the heirlooms of Phi Loi Mun, take away. Just as the old man was angry at Liu Yanfei's ungratefulness, take all the stuff away, saw the kitchen full of food. At this time, just in time, there were a few people coming to the thatched hut. As it turns out, the money that Liu Yanfei had saved over the years was left to the old man. They were the people Liu Yanfei arranged to bring food and drinks, take care of the old man. Furthermore, Liu Yanfei also left a large sum of money in the bank for the old man, so he can go to the bank every month, receive a large pension. But looking in the yard, full of traces of Liu Yanfei's life, the old man still couldn't rest assured about him. After arranging for Tiu Bach to look after the house, the old man decided to set out to capture Liu Yanfei. As for Liu Yanfei, after leaving the thatched hut, found another fool in Zhongyang escort bureau. Write a letter to the master. Ask Trungdong escort to bring him along for escort. Also specially advised, this disciple is more powerful than the previous 10 disciples combined, so the reward must be really generous. It just so happens that this agency has an important shipment of medicinal herbs. The chief personally escorted. Seeing in the letter that the master said he was so formidable, the director immediately happily agreed. Just like that, Liu Yanfei begins a life of paid travel. During that time, the director also asked him about his health, afraid of being careless and offending him. Only the director's foolish son was not convinced by Liu Yanfei, and loudly criticized Liu Yanfei for being useless and lazy, cannot compare with Trung Dong Tiu Kuk that defeated 2 bandits, terrible. But who knows that, all were defeated by Liu Yanfei's 10 disciples. Even when stopping at night, the foolish son was still thinking about how to teach Liu Yanfei. Even his father's advice is not listened to, and at this moment, a red-haired dancer in the inn, about to let the foolish son understand the immensity of the sky and the thickness of the earth. The man just sat eating rice, that no one dares to come near, just because someone glanced at him before and made him unhappy. He immediately burned down the entire mountain camp. He is the red-haired Yan Dao, one of the top 5 swordsmen in the world, and he also has one special point, that is not to ask his name. Even if you know, you must not say it, otherwise be burned alive. After listening to the chief's explanation, Liu Yanfei became even more interested in this mysterious Yan Dao. At this time, the foolish son of the biggest inn happened to see Nan Dao, just about to blurt out Nan Dao's name. Luckily his entourage covered his mouth in time, just avoided a life, but looking back, then all the seats in the inn were filled, even the seat next to his father, also occupied by Liu Yanfei's goods. The entire restaurant had only Nan Dao's table left empty. At this moment Liu Yanfei slowly stood up, just saw him wave his hand, immediately threw the entourage to his seat, then he arranged for the foolish son to sit next to Nan Dao. Even provoked that the knife does not understand the rules, making our foolish young hero frown in anger, tell Nan Dao to quickly give up his seat. Yan Dao's hot temper was instantly burned away. Brat, you are brave. Liu Yanfei still did not panic at all and loudly declared, we'll teach this guy in Han Dao a lesson for casually vandalizing public property. At this moment Han Dao's temper was completely angered. Further stated that, we'll burn down this whole gang of people. The director was so scared that he fainted on the spot. The foolish son flusteredly apologized to Nan Dao, also said that Han Dao's name is Quachon On. The young hero just said, immediately realized something was wrong, only saw Nan Dao throw a palm of fire towards the foolish son. Luckily, Liu Yanfei managed to knock him aside in time, just avoided a fatal move. Seeing that Han Dao had fallen for the trick, Liu Yanfei invited him to compete. Whoever loses is up to the winner to decide. Then the two came to a reed bed, to have a fair and square match. Liu Yanfei took the lead and jumped up with all his might. On the ground, there was only an ink ring that was on his foot, and he himself disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Even breath cannot be caught. Suddenly a sound came from the left. Liu Yanfei instantly arrived in front of Yan Dao, and the speed of Nan Dao is not slow either, immediately swung his sword towards Liu Yanfei, but could not break through his stronghold. Immediately after, Liu Yanfei used his left hand to block the knife. His right hand swung like a palm strike, hitting Han Dao's chest. One palm strike sent him flying several meters away, faint. When Han Dao woke up again, Liu Yanfei also stated his purpose. As it turned out, he found the trip too boring, want to take on a disciple, and this Nan Dao is a suitable candidate. Master this time reminded him of his previous master, a great figure called the God of War by the people, but today is the anniversary of my master's death, so I stayed in the inn missing my master. Maybe it was God's will. Today I will meet this crazy boy. Nan Dao bet and had to lose, can only accept this young master. The two made a promise to compete every 3 months, until Yan Dao can defeat Liu Yanfei. Before that he always listened to Liu Yanfei's orders. Just like that Liu Yanfei returned to the inn. The director and Ling Zi were both surprised that he was still alive. Not only alive, Liu Yanfei also wants to add a new scout to the team. Hearing this, Ling Zai once again could not sit still. Why my burro? An outsider like you can say that you can bully people. Still loudly want to bully people unless I die. Otherwise don't even try. Even his old father could not stop his suicidal behavior. As for the messenger that Liu Yanfei wanted to insert, is the newly accepted disciple Yen Dao. 10 days passed. This time the shipment also reached its destination. Along with Yen Dao's escort fee, the director gave it all to Liu Yanfei. They did not stay long and said goodbye to Trung Dong Tu. After that, Yen Dao did not understand why his master wanted to come here. I just saw him raise his right hand and point, mean to stay here for a while, and the place where Liu Namfei stopped was Thian Vo Ha Quan. One is to see the children I have helped. 2. Also want to find old friend who is not seen for many years, Halak. At this moment in Thian Vo Academy, Lu Ha suddenly felt cold all over. To find out news about Du Lin, Liu Yanfei went to the most famous one Suof in the area. I heard that here you just need to give enough money. Even the 18th generation ancestors of the 3rd and 6th aunts can also be found. The shopkeeper is in charge of the work. Saw the person coming was the famous Diam Dao. Scared to the point of regretting not looking at the zodiac calendar when going out today. It turns out, based on the clues provided by Liu Yanfei, can't find out where Du Lin is. The current clue is female only, young lady. 10 years ago I stayed at Thian Hong Wine House for a month. Finding such a person is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Seeing this situation, Liu Yanfei can only add more information. First, she is certainly very beautiful. Moreover, very beautiful. Second, her martial arts are very high, because she must have cultivated very well. Third, she cries a lot. Very shy, very kind-hearted. I added 3 more things. This time I can find it. After listening to Liu Yanfei's words, the shopkeeper just felt that this person must be a madman causing trouble. But next to it there was a Yen Dao, cannot chase 2 people away, begrudge. She can only take this case. But Van Suof does not guarantee success. Within half a year if found, then must collect 3 taels of gold as remuneration. Hearing 3 such a large amount, Liu Yanfei immediately could not sit still. Anyway, it's all the money I sweat and tears to cheat. Seeing this situation, the shopkeeper still wanted to bargain, at least 2 taels of gold. Helplessly, beside Liu Yanfei there was a flame saber. Immediately loudly declared that as long as Diam Dao was unhappy, then it may burn the whole store. Hearing that, Yen Dao also understood, demanded half a tael of gold, otherwise burn down the shop. Just like that, after a while of friendly exchange, the 2 sides finally agreed on half a tael of gold to negotiate this trust. Then Liu Yanfei continued to ask the shopkeeper how to get into Thian Vo Ha Quan, but received the shopkeeper's helpless answer. Then, registration for the annual entrance exam has ended. Furthermore, recruitment only accepts people under 25 years old. Yen Dao's age is also not in accordance with the regulations. Liu Yanfei continued to hint to Yen Dao to burn down the shop. The shopkeeper was so scared that he immediately thought of another way. Can introduce Yen Dao as a teacher. Anyway, as long as I can get into Thian Vo Ha Quan, then whether student or teacher is considered to have entered. But Liu Yanfei's problem was still not solved. I just saw him softly say that he hated waiting, no patience to wait until next year's entrance exam. Then, several brushes flew straight at the shopkeeper, causing the shopkeeper to immediately think of a way. It is through Than Long Bai. Make a special qualification certificate to take the entrance exam. But currently Than Long Bai is in the hands of Na Trang Tiger. The man hurried. Just said a sentence with courage, then beat me. Was rewarded with a set of 3 husbands beating dog fist by Liu Yanfei. Even lying on the ground was ridiculed as unbearably weak. Just now, Liu Yanfei arrived at Hona Trang, found the main door locked. With the principle that if you can rob, you don't need to be clever about it. Liu Yanfei directly broke the door and rushed in. Just knocked down the guard. I just said I was defending myself. At this time the second great disciple of Hona Trang held his sword in vigilance. Ask the other person what their purpose is here. Liu Yanfei did not beat around the bush. Go straight to the point, say you came to get Than Long Bai. Hope Na Trang Tiger respected my sincerity, can generously give up. Angry, the second disciple directly drew his sword and charged forward, still shouting loudly, want Than Long Bai, must defeat me first. Lu Yanfei is also an obedient person. Seeing he had such a strange request, immediately give a set of Tamfu Dakha Qian. After hitting him, he said, "This is all because you asked me to do it." Just as Liu Yanfei continued to ask, "Where is the opponent's card?" Then the Hong hand saber that Yen Dao was carrying suddenly reacted violently, and at this moment, he heard the sound he hated most in his life, only to see the person slowly walking out. The aura that radiated around made even the air freeze. And he is Yen Dao's senior brother, Ice Sword Quan Trach too. The feud between the two people must be told from ancient times. They inherited the Hong Nehan and Qin Yim from their master. Day by day goes by. Yen Dao constantly strives to cultivate, just for one day, can be worthy of the girl he loves deeply. She is also the master's daughter. But the fun didn't last long. One day the master married his daughter to Bang Kim. So angry that he immediately wanted to have a life and death battle with Bang Kim. But the girl rushed out to protect Bang Kim, and frankly said that he voluntarily chose Ice Sword, the more Yen Dao and Bang Kim. From then on they became enemies of wife stealing. Two people 10 years not seen. Bang Kim is now the Grand Master of Hunao Trang. Received the entrustment of the homepage. Occasionally came to guide the disciples in their cultivation. At this moment, Yen Dao's heart felt like it was being stabbed by a sentence from Yen. Finally he got the words out. "How has he been lately?" Ice Sword calmly replied, "He is very strong. His daughter is also very healthy." Even condemn Yen Dao? Since the two broke up 20 years ago. Every time we meet only care about other people's wives. What a shameless person. At this time Lu Yanfei was standing to the side slowly eating breakfast. Enjoy this great show. But Yen Dao was so angry that he immediately drew his sword. Slashed straight towards the Ice Sword. Seeing this, Bang Kim quickly drew his sword. When swords clash, a huge burst of energy. The smoke and dust clear away, both were unharmed. After all, both are fellow disciples. Even if we fight for 3 days and 3 nights, there will be no winner. Bang Kim did not want to drag the children into the matter. Immediately asked Yen Dao what was the purpose of coming here. Only then did Yen Dao react, remembering Long Bei. Lu Yanfei also hinted from the side, "Breakfast is over, my patience is running out." He hurriedly pointed at Lu Yanfei, said he wanted Long Bei. Anyway, among the people present here, there was only this kind-hearted young man, only eligible to use this card. Thinking about how the teenager just used only one move, killed the second disciple, Ice, also clearly understood that Hunao Trang had no disciples who were more qualified than him, immediately agreed to export Long Bei on behalf of the homepage. After getting the dragon card, Lu Yanfei and the others also said goodbye to Hunao Trang. Elsewhere inside my silver pavilion, the old man was asking the shopkeeper, "How much is our pension? And what is the contact method of the teenager who sent the money?" But the shopkeeper said, "This financial product is on a buyout basis. Can't reveal how much silver. Even customer information purchasing this financial product are confidential. It can only be explained that Nangan Trang every month will be fixed 20 taels of silver, and will give 5 free trips every year. In addition, if something happens to the family, there is also a 2-year free repair or rebuild guarantee." Since the category the teenager bought was quite comprehensive, Nangan Trang will also give you extra money to congratulate you on your birthday, and a fine wine table. After a while of asking, the old man did not receive it either. Any useful information about Liu Yanfei, upset can only swear and leave. At this time the old man met the merchant, usually in charge of bringing food and drinks to me. After a few chats, the old man told the merchant to take care of his health, and remember to bring the wine on time and leave. But he did not know that Nangan Trang's nursing home project does not have this service. The true identity of this merchant is a member of the dark team of Volam Min. Approaching the old man is just following the arrangement of the leader. The iron eagle that was drooping before his eyes was originally named Ung Ung. Not long ago he signed a teaching contract, then discovered the senior lecturer of Thienvo Academy is Bang Kim. Just thinking about the fact that after taking office, he will have to work under Bang Kim, immediately felt life was worse than death. But I myself cannot help but do this job. Anyway, there is one behind. The evil master even cut half of the salary. The only way is to defeat the Ice Sword, to promote myself to senior lecturer. Liu Yanfei was worried that he would go crazy sooner or later. Can only pull him out to relieve stress, to congratulate Yen Dao on taking office. Liu Yanfei suggested going out for a big meal. Of course Yen Dao had to pay. The two people who went to the restaurant also had a clear division of labor. Liu Yanfei is in charge of eating meat. Yen Dao is in charge of eating vegetables. At this time, the inside of the restaurant also became extremely bustling, because the first round of written test ended, very bustling. Some people go crazy after drinking a little wine, want to treat all the normal candidates in the bar. There are also people who, after finishing the exam, planning to find some girls to hang out with for a few days. There are even people who rely on their noble background, bully others at will, and their path to admission. This afternoon is almost over. Only saw Li Yanfei use one palm strike to send flying a Huashan disciple. Then he kicked a disciple of the commerce sect away. Afterward, one punch knocked out a young master of Tan Cha who liked to play with girls. Of course, the fat yellow pig only knows how to eat that elixir, cannot escape. The audience for a moment could not distinguish that this was a demon, or the hero punishes evil and promotes good, but this cruel way of attacking also caused controversy among the examiners. After all, Thienvo Hak Quan belongs to the righteous sect. The examiners had the duty to eliminate those with ill intentions. Out of the selection, at this time the examiners discussed one by one about Liu Yanfei beating a disabled person, not to mention this person's martial arts skills, and yet hit the young shoots that the righteous path has worked so hard to nurture. From now on cannot practice martial arts anymore. Really too much. At this moment, the spearhead was aimed at Yen Dao, because Liu Yanfei was brought in by Yen Dao, the ice sword. Want to hear Yen Dao's assessment of him? Yen Dao's heart was torn at this moment. Tell him to protect the evil one. That little devil, it feels worse than eating shit, but if not protected, let him know the truth is more painful than death. In the end, fear won out. Yen Dao angrily recounted what he saw, heard in the restaurant that night. In your eyes, the so-called seedlings? Is it this group of immoral and incompetent people? Hearing this, the examiners were also extremely surprised. Unexpectedly, those whom I cover up for are all such bastards. But Yen Dao's heart at this moment also felt very guilty. Anyway, in his eyes, he really just wanted to hit people. After a moment of thought, Ice Sword decided to give Liu Yanfei a chance to enroll, but if something nefarious is found, Yen Dao also had to pack up and leave. Looking at the devil before my eyes, Yen Dao also did not understand why he wanted to help him. But thinking about packing up and leaving, no need to look at Ice Sword's face even better, so let him do whatever he wants. To congratulate Liu Yanfei on his successful admission, of course I can't help but continue to pick Uncle Yen Dao's pocket. The next day, Thienvo Academy holds an annual freshman convention. Such boring gatherings, of course, it made Liu Yanfei so bored that he fell asleep standing up. To avoid suffocation to death, he escaped to the top of the tower to be lazy. Originally intended to take a nap in the afternoon, wait until the presentation is over then go back, but was interrupted by an uninvited guest. The person who came was named Tiu Long. Also because the freshman's speech was so boring, should hide here lazy. Having the same idea, the two people immediately reached a consensus, become friends, but now, the captain of the dark team at the foot of the tower is responsible for supervising him. Liu Yanfei was under surveillance. Of course it was because of the unusual behavior during the martial arts entrance exam, and Tiu Long was under surveillance, because he is the son of the owner of Mac Thien Kak. Not long before, he was ordered by the current master's young lady, go to Thienvo Hak Quan to practice. Although Vo Lam Min and Mac Thien Kak are currently in a temporary ceasefire, to pray for peace, but after all, the other party is the son of the owner of Mac Thien Kak. For this, Vo Lam Mun can only let the captain of the dark team monitor these two people. Although Liu Yanfei and the others already knew, someone is always watching me. But this kind of suffocating reality, the two still felt that lunch was more important. An uncle over 40 years old became a martial arts student. The carpet is suspected to be coming through the back door. Improper relationship favor. Just now, when Liu Yanfei and the others were about to have lunch, was informed to everyone by the owner Than Tam in the lobby, don't consider Thienvo Academy as a school. Where there are people there are gangsters. This place is no exception. To test your own abilities, today's first test is to return to the dormitory safely by yourself. The dormitory location is written on the piece of paper currently being distributed. You will decide which path to take by drawing lots. There are more than 50 different routes in the dormitory. Hope you all get to the dorm safely. Coincidentally, Liu Yanfei and Xiao Long both picked black. Moreover, the route content is the same. Seeing that, the captain also asked me for a piece of black paper. Seduced by his threats, the staff can only give it to him. But what they don't know is, behind these black papers, is someone who sets all kinds of traps just to take revenge on Liu Yanfei for being cruel in the entrance exam. After the owner Than Tam explained the things to note, Liu Yanfei and two people also officially stepped on the path to the dormitory. At this time they have circled this peach blossom forest for 2.5 laps. Just as Liu Yanfei was about to directly destroy the peach blossom forest, to go out then, the captain of the dark team, Zhang Hong, held the black paper, appeared before the two people. Looking at the bearded uncle in front of him, again said, "I am also a new student." Liu Yanfei and Xiao Long both found it hard to believe, criticize him for lying. Even more talk, more go further. Speaking of Thienvo Academy, it is increasingly declining. I guess this uncle probably came in through the back door. Tonight two people just slandered Truong Hon can only explain that he took the wrong medicine. That's why you look so old. But obviously, the two people in front of me are crazy, not idiots. Seeing that Truong Hon had hidden intentions, Liu Yanfei did not pursue further, but directly asked him if he knew how to get around here. Looking at the two people in front of me, "I don't know anything." Truong Hon could only slowly explain to them. It turns out that Thienvo Academy is not just a school, but also a fortress built to resist foreign enemies. So the layout used a magical array to deceive the eye. The purpose is that even if the enemy gets inside, also lost direction, Truong Hon originally wanted to take it one step at a time, lead them to break the way out. Immediately asked the two how much they knew about Buddhist teachings. But unexpectedly, Liu Yanfei and Xiao Long's perceptions were the same. Do not eat meat, bald head, not even close to women. Truong Hon immediately told the two of them that if anyone asked about your teachings in the future, then just say you don't know. Then continued to explain to the two people, this place is established according to the Lei Shang Sao Go hexagram in the 64 hexagrams. Then teach them first like this, and like that, then like this it will come out. After listening to this explanation, Liu Yanfei and Xiao Long decided to lie down and sell. Looking at these two useless people, Truong Hon decided to lead them through himself. Liu Yanfei and the two people immediately stood up. A very good sentence, Mr. Truong. One sentence Mr. Truong is very good at. Just like that, Zhang Hong eliminated the traps and led the two people forward. On the way, two little devils also used him as a wayfinding tool, throw out to probe the road. Even when he found his lunch and dormitory key in the secret room, it was also Zhang Hong who risked his life to enter the trap to get it. Finally, under the arduous guidance of Zhang Hong, the three people successfully got out of Xiaobo Garden, but the road ahead is even more dangerous than Tiu Bac Vian. Only a narrow path appeared before my eyes. Looking at this scene, you can see the organs are dense. This time Liu Yanfei did not wait for Zhang Hong to go scout the way, but is to say that one wants to forcibly destroy literature. They both thought he was crazy. Only saw his right foot just stepped into the path. An arrow shot straight into Liu Yanfei's face. Liu Yanfei tilted his head slightly and avoided it. But that arrow hit the tree behind, but directly caused the tree to explode and break. The two immediately felt something was wrong. Call Liu Yanfei out. This level is no longer a test of new birth, clearly the level of foreign defense. But Liu Yanfei fears nothing in heaven or earth. Then how can you step back? Only to see countless hidden arrows continue to shoot towards him. But unfortunately they were all avoided by Liu Yanfei. Immediately after, the walls on both sides also shot out hidden arrows. Liu Yanfei jumped up directly, twisting the body into an almost octopus-like posture, causing all arrows to be dodged. This treatment turned the world perception of the two people watching upside down. But the next moves further upset their outlook. As soon as Liu Yanfei landed, underfoot suddenly turned into a trap of spikes and swords. I only saw him exerting force with both hands. directly like a little bird that flutters and flies up. Then when Liu Yanfei just landed, another series of logs rolled towards him. Liu Yanfei just jumped slightly, immediately stepped on the rolling log, easily coped. Seeing you so easily, smile and walk through the aisle. Tu Long and Truong Hong also gathered all their courage. Although he doesn't have the same abnormal movements as Liu Yanfei, but with the good cooperation of both, also conveniently crossed the corridor. Time flies until evening. The new students have arrived at the dormitory. Was informed not to go down to the first floor. The three of them just arrived at the dormitory door. He just wanted to be an apprentice, have a life of idleness. But unexpectedly the first day was targeted by someone else. Wanna harm him, just now. When Truong Hong opened the door, wanna ask who set a trap at Tiu Batingyun's place? Cold arrows shot out from inside the door. Luckily all three of them had excellent martial arts skills, were all dodged perfectly. Truong Hong immediately. Tell the other two not to make a fuss, let me see how it goes. But with such excitement, Liu Yanfei of course would not stand still obediently. Three people entered the dormitory together. Inside the first floor was dark. To see clearly the environment inside the dormitory, they threw each other in 4 directions. Special candles used for lighting. The moment the candle touched the ground, countless blades shot out from both sides of the wall. Even the ceiling and underfoot also appeared countless blades. And on the opposite side of the sword trap is a bell. Seems to want to overcome. Must ring the bell to be considered through the door. This little trap, for Li Yanfei who can glide on water, just child's play. Little dragon uses accessories. Meanwhile Truong Hong, leaning on the sole of his specially made shoe, followed closely behind. As soon as Liu Yanfei touched down, countless hidden weapons flew from all directions. I only saw his whole body spinning at high speed. One move, Phoenix Dance returns to heaven, blew away all the hidden weapons. One wave has not stopped, another wave has come. Just finished knocking away the hidden weapon. Several swords were shot towards Liu Yanfei. Thunder Hand, the thunder energy, an invisible lightning bolt directly broke all the swords. But the broken sword fragments flew towards Tu Long and Truong Hong. Tu Long jumped in front of Truong Hong. One move, Thiat Thien Kwong Bin Kiem Mok, immediately chopped all the broken pieces into fine powder. Want to form a wooden sword? Must swing the sword 250 times in 1 second. So the normal object touches the wooden sword, will turn to ashes in a flash. Indeed, only monsters can be friends with monsters. After easily solving the trap, Liu Yanfei also successfully rang the bell. At this time, on the stairs a divine weapon, the angry tiger sword, shines. The person who came was Ho Thien Tong, the eldest disciple of Ho Noa Trang. Came to avenge Liu Yanfei for stealing the dragon birth card. Get your weapon out. I want to fight you to the death. Hearing this, Liu Yanfei felt a little strange. That day, even that white and blue-haired uncle, stop. What makes you think you are better than that uncle? I advise you to go home, wash your face and go to bed. Today we pretend nothing happened. After hearing Liu Yanfei's mocking words, Tiger General was immediately blinded by anger. Holding the Tiger Fury sword, he stabbed directly towards Liu Yanfei. A good divine weapon is covered with strong sword energy. Even the audience was amazed. But unfortunately, Tiger General confronts an existence like inhuman. Just one tilt to avoid. Not only dodge this move. When Tiger General rushed over, he also kicked him hard. Immediately after, when Tiger General took the force and retreated, use the thunder-splitting hand to grasp the angry fire sword. Then operate the thunderclap heart method and squeeze hard, but broke the spirit into 2 pieces. Victory and defeat are once again determined by our inhuman existence. Liu Yanfei easily won. At this time Tiger General was not willing, still want to fight, and Liu Yanfei said to himself, or should I reward you with a move of the 3-force dog beating fist? Although the two of them had never seen this martial art before. But looking at Liu Yanfei's eyes, he was afraid he would beat someone to death. Hurriedly wanted to step forward to stop it, but unfortunately it was too late. Tiger General bravely held the sword, stabbed towards Liu Yanfei. Perhaps having listened to the advice of the other two, Liu Yanfei only used one move in the 3-force dog beating fist, gentle version of the costume, to entertain Tiger General. At this time, the dormitory manager slowly arrived, but unfortunately, Tiger General was beaten to the point that Perhaps the Nha Trang tiger people did not recognize him. All four were then taken to the management office. This broken trap, it took more than 1,000 taels of silver to repair, made the dormitory manager angry, immediately fined Ho Trang of Ho Thien Tong to pay compensation, then asked Tiger General who his companions are. Anyway, a lot of agencies must be a high-level apprentice to have the method to open, but Tiger General insisted it was all caused by him alone. Seeing him avoid, the manager sentenced him to another 3 months of house arrest. After detention, I had to drop out of school, but even so, Tiger General still kept his mouth shut, refused to reveal his accomplices. Seeing the situation like that, the manager can only first detain him for 3 months. Let him think clearly for 3 months. Is he wants to drop out of school, or reveal the accomplices? Although Liu Yanfei and the other 3 were not at fault, but the response was too violent, also had to suffer a scolding. After that, they also smoothly entered the second-floor dormitory. Liu Yanfei, thanks to his excellent performance in the entrance exam, get the best dorm room. Simultaneously, a handsome and elegant roommate has been waiting for a long time. He is Murong He, grandson of the Sword Saint, the 7 absolute sword god. On the surface, he is one of the young people of the martial arts world, a leader admired by all, but behind is a serious clean freak, even a patient, has obsessive-compulsive disorder to the point where objects require perfect arrangement. Just now, best student and best freshman, together in the top room. But the reason why Murong Hai always waited for Liu Yanfei to return, again let him choose the bed he likes. This left Liu Yanfei speechless. Anyway, as I see it, sleep anywhere is the same. No need to wait for people to come and ask. But for Mo Dong Hai, a person who always demands perfection, this is a very serious problem. Although I don't understand what he's struggling with, but Liu Yanfei thought a little more openly. Immediately choose a bed near the window. Just like that, a person works arbitrarily to the extreme, and a person who works in pursuit of perfection can tolerate each other and live together. At the same time, the old man in the thatched hut could not find any news. All day long I can only miss Liu Yanfei's room. He also cursed this stingy petty thief. Every night sleep restless, unexpectedly. Liu Yanfei on this side was already sleeping soundly. And Truong Hong's room, located right between Liu Yanfei and Tiu Long's room, specialized in monitoring Liu Yanfei and Xiao Long. The next day, Tiu Long and Truong Hong came to greet Liu Yanfei early in the morning. By the way, I'll drag Tiu Long's roommate along with me. Hello everyone, I am Don Chuan Hao of Thy Sun Sect. Nice to meet you all. Referring to Thy Sun Sect, Liu Yanfei immediately remembered the entrance exam. There was also a candidate from Thy Sun Sect who was defeated by me. Originally thought, Don Chuan Hao came here to avenge his senior brother. Unexpectedly, his mind was surprisingly normal. He felt that the martial arts competition was fair and square. Do not harbor resentment and secretly seek revenge. That is not righteous behavior, but he was always ostracized in the Thy Sun Sect. Even his master did not want to teach him martial arts. Being able to enter Thien Vo Academy, all thanks to the Grand Master's blessing, using the dragon token to break the rules and enter. But in Truong Hong's eyes, the aura emanating from Don Chuan Hao can be considered one of the top masters of the Thy Sun Sect. Although it cannot compare to the 2 monsters before it, but also a dubious existence. After everyone got to know each other well, Liu Yanfei wants to go to the cafeteria to eat. Don Chuan Hao has courage. Invite Murong Hai to come to the restaurant. Why do you say courage is needed? It turns out that Mo Dong Hai, thanks to his family background, martial arts skills and outstanding appearance, has attracted a lot of enthusiastic fans. Among them, that Tiat Hoi is an extremely fanatical fan. Just hearing the 3 words that Tiat Hoi, Murong Hai was startled. But this association not only stole the things that Murong Hoi touched, even if someone dared to talk to Murong Hoi, will also be haunted. Liu Yanfei is not afraid of those things. Tiu Long and Truong Hong were not afraid either. Seeing them so determined, Mo Dong Hai also agreed to have dinner together. Then they went to the student cafeteria. Liu Yanfei's thinking is still different from ordinary people. Compared to eating rice, he noticed the rice tray again. Thought this material would be very handy to use as a weapon. Hearing these words, Truong Hong said, "You're probably the only one who could think of using a lunch tray as a weapon." At this time, an obnoxious voice interrupted everyone's meal. The person who came was Don Chuan Hao's senior brother and senior sister. You are truly a disgrace to the Thickens sect. Why do you still have the face to come here and embarrass yourself? Surely he had to act spoiled with the Grand Tutor to get in here. Now, yet shameless, colluding with the sect's enemies. You have ruined all the face of the Thickens sect. As soon as these words were uttered, instantly, Liu Yanfei and Sa Long exuded terrifying murderous aura. Seeing that the situation was not good, Truong Hong quickly stood up to mediate. He is the person your Grand Tutor personally appointed. Enter Thienvo Academy to cultivate talents. You say that, don't you want to destroy the master and the sect? Deny the decision of the Grand Master. The other two were immediately refuted and could not argue. Can only leave behind a useless person who doesn't know the plum blossom sword technique. Quickly leave thy son sect and leave. As it turns out, the foundation of the Thickens sect is the unique plum blossom sword technique. But Don Chuan Hao has been allergic to the scent of plum blossoms since he was a child. Severe cases can also cause convulsions, paralysis, and fainting. This originally did not affect the practice of the plum blossom sword technique. But one day, Don Chuan Hao suddenly discovered that when he swung his sword, will give off a light plum blossom scent. So it is basically impossible to use the plum blossom sword technique. Hearing this, Tu Long and Truong Hong were both surprised. Because only people who have reached the realm of sword incense can do this. For hundreds of years now, the Sun sect also has only 5 people reached this realm. So Don Chuan Hao did not know. Actually, I am a rare genius of thy Sun sect. As for Liu Yanfei, he is still performing well. Thought of using Don Chuan Hao as a fragrant pole. After knowing the root cause of Don Chuan Hao's problem, people also started to think, is there any way to help Don Chuan Hao swing his sword again? At the same time, in another room, President of the Nine Corner Society, an association founded by 9 major sects, is plotting a plan to take revenge on Liu Yanfei. He wanted to use Liu Yanfei as a chess piece to overthrow the 8 Families Association, an association established by 8 great families. A new conspiracy awaits Liu Yanfei. He was originally a person with a once-in-a-century talent for refining weapons. Now people are talking about turning him into a zombie, or better mummy, just because he has a different physique. Even the sect's plum blossom sword technique cannot be used. Just now, Liu Yanfei suggested body modification for Don Chuan Hao. Hearing such dangerous words made him tremble with fear. Liu Yanfei started to seriously brainwash with false arguments again. If the problem is not solved at its root, your classmates will still find trouble with you in the future. Might even sprinkle plum blossoms on you at any moment. What should you do? Hearing that, Tu Long and Truong Hong also felt that Liu Yanfei was right. Immediately disregarding the consent of the party concerned, agree to Liu Yanfei's body modification proposal. Afterward, Truong Hong began to seriously analyze the cause of Don Chuan Hao's illness. This is definitely not a normal allergy, most likely due to a congenital problem of the body. When smelling the scent of plum blossoms, it will cause blockage of the meridians, leading to paralysis and fainting. Think for a moment. Liu Yanfei felt the dosage slowly increase to increased tolerance. May be able to resolve the meridian congestion, but if increasing the dosage can solve it, for the past few years, Don Chuan Hao's condition should have been milder, because he has always cultivated in the plum blossoms of Mount Tay. So if I risk letting him continue to smell the plum blossoms, probably will. Tu Long thought of another way, so we rely on medicine. How about body modification for Don Chuan Hao? Through continuous injection of different doses of drugs to improve physical fitness. Although the process can be very painful, even have serious side effects, but with just a little anesthesia and a little medical knowledge, it probably won't be too dangerous. At most, just missing arms and legs, or loss of sensory function only. Hearing about disability, loss of hearing, loss of smell and all that, Don Chuan Hao was also extremely scared. I hope I have the right to refuse. Unexpectedly, Truong Hong is also like Liu Yanfei. Started to be abnormal and went to comfort Don Chuan Hao. Do not worry, we'll find you an expert in poison making and zombie research. Even if you are not careful and become disabled due to poisoning, can still be made into a zombie. So no need to fear not being able to move. Saying so much, Li Yanfei only heard about wanting to turn Dong Chuanhao into a zombie, immediately expressed his approval of this proposal. Fortunately, Truong Hong woke up in time. Give up on this idea. Anyway, according to current books, zombies are all dead bodies. If you really follow this zombie path, then first must kill Dong Chuanhao. Listening to Truong Hong's analysis, Lu Yanfei could only reluctantly give up on the zombie. But Tu Long was determined to follow the path of poison making. Even Zhang Hong continuously brainwashed Yin Junhao to rest assured, will not poison you to death. Heard you said you wanted to poison me, and also said you wanted to chase me away. Dong Chuanhao finally had the courage to refuse. Hope there is some more normal way to solve your allergy problem. This made the two fan advisors embarrassed. Lu Yanfei is very strange. Why can't we change our thinking to solve problems? If the allergy cannot be resolved, wouldn't it be better to address the cause of the allergy? Truong Hong thought he was talking nonsense again. Unexpectedly, Liu Yanfei spoke another line of thought. Just remove the plum blossom scent in the swordplay. It turns out everyone has a bias, thinking that the realm of flower fragrance is the pinnacle, but according to Liu Yanfei, this flower fragrance is just a manifestation of unfinished swordsmanship. After all, the essence of flower fragrance is just emitting sword energy, but the scent of flowers does not make the sword sharper, or toxic gas, makes no sense. The so-called realm of flower fragrance, I'm afraid it's just a transitional phase, when the sword technique is almost complete. So just practice swordsmanship, sword energy condensed, the scent of the flowers will disappear by itself. After listening, everyone also saw that although the method was feasible, but this is an impossible method. Anyway, now Dong Chuanhao can't even swing a sword. How to practice swordsmanship, Lu Yanfei confidently said, leave everything to me. Looking at his confident, mysterious look, the others did not object anymore. At this time in another place, a Yen Dao suddenly felt cold down the spine that he was arguing with Bang Qiam about the issue of my course name being rejected. We men must be strong, good name with such depth and core ideology. What basis do you have to reject me? The two people were at odds over the name of the course. A battle is about to break out. Luckily, the teacher stood up to stop it. First, let Ice Sword understand that. Yen Dao taught for the first time, still not used to it. Then explained to Yen Dao why such a cool name is not suitable as a course name. As it turns out, the course name must reflect the content of the course. Listening to others explain so thoroughly, Yen Dao was also convinced. Immediately think of a new name, advanced strong and fast sword technique, but unexpectedly, Bun Kim's opponent had already guessed that he would change his name like that, and quickly filed an application on his behalf. The course name issue has been resolved. Yin Dao has more requirements for teaching, that is absolutely not accepting new students. All new people are eliminated, regardless of ability. Ice Sword was very surprised why he was so resistant to the newcomer, but did not know that, all because Yin Dao was afraid of meeting the devil named Liu Dianfei again. Back to Liu Yanfei. He is looking at a reference book right now. View elective courses for the semester. Other newcomers are also enrolling in their courses. Mo Donghai went ahead to choose a course and register. While everyone is still hesitating what to choose, then there was a loud noise next to it. It turned out that a bunch of people were jostling to sign up for some course. Then Truong Hong asked a senior passing by, just found out about the course that has a long registration queue. Is the key of the hero Yin Dao? Tu Long and Dong Chuanhao also want to queue up to register. Then the senior said that Yin Dao refused. New students who want to enroll can only wait until next year. Lu Yanfei now showed a doubtful expression. Why are so many people signing up for his class? An old man whose martial arts are not good at anything remarkable. Maybe he went to class to perform variety shows, so attractive to viewers. Truong Hong thought again. He was not allowed to study in Yin Dao's class, so the face looks like ate shit. But who knows, when the great hero Yin Dao met Liu Dianfei, still have to call a master. The devil invested in creating the image of an elegant young man. Yet he did not hesitate to choose the most useless and cold-hearted negative keys. It turns out that sound work is extremely difficult. The reality is very low, leading to the number of people wanting to learn to count on their fingers. But Liu Yanfei studied because of a passion, a hobby. Van Han Tiulong was also interested in Yin Gong. Final. All four chose elective courses in sound engineering. On the way back to the dormitory, several falcons attracted Liu Yanfei's attention. Trung Hong explained to him, "This is called Eagle Transmission, is a new communication technology researched by Thienvo Hoc Quan, compared to using carrier pigeons. Superior in every way, can even take on hunting responsibilities." Liu Yanfei immediately wanted Zhang Hong to lead the way, go to the store and catch one for fun. Then they went to the place where they sold the eagle's messenger. The salesperson introduced them. The circle on the eagle's ankle represents quality. The best gold ring next. Win also loss, still have to make up. At this time, Liu Yanfei noticed a falcon standing in the corner. On this falcon's feet are 3 gold rings. It turned out to be the smartest falcon in the store. But because he was so fierce and intelligent, so still not accept the owner, also often injures customers who want to buy. Hearing this, Liu Yanfei became interested. Immediately wanted the salesperson to take me to see this falcon. Just like that, in the Falconry experience room, everyone heard. Inside there was the sound of metal clashing. Half an hour later, the room finally became quiet again. Liu Yanfei successfully used virtue to tame the eagle. Conquer this arrogant and unruly messenger falcon. What happened in the last half hour will be this falcon's lifelong nightmare. Even though Liu Yanfei named himself Li Ying, it also no longer resists, happily accepted. At the same time, side of Vo Lam Min, Master, seeing Zhang Hong's evaluation of the son of the Mathian Kak Master, very positive, also somewhat reassured. At this time, the detective outside the door reported that the young lady had finished her closed-door cultivation. About to leave, the fate between Liu Yanfei and Erling, about to be entangled again. The next day in blood vessel class, Murong Hui himself has a sparkling effect, attracting the attention of many people. His actions attracted everyone to watch. Completely opposite to him is Trung Hong, bearded appearance. As soon as he entered the classroom, everyone mistook him for a teacher. Although Don Tuan Hao still wanted to defend him, just took the wrong medicine. But even I myself cannot believe it. Tiu Long still advised him not to make excuses anymore. Truong Hong really had unspeakable suffering in his heart, cannot say anyway, because every night I secretly listened to both sides. After listening, I still had to stay up all night to process documents for the shadow, leading to bushy beard, not taking care of yourself, the pain of office men who can understand. Joking done. The first lesson of the new school year still has to go to class. This lesson is about the last 100 years of martial arts. Dark history ruled by the blood god of heaven. 100 years ago, he used brutal methods to rule the underworld. The black heavenly king, even the white Dao Vo Lam Min, also about to be destroyed by him. Fortunately, at that time, a martial god appeared on each side of the white and black paths. Right at this moment, Liu Yanfei suddenly interrupted and raised his hand. What is the blood god tribulation? What is martial god? The kind of basic knowledge that even a 10-year-old knows? But there are still people who do not know. His question made the teacher confused. Tiu Long and Trung Hon also had to admire him. Can live until now and still not know anything. To survey students' knowledge of martial arts, the teacher decided to assign homework, require students to submit a 5-page essay. Liu Yanfei was successful on the first day of school. Became a thorn in everyone's side in the first class. After class still do not understand. Why is it a penalty to ask a question? Even though Truong Hong told him this was called a topic, not a penalty. But Liu Yanfei still decided to wait for Zhang Hong to finish writing. Just copy it directly. Anyway, I'm busy hawking. No time to write this topic. At this time, at the Nine Eagles Association, also found out the news of Ni Hailin leaving the customs. A plan to use Nialin to punish Liu Dianfei is being secretly planned. And the plan was decided to be implemented on the day Nialin returned to Hyatt Quan. Do you see that the bad people in the world are all good-looking? Just now, under the supervision of Zhang Hong, Liu Yanfei finally finished her homework. But Trung Hong still had to bow to Liu Dianfei. I have never even heard of the names Martial God and Heavenly Tribulation Blood God. Because the children were crying, parents will often say while crying, will be captured by the blood god of heaven to scare them. Basically, every child when they are young will have heard this name many times. Even imagine the Heavenly Tribulation Blood God City Demons are everywhere. Specializes in eating people who watch videos without liking them. Follow and comment. It is a terrifying existence like a demon. But Liu Yanfei drew him as an old man. There is no other way in Liu Yanfei's eyes. The scariest thing in the world is the old man. Truong Hong was speechless. Can only continue to popularize the existence of the martial god to you. One is the Supreme Lord and the White Dao's Moon Spirit. One is the Black Dao's Bathian Dao Cat Trung Hak. The two martial gods joined forces with everyone to fight for 3 days and 3 nights. Finally, Bathian Dao blocked a fatal blow. Tai Chi Shenjun used all his strength to defeat the heavenly tribulation blood god. Although it is said to be defeated, but until now, the body of Thian Keep Hyathan has not been found. Even though hundreds of years have passed, the martial arts world still cannot accept the death of the blood god. Among the martial arts masters, there are also many people who live over 150 years old. And at that time, Thian Keep Hyathan was only 50 years old. With his martial arts, living to 200 years old is not impossible. Therefore, the white and black paths are now united in peace, is to guard against the blood god tribulation. When defeating the blood god of heaven, besides the two martial gods, then Thian Vo Tam Than has the greatest merit. Truong Hong said that Mo Dong Hai was in the same room with him. Is the grandson of the sword saint and the 3 saints. You must memorize this basic knowledge well, but Liu Yanfei felt that he was so outstanding that no one knows about. Why should I know them? These words directly made Truong Hong speechless. As soon as the argument was over, Liu Yanfei found it strange. Why hasn't Don Chuan Hao come back yet? Then the door was opened immediately. Speak of Cao and Cao arrives. Something bad happened. Liu Yanfei saw that his complexion was not good. People asked him what happened. As it turned out, not long before he got out of school, 2 fellow disciples came to find him to cause trouble. This time but forced him to lead Liu Yanfei to this small forest. Don Chuan Hao immediately and righteously refused this shameful behavior. Of course, the result was being beaten by his classmates for an hour. After hearing what happened, Tiu Long and Truong Hong both want to seek justice for Don Chuan Hao. Luckily they all avoided the danger, so being beaten is not serious. But they threatened Don Chuan Hao, if he did not listen, meet once will hit once. At this moment, Liu Yanfei standing beside finally could not sit still anymore. Interesting, very interesting. If they were in such a hurry to find me, then we just go meet them once. Tiu Long and Truong Hong were still worried that something unexpected might happen. Want to go explore first. But seeing this devil, Truong Hong was still worried that the other party would be beaten to death by him simultaneously. On the other side, the president of the Nine Yin Society is arranging a comprehensive plan to seduce Liu Yanfei. The ultimate goal of this plan is to lure her to Nu Lam's residence, let Nu Lam and her guards kill Liu Yanfei. 2 days later, the Nine Enterprises Association gathered disciples from major sects. Except for the strict control of the Thieu sect, no one can participate. Ningamai also withdrew from the discussion. Finally set up 7 levels, to let Liu Yanfei clear customs step by step, go to the next gate. But these sects all want revenge for what Liu Yanfei caused it when she entered school. The president also calculated about the upcoming Tam Thang Gu Kwai. As long as Nulin really kills the apprentice, then no matter what the other party's reason, also could not participate in Tam Thang Gu Kwai because of public pressure. By then the 8 families will lose this trump card. Then their 9 Heroes Association will be more certain to win the championship. To ensure that those involved in capturing Liu Yanfei, no accident, the president also so specially invited the vice president to coordinate, prevent Liu Yanfei from cruelly harming the people of the 9-Star Association. Seeing that everything was so well arranged, members, still thinking about it. What if Liu Yanfei can't make it to Rui Lin's door? The president said again. Will make Liu Yanfei always be in a state of near collapse, leave her in hellish torment. Crawled to Nu Lam's door and died. Just like that, a perfect plot seemed to have been arranged, is gradually approaching Liu Yanfei, and you. I'm desperate right now because the class is so boring. Seeing that, Truong Hong intended to take her to an interesting place to relieve her boredom. Is one of the typical marks of Thian Vu Hoc Quan recruiting group. If there is a university group that specializes in spying on women's privacy, also claimed that, just want to collect good things, so gentlemen, are you ready to join? Just now, Liu Yanfei's group is visiting the recruitment convention of various groups. Not even 2 steps, was attacked by a group calling itself the world's #1 sword, the Sword Soul Society. Kumjo. The saber breakers on the side were not convinced, asserting that sabers were stronger than swords. Scene of quarrel. This live is more fun than going to school. Just as Liu Yanfei was watching the play, a mysterious person spoke from afar. Swords are all useless. Hearing that, Liu Yanfei asked that person, so is there any more interesting association than swords? Unexpectedly, the other party spoke frankly, our Miss A association is the romance and fireworks of men. Just seen through, then surely will be immersed in it, cannot get out. Seeing him speak so magically, Liu Yanfei also became interested. After that, they went to the location of the Atuthu Association. That's right, this group is a bunch of perverts, whose main activity is stalking girls, and stole his daughter's personal belongings. How about it? Isn't it a very romantic and interesting association? Seeing this scene, Liu Yanfei's heart was calm. Even want to destroy this place. It turns out that when this association was first established, is a stealth society that focuses on the research and practice of stealth techniques. But since a certain president took office, everything here has changed. Even now has grown to the point of being surrounded by girls, destroyed. And this pig-headed president, now loudly proclaim, will collect the privacy of all the beauties in the Jiangho. This behavior in the eyes of normal people is already a crime. But here is a place full of excitement, criminal lust. Liu Yanfei wanted to kill them. The Miss A immediately explained, we simply enjoy beauty. Unexpectedly, at this moment 2 members excitedly ran back, one person holding holographic data of the girls, a man holding a girl's personal belongings. This further proves, this is a bunch of extreme perverts. Even the gentle Trung Hong wanted to expose this matter, to punish these perverts. Seeing that, the 2 people still wanted to defend themselves that they only picked it up. Tu Long immediately thought of a better way, is to tell the 2 girls who were robbed, let them come and punish these perverts. In a few minutes, can also make them forever branded as perverts. Hao Zi still wanted to justify for Tai Qiai and Cao Hai. Unexpectedly, just after saying the names of these 2 people, Trung Hong immediately reacted, turns out to be a pervert. They are also masters of arranging mechanisms in the academy. But from the mouth of the monkey, also know the trap in the opening ceremony, it was these 2 people who set it up. Don't know. Even though the 2 of them were moving at lightning speed, covered Hao Zi's mouth, but still heard by Trung Hong. Then Trung Hong asked the 2 about their relationship with Hu Thian Jiang. Thiet Kai and Tiu Hai kept avoiding each other. Said he did not know Hu Thian Jiang. At this time Liu Yanfei also understood clearly. The unpleasant experience of the opening ceremony is caused by these 2 people, can't hide it any longer. The 2 immediately used their fastest lightness skill to run away. But unexpectedly, Liu Yanfei's lightness skill was much faster than theirs.
Don't go yet.
I have something to discuss with everyone here. Originally thought, Liu Yanfei decided to beat up these perverts. But unexpectedly she only made 3 offers. If the Atuthu Association agrees, she was even willing to join to develop the Atuthu Association. I heard that the Atuthu Association can be developed. Hao Zi was very excited. But Tu Long and Trung Hong both felt that Liu Yanfei was crazy, yet want to mingle with criminals. As for Liu Yanfei's condition, it was also very simple. First, from today, Ms. A will not collect body data, that kind of perverted information, but instead will collect valuable information both internally and externally. Second, based on this information, make this place a place to help male students find love. Just as Liu Yanfei was about to say the 3rd point, Dong Chuanhao hurriedly came to find our fellow disciples, told him to take Liu Yanfei to the small forest today. Simultaneously, across, Newland's carriage also arrived at Thian Vo Academy today. You absolutely cannot believe it. The ultimate weapon of martial arts is the dinner plate. Just because of throwing from a distance, not only powerful but also can return close combat, making the opponent unable to fight back. Truly the ultimate hidden existence among the 18 weapons. Just now, Dong Chuanhao was leading them to the appointed place. After hearing the news, Liu Yanfei immediately set out to get the secret weapon. Trung Hong now guessed. The opponent is definitely not just two people, because this place is remote. Absolutely no one will pass by, combined with, at that time Liu Yanfei offended not only the Taishan sect, this time the opponent most likely wants to rely on numbers to brutally attack Liu Yanfei. Van On Tiulong and the others all said, always ready to protect Liu Yanfei. But Truong Hong's intention was to get their attention. When necessary, Liu Yanfei must intervene to stop him, because Liu Yanfei's actions were reckless, accidentally caused murder, just afraid of unpredictable consequences. Right now, Liu Yanfei also took the secret weapon and went to find them. No mistake, this secret weapon is the most powerful weapon in the weapon spectrum. The biggest plate. The three people had been used to living together with Liu Yanfei for a long time. Now I am no longer surprised by his behavior. Then Don Tuanho led Liu Yanfei continue to the small forest as promised. Meanwhile, Trung Hon and Tiu Long silently followed behind. Observe the situation. In the woods waiting for them are the 4 members of the Thai Sun sect. They followed the instructions of the 9-Star Society. Each faction sent 2 people to fight. The remaining 2 were in charge of capturing Don Chuan Hao. Do not let him inform the teachers in the school. When Liu Yanfei waved her hand and said, "Come here," the competition between the 2 sides officially begins. The other 2 also started playing tag with Don Chuan Hao. The 2 people from the Taishan sect took the lead in launching an attack on Liu Yanfei. Only saw Liu Yanfei not panic. From the chest took out 2 plates. Immediately after, in boomerang style, quickly threw it towards the 2 people. One person did not have time to dodge. Left shoulder was grazed and injured. Another tried to use a sword to prop up the dinner plate. Unexpectedly, the power of the plate is so great, directly break the sword. Although the force has been reduced, but the power of the plate was so great that it stuck straight into the tree. But this is just what Liu Yanfei used to practice her hands. Just throw one. Sao Long stood beside him, worried that he would go too far. Still want to stop Liu Yanfei, was stopped by Trung Hong. Said that they should stop the other side. It turns out that around Liu Yanfei, there were already disciples of this great sect lying in ambush, in which the leader is the vice president of the Nine-Yin Association, young hero Than Yugan. At this time, Liu Yanfei became more and more proficient in plate control, can even make the dish reflect in the plants. The Thai Sun sect also launched a small coordinated move at this time. Only saw one person supporting the plate. Immediately after that, the remaining person threw the broken sword in his hand towards Liu Yanfei. Unfortunately, the other party is an existence that exceeds common sense. Use 2 fingers to clamp the broken sword that is flying towards you. At this time, Liu Yanfei was also tired of playing the boomerang game. Just saw him get into position, ready to wait for the opportunity. Then with lightning speed, quickly rushed towards the 2 people. In a flash, only heard the sound of plates hitting each other continuously. But this trick, it was he who used dog punch, invented the great method of eating people. Even the vice president stood watching from the side, also feel scared with this trick. Took out the whistle to inform the president that the first round had failed. Liu Yanfei felt it was too boring after beating someone up. The 2 people who were chasing Don Chuan Hao returned. Want revenge for fellow students. Seeing that, Don Chuan Hao behind hurriedly rushed forward to stop the 2 people. Worried they were hurt, will be slapped in the face by the senior sister. If you don't avenge your fellow Taishan disciples, then fine. Now still covering for the enemy. You are the greatest shame of the Thai Sun sect. At this moment, Don Chuan Hao bravely refuted for the first time. The behavior of the senior brother and senior sister is no different from that of bandits. As soon as this word was uttered, make them angry directly, swung the sword and stabbed towards Don Chuan Hao. Sao Long Zhang Hong immediately stood up and wanted to stop him. But one step faster than them, Liu Yanfei had already transported. The Thunderbolt Master threw the plate at the 2 people with all his might. Seeing that, Don Chuan Hao immediately bent down to avoid the attack. Immediately took the sword of the senior sister. Left hand used force to push senior brother away, left leg, then used force to kick the senior sister away, then continuously retreat back. Use the sword to rub the plate to counter this deadly move. Seeing such a skillful move, even Trung Hong was surprised. Liu Yanfei's move just now had extraordinary momentum. If you normally use a hard sword to fight hard, not only will the sword break, and even the wrist will break directly, but the constant friction reduces the force. Like that is the perfect way to combat this plate. This further proves Dong Chuao is a genius born to practice plum blossom sword technique. After supporting the plate, Dong Chuanhao turned to Liu Yanfei and said, "I'm fine. Can I ask Liu Yanfei before they attack me? Don't hurt my fellow students, okay? Let me make amends for them today." Having said that, because of using the plum blossom sword technique, the plum blossom scent is emitted, leading to allergic fainting on the spot. At this moment, the two senior brothers and senior sisters who were dying still wanted to stand up, continue to attack Dong Wanhao. Fortunately, Zhang Hong advised them not to continue provoking Liu Yanfei, otherwise next, there will be no more Dong Chuanhao to protect them. Then, two people jumped down from the tree, directly asked Liu Yanfei to follow their route to the remaining 6 different locations for martial arts competitions. Even took the money out of his chest, wanted to use it to seduce Liu Yanfei. Seeing this, Trong Hon and Tiu Long were both surprised. They dared to insult Liu Yanfei like that, really not afraid of being beaten to death, but they do not know that Liu Yanfei was originally a greedy person. See Silver. Without saying a word, agreed to the other party's request. Just leave a sentence, take good care of Dong Chuanhao, then quickly ran towards the Silver. She used to be a beautiful weak girl who has no strength to tie a chicken, because to keep the agreement with the most important person, she swung her sword day and night, constantly becoming stronger. Just hope to never see again the person I care about falls down in front of me. And the hairpin that young girls always wear on their heads, the more it is a token between her and the important person. Just because one day when we meet again, can tell the other person that you have never forgotten that person. Kim Tin suddenly barged in because of someone, resulting in accidentally breaking a hairpin that had been worn for more than 10 years. Just now, Liu Yanfei picked up the silver and walked to the next level. This pass is facing the disciples of Diam Thong sect. According to legend, the Diam Thong sect is famous for its lightness skills on water, and the extremely fast Japanese shooting sword technique. Moreover, the enemy also did some tricks on the wooden raft. Those sparse wooden rafts, perhaps it was to make Liu Yanfei miss and fall into the water, waiting for Liu Yanfei, or fall into the water and get shot by arrows and turned into grilled skewers, or be stabbed in the back by them from underwater. After some analysis, Truong Hong and Tiu Long both advised Liu Yanfei that it was too dangerous, so they should leave. But who knew that these petty tricks in front of Liu Yanfei, just a small matter like a rabbit, I just saw her jump onto the raft with both feet, then stomped on the raft and jumped into the water. This paradoxical action surprised everyone there. Zhang Hong even thought that Liu Yanfei picked up too much silver, too heavy to cause an accident, just as the bald disciple was about to get into the water. See how it goes? Suddenly there was a violent shock underwater. This was followed by a violent explosion that destroyed all the rafts. Then Liu Yanfei jumped out of the water, then press hard, pushed the long-haired disciple into the water. Just as the bald disciple was thinking of a way to save the person, Liu Yanfei was like a sea monster, pull him into the water. At this moment, the two people observing on the shore became even more certain. This thing is an unknown creature. It takes less than 1 minute. Liu Yanfei finished the battle and continued to advance. Barrack side. But there is someone injured on this side, moreover have to supervise Tiu Lok. Begrudge. Truong Hong could only return to the dormitory with Tiu Long first. Pray that Liu Yanfei will not seek his own death by looking for Erling. The next third pass is the Kongdong sect, famous for its martial arts. Fourth gate. Kunlun sect is famous for its wonderfully coordinated double-wing swordsmanship. The fifth pass of the Hon San sect is famous for its magical use of software. All is just a formality, easily surpassed by Liu Yanfei. To avoid further casualties, the vice president decided to directly lure Liu Yanfei to Erling. Considered the final pass, Liu Yanfei had to face the entire bodyguard team of Nai Lin. At this time, the captain of the guard was reviewing the report of the Nine Yin Society's infiltration. The letter said that Liu Yanfei was evil in every way, also slander her. It was aimed at Miss Na Lin's Van Hong Din. Just in time Liu Yanfei also arrived here. She also heard the silver thrower say that Van Hongden had treasures, so come pick up. Misunderstanding that Liu Yanfei came to defile the goddess Erling, the captain said nothing, met and attacked her. Thought they didn't want to give up the treasure, making Liu Yanfei even more interested. Quickly climbed to Van Hongden on the top of the mountain. Seeing this, the captain became even more angry. Immediately swung out several sword energies to attack Liu Yanfei, but in front of Fan Loi Thu, these attacks are useless, easily repelled by her. But these repelled attacks accidentally shot towards Van Hongden. Although Nai Lun had blocked most of the attacks, but there was still a sword energy that accidentally passed by. Break the hairpin on the head. Seeing that Nai Lun immediately jumped down. Want to pick up the broken pieces of hairpin. History is full of amazing coincidences. This time too, it was still Li Yanfei who caught Erling, who was jumping down. A beauty like you? Why do you want to commit suicide? Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, a sword wind attacked Liu Yanfei. Luckily she reacted quickly. Used thunder-splitting hand to repel the sword. Can avoid the attack, but the silver in person, again from the torn flap of the shirt, fell out. Seeing that, Na Lin was speechless with this greedy person before her eyes. Liu Yanfei asked her, "Why attack the person who just saved you?" But only received a cold reply from Nai Lun, "You destroyed my most precious thing." Just as Liu Yanfei was still doubtful, Na Lin also fell into confusion, because her dragon eye could not read Liu Yanfei's mind. In her eyes, Liu Yanfei seemed like a blank sheet of paper. This was the first time after she opened Longan, encountered such a situation. Right now, the captain who was sent flying by the thunderclap hand also chased after him, angrily criticized Liu Yanfei, dared to use dirty hands to touch Nai Lin's pure body. But in the eyes of Nai Lin's long hand, he was just jealous that Liu Yanfei could touch him. At this time, Liu Yanfei also directly provoked him by saying he was jealous. This made the captain angry and put all his strength into his sword. A sharp and powerful sword energy attacked Liu Yanfei, but Liu Yanfei just casually waved his hand. One move of the flying thunder saber returning to the whole dragon scroll immediately blocked the sword energy, even attacked the captain's arm. Luckily, Liu Yanfei saw Erling there, avoided his tendons, just saved the captain's left arm, so that he can continue to swing his sword later. Then, to avoid further trouble, Liu Yanfei directly used Phoenix Dance to escape. Unexpectedly, Na Lin saw her move again and felt empty inside. Also very interested in Liu Yanfei, should be pursued immediately. Unfortunately, when he jumped to the top of the cliff, Liu Yanfei's figure was nowhere to be seen. This farce also ended when the teacher arrived. Then Liu Yanfei suddenly realized, I did not ask the other person's name, but that hug reminded her of the past. Although their personalities are worlds apart, but Liu Yanfei's heart was beating strangely fast. They were good sisters through thick and thin. Now we meet again and can't recognize each other. Just because of the person she used to know is a cross-dresser. The ambush of Liu Yanfei not only caused heavy losses to the members of the Nine-Yin society, but also made Thongai, the son of the deputy city lord, severely impact. Every time I remember that cold gaze, Nu Lin's contempt, he just hates. At that time Liu Yanfei did not kill me directly. Liu Yanfei's condition after returning to the dormitory was not much better. Sometimes get up, make noise and look out the window. Sometimes he would smile foolishly at the torn shirt, even stared at Mirong Hui. Seeing that Mo Donghai was helpless, asked her what she wanted to say. Who would have thought that Liu Yanfei only wanted to ask, "What is the name of the girl with the most beautiful veins?" This made Mirong Hu, who came from a noble family, immediately did not know what to do. The next day Liu Yanfei did not receive a reply, ran to ask Trung Hong's group. As the captain of the night team, he already knew everything that happened yesterday. Of course he also knew who Liu Yanfei wanted to ask, but how could he tell Liu Yanfei, who is this troublemaker? So no reply. In helplessness, Liu Yanfei decided to ask an expert. No mistake, it is Miss A, who is known as the treasure trove of beautiful women's information. At the same time, seeing that they had agreed to his previous proposal, Liu Yanfei also applied to join the association. As soon as everyone joined the group with Liu Yanfei, outside the sect, a murderous aura was transmitted. The person who came was Nu Lin's senior sister, Do Nan Feng. It turned out that early in the morning she saw Nu Lin practicing swordplay and her heart was uneasy. After a while of asking, I know that my junior sister is because of a man, and is someone that even Long Nahan cannot see through. In addition, Hu Lin was especially interested in that person's martial arts techniques, so Dan and Fyong decided to investigate what happened to junior sister, but beating up the guards was not enough. Find any clues? So she could only kill Miss A, then asked to find out who provoked Nu Lin. Miss A is often guilty. Still thought Dan Nan Fuong came to cause trouble with him, immediately used smoke bombs to escape the scene. But unexpectedly Nu Lin also came here. So you came here, is because through Longan, knowing that Liu Yanfei is a member of Miss A's association, should specially come to find Liu Yanfei, ask some questions. What is your name, Liu Yanfei? What about you? My name is Lo Lin. Then Nu Lin continued to ask about the ink ring on her hand. Liu Yanfei also generously told her, just some grumpy old man's joke. Then Nu Ho Lin continued to ask her which sect she came from, but was stopped by Liu Yanfei using the excuse of secrecy. Last question. Nu Lin asked her if she had any senior sisters or junior sisters. Unfortunately, the answer received was that there were no brothers or sisters. At this time, Liu Yanfei asked Nu Lin back, why are you asking me these questions? But was asked by Nu Lin to win her. Then answer Liu Yanfei's question, to once again confirm Liu Yanfei's martial arts skills. Is it the same as Fi Yan in the past? Nu Lin proposed to compete with Liu Yanfei, provided lose must unconditionally answer any questions from the winning side. Worried that fighting alone would hurt Nu Lin, Trong Hon stood up, suggest the two wait until the Tamthing and Gyu Ki is organized not long after, then proceed to fight. Just like that. Liu Yanfei did not know Nu Lin's name when she was young, so do not recognize the opponent. As for Nu Lin, because in front of her was a man, should mistakenly think that Nigian Fai is definitely his junior sister, also do not recognize the opponent. The fate of two people can only wait until 3 wins 5 strategies then confirm. Once everything was decided, Nu Lin also took Dun Nan Feng away. Miss A and Trong Hon had just left, advised Liu Yanfei not to participate in the 3 win 5 strategy. In his heart he thought, Nu Lin herself has a hidden danger. Really don't want to cause any more trouble. Because of that, he himself does not know how to write a report to the leader, but Liu Yanfei was a troublemaker. How can you miss such an exciting opportunity? She immediately refused Trong Hon's offer, but there is an important problem ahead, that is, Liu Yanfei completely did not know what the 3 victories and 5 strategies were. Tu Long also had to admire her. I don't even know what the 3 victories and 5 strategies are, but also dare to bet with people. Really looking forward to the scene where she is questioned by Nu Lin. At this time, the front door of the blood vessel was already crowded with people. They are watching the match between Than Long and Chu Tuk. Liu Yanfei finally found her 10 beloved disciples in the blood vessels. Surname is the Vermilion Bird Group, people who have returned from hell training, but now lost to another group. It turns out that in the match, for helping the villagers nearby, so that led to late return to the restaurant. Just as the Vermilion Bird Group entered the martial arts school less than a minute ago, immediately felt a familiar oppression. It turned out that Liu Yanfei in the distance was angry. Why did my disciple lose to others? Just got back to class? Everyone hurriedly put on the ink ring that had not been used for a long time to find some safety. Some people even because of that oppression, but back to the autistic look. Meanwhile, in the classroom building of Thienvo Academy, Yin Dao just returned to the dormitory, sat down to rest, suddenly felt someone's breath, immediately swung a knife out. While he was feeling strange because he didn't hit anything, and thought the enemy had fled, then in the smoke appeared the figure of a demon. That's right, that's Yin Dao's evil master. Liu Yanfei flew over and said to herself, asked Yin Dao to help take care of 10 children, plus a sick person, and seriously said, these 10 children are all Yin Dao's senior brothers and senior sisters. Kindly asked Yin Dao to help train these 10 children, make them stronger, otherwise Yin Dao's identity will be exposed. Worship a blonde boy as master, making him forever unable to raise his head in front of Bin Kim. Although I feel a little down inside. But Yin Dao still happily accepted his master's arrangement. On the other side, Truong Hong also sneaked to a secret place. The thing he needs to report directly to his superiors is, it's Newland's story. It is said that Nai Line actively approaches boys. The superiors were also very surprised. The next day, remembering the words of his superior, Zhang Hong felt a headache, because the superior ordered that Nu Hu Lin, no matter how little damage is suffered, then Truong Hong will also have no bones left. So he had to risk his life to protect Nu Lin's safety. Liu Yanfei didn't know anything and thought he was going through menopause. Little did she know that all of Truong Hong's troubles were caused by her. Just sat down. Liu Yanfei gave Dong Chuan Hao a handwritten letter. Is to let him go to Yandao to cultivate, to overcome allergies. The letter is also very simple. Just one sentence introduction from a super smart handsome young man. In the conference room, people are talking about now the story between the Vermilion Bird Group and the Azure Dragon Group. Some people think that the Vermilion Bird Group is helping the people, so they are delayed. This righteous act should have given the Vermilion Birds victory. But Bin Kim thinks that rules are rules, cannot be due to unexpected circumstances, which breaks the rules of the game. In the end, the argument was fruitless. The host decided that this match was a draw. The two teams will reschedule another match. Just in time for the rematch, Yen Dao took the opportunity to take on the role of coach of the Vermilion Bird Group, guide them. Bun Kim, who had always refused to give in, followed suit. Please guide Dan Long Group, just like that. A match that involved the reputation of the Vermilion Bird and Azure Dragon groups, related to the victory or defeat of Yen Dao and Bin Kim, has opened. The next day, everyone in the Vermilion Bird Group and Dong Chuan Hao were all summoned to the suburbs. Yen Dao did not say much to them. Speak up and say you want, beat 10 people. Everyone was worried at first, then rushed together, will hurt teacher Yen Dao. But a stern move from Yen Dao made them understand clearly. After a while of competition, also gave them a new title, a bunch of weak and powerless trash. Evening. After walking the falcon, everyone prepared to return to the dormitory. Xiao Long found his dorm room door open again. Looked closely. On the floor was lying a Dong Chuan Hao with burns all over his body. Zhang Hong was suspicious. Could it be that Liu Yanfei did not let Yan Dao train Yan Jun Hao, but to let him torture Dong Chuan Hao to death, to solve the allergy problem? Liu Yanfei thought that these were all small matters, no big deal. The main thing is to be effective. Truong Hong saw that his body was completely burned. How could it be a small matter? Immediately asked Liu Yanfei to stop this cultivation method, but Dong Chuan Hao did not want to. He still wanted to continue practicing, because at Mount Tai, the masters did not want to teach him martial arts. Here he had the first feeling of testing his limits. Master Yen Dao will continuously knock him out, then wake up again, then knocked out again. This feeling is very comfortable, so must continue training. Xiao Long and Zhang Hong both felt that he was crazy, but cannot do anything else. Can only let him accept Yen Dao's training. At the same time, dear Miss President, because I agreed to Liu Yanfei's request, the President is planning to hide all the previous inventory. Have a plan in front of the eyes. On the surface, he agreed to all of Liu Yanfei's requests. Behind the back, then act secretly. This is just the right time. A member who followed Dan Long Group to compete has returned. Behind also carry a new friend met on the road. This friend said, want to draw a copy for Miss A. Can make everyone shake the answer. Little did I know that all of this, it's all a new plot of the Nine Stars Association aimed at Liu Yanfei, the president of the Nine Star Association, in order to take revenge on this devil, Liu Yanfei, and did not hesitate to collude with that Tiat Association, do evil like wolf. It turned out that he had also planted his own spy in that Tiat Association. The Seven Absolute Society is a society of perverted girls, was established with the purpose of spying and monitoring Modung Hai, and their deal is, the Nine-Star Guild was responsible for stealing Murong Hui's personal belongings. The Seven Absolutes Association will hand over the keys to the female dormitory, as well as the method of entry. Afterward, the Nine-Star Association took advantage of the perverts of the Aixiashu Association to punish Liu Yanfei, who is also a member of the association. At this time, the two people had just returned to the dormitory. Murong Hui immediately discovered that the room had been broken into. Although in Liu Yanfei's eyes, This room is still clean and tidy, but Mo Dong-hai has from countless small details detect traces. Finally, after he checked carefully, found myself missing my used cleaning brush, even the pajamas worn yesterday. At this time, Mo Dong-hai also asked Liu Yanfei to check, are my belongings stolen? Fortunately, the treasures of Phi Loi Mun were all locked in a special iron box by Liu Yanfei, so as not to lose valuables. But personal clothes and books were left outside, all torn off a small piece. This made Liu Yanfei interested in the 7 Absolute Society that specializes in spying on Murong Hoi, and conveniently stole my stuff. See how? Encountering such a thing, Mo Dong-hai also felt guilty. Then he explained to Liu Yanfei about the 7 Absolutes Association established by the devil. In this association, the most mysterious thing is the identity of the ghost. Until now, no one knows this person's real name and age. Since entering Thienvo Academy, the 7 Absolutes Association has been silent for more than 3 years. Unexpectedly, now even the boys' dormitory can be successfully infiltrated. To solve this fanatic problem, Liu Yanfei advised him to join the AI Shu Association. According to Liu Yanfei's analysis, Murong Hoi is currently mainly because his own charm is too high, leading to attracting rabid fans. Wait until you join the ITU Association, everyone will see Murong Hoi is a pervert. So perhaps by then the 7 Absolute Society will disband on the spot? Then again, through effort, rebuild the image of the ITU Association. So maybe Murong Hui's charm will return a little bit. It will also not attract fanatics anymore. Then Mo Dong-hai thought for a while. Feel Liu Yanfei's analysis makes sense. Just like that, the famous perverted A Lady Association has received a breath of fresh air. This scared Trong Home Kak so much that he hurriedly ran to stop him. He could have imagined, seen a female fan's bloodbath the ITU Association. Too long felt again, definitely Liu Yanfei have grasped what weakness of Murong Hoi. So he was forced to join the ITU Association. But unexpectedly, Murong Hoi took the initiative to say that he joined voluntarily. Finally, while outsiders still do not know the truth, Murong Hoi has successfully joined the Extortion Association. Although an unexpected incident happened to Mo Dong-hai, but the pig-head president still decided, hold the key to the girls' dormitory. Organize for the members to raid the girls' dormitory tomorrow night. Anyway, miss this time. Then there will not be such a good opportunity again. The next day, the 3 sisters Thai Lun were gossiping about the evil Liu Yanfei. Suddenly a female student ran up and said, want to seek help from Dun Nan Fung. According to her, tonight the A-Miss Association plans to raid the girls' dormitory. It was her friend's brother who said it, because her brother is also a member of the ITU Association. Hearing that Donan Han Fuang was startled and scared. After all, raiding a female dormitory is a very serious crime. She couldn't believe it. Miss A Association can do such a ridiculous thing. The Lina's Longan can also be seen. This female student is not lying, are all true. Right now, another female student came here. It was she who kept spreading news that the Aixioxio Association will raid the girls' dormitory. But Thalin's face, at this moment, he saw through the plan in this female student's heart. It turns out they intentionally gave up the keys, go out to seduce the people of the A-Lady Association, night to the girls' dormitory, then use the trap to catch turtles. By then, can summarize both Liu Yanfei and the Aixioxio Association. To catch the mastermind behind this plot, the Oilin decided on a plan within a plan, act according to the female student's plan. At night, in a mysterious little thatched hut, a special elixir is being sold. But the buyer of this pill is the daughter of the owner of Thien View Hyatt Quan, Halin. It turns out that she inherited her father's figure from a young age. Compliments from others also makes her always mistakenly think she is a beauty, until one day, the appearance of La Tholine make her understand what true beauty is. And the one who made her even more aware of her ugliness. The boy she liked since childhood, but still showed a disgusted face, even said she was a fat pig. This also makes Helin feel, this fat body of mine is disgusting. Fortunately, her mother regularly gave her pills to control her figure. Then through her father's internal energy, can maintain the figure as it is now. But today just so happens to be the day Helin has to take the elixir to maintain shape. After returning, she hurried straight to her room, completely oblivious The girls' dormitory was unusually quiet tonight. As soon as she sat down and relaxed her body, prepared to drink the elixir to transport internal energy, then suddenly heard a strange noise on the ceiling. Who made a noise because of surprise? It was Li Yanfei. A man sneaked into the girls' dormitory late at night, almost killed by female student to silence. As it turns out, he discovered the truth that this girl was a fat girl. This made Helene feel murderous. Tonight, originally the people from the Aixioji Association would sneak into the girls' dormitory. Now the pervert has become Liu Yanfei. Only the dead can keep a secret. Helene swung her sword at him, but unfortunately the opponent is the devil Liu Yanfei. Normal apprentices basically can't get him even a hair. In order not to waste time, Liu Yanfei directly hit Xia Ling's paralysis acupoint, then jumped out the window and ran away. But the running direction is up. Dai Lun and Kim Ha's room. Seeing that, Helene also felt a little reassured. Anyway, above whatever room will also make him die without a burial place. Helene decided to remove the paralyzed acupoints and restore her body, then go see the situation. On this side, Liu Yanfei was confused and couldn't tell the room apart. Turns out an hour ago, the monkey felt that this action had a trap, so he told the whole story to Liu Yanfei. Also told the plan of the ATU Association members to sneak in. Said it all? The most important thing is, monkey also discovered their Hanat Day. Secretly went to the library to meet and talk secretly with Nu Tuthu. In order not to affect the future development of the ATU Association, Liu Yanfei could only secretly go and capture the person. And Liu Yanfei also asked Mirong Hui, don't tell anyone about this, because his plan was to capture people, educate them with love. But the girls' dormitory is so big, Liu Yanfei could not distinguish the location at all. But coincidentally this room is Dai Lin's prison cell. Just as Liu Yanfei was thinking about how to greet him, to let the person inside meet Miss A or the pervert for himself, then suddenly a sharp sword stabbed out from the window, followed by dozens of sword stabs. Liu Yanfei immediately used his lightning hand to clamp the sword body, but the person inside was able to pull the sword back from the thunder splitter's hand. This made him also respect his opponent's martial arts. At this moment, the Lin realized that the person in front of her was Liu Yanfei. Immediately asked the other party what the reason was for coming here. Liu Yanfei apologized to her for visiting in this way, then said to Thay Lin, I just want to get some things back. If you don't take this, I will fall into other people's traps. The Lin recalled that this morning, Nu Tuthuk was really pitiful. Then Liu Yanfei made a poisonous oath, if I have any ill will, then my master will surely be punished by heaven. Seeing Liu Yanfei even swearing on her master, the Lin also believes her. Then Liu Yanfei took the pervert and retreated towards the window. But when retreating, he unexpectedly encountered Truong Hong. Liu Yanfei thought he also came to spy on his daughter. It turned out that not long before, Truong Hong discovered that Liu Yanfei had disappeared. Although he asked Mirong Hu, he still kept his mouth shut, without saying a word. But when it comes to the girls' dormitory, his reaction is causing Truong Hong to immediately guess that Liu Yanfei had run to the forbidden area to cause trouble. But he saw Mirong Hai protecting Liu Yanfei like that. Truong Hong guessed there must be something fishy. Indeed, when he checked around, he found two people from the ATU Association. After a friendly exchange, he got to the bottom of it, immediately knocked them out, then go to the girls' dormitory to find Liu Yanfei. Time to return to the present. Liu Yanfei was also very happy to see Truong Hong. Anyway, there are 3 perverts in 3 places that need to be caught. She alone cannot keep up. Immediately threw the pervert on the person to Truong Hong. Then planned with Truong Hong to split up the action. She is in charge of the warehouse and laundry room. As for Truong Hong, this pervert is in charge of the bathroom. But Truong Hong did not agree with this plan. The bathroom is the most dangerous place. Still have to carry this debt? Will die in a moment without a burial place. Insisted on going with Liu Yanfei. Conveniently monitor her. On the other side, the Lin just put her sword away. Then heard a knock on the door. The person who came was Helene, the one who was always jealous of me. To find the person who discovered his secret. Helene wanted to go into the room to check if there was anyone hidden. Just entered and found the arrow on the window. though Lin immediately explained that there had just been an intruder, but was beaten back by me. Probably ran to the bathroom or somewhere else. Hearing that, Lin immediately carried the 40-meter-long sword and walked towards the bathroom. Lin then also left the room, go investigate the matter. The camera pans back to the dormitory. Over here someone suddenly untied. Vice President of the Perverted Association, Matayet, is the number 2 troublemaker, Little Dragon. It turned out that he saw Don Chuan Hao had fallen asleep. I'm so bored that I want to find Lian Gian Fai to play with. As expected, from Mirong Hai's reaction, he knew her whereabouts. Afterward, Tiu Long learned the ins and outs of the matter from the perverted vice president. Then he pressed Matayet's acupoint and told him to stand there obediently. As for me, I intended to sneak into the Sword Queen's room, peek at the secret. Later I will have the capital to show off in front of the young master. At this moment the gossipy junior sister appeared. Only she did not notice that someone was following her. Go straight to the dormitory door and break the formation to enter. Like that, Tiu Long could easily sneak into the Sword Queen's room. And on this side, the pig-headed president, sneak into the most suitable place to find death, that is the big bathroom of the girls' dormitory. 300-pound fat guy to spy on girls bathing, but can climb up the ventilation pipe. Turns out he knows the legendary bone shrinking technique. Just now, a loud noise made the girls realize there was someone on the ceiling. Everyone together held their swords and stabbed at the place where the noise was coming from, but only heard the sound of swords slashing on steel. Seeing that, Lin told everyone to get out of the way. Then jumped up with all his might. Swear to cut all perverts under my knife. In that pipe, Liu Yanfei was using her thunder hand to block the attack, and behind is Trung Hong, trying to pull the knocked-out pig head. Lin and Doknan Fuong also jumped up to discover Liu Mianfei. To keep the pig head not wearing black from behind, was discovered. Li Yanfei immediately jumped down to stall for time. Then what greeted him were not only several sharp swords, but also has Lin's unique move, 10,000 tons of mountain pressing down. Luckily Liu Yanfei easily dodged it. If it was the pig-headed guy who had to endure this kind of murderous aura, must have turned into a pork pie on the spot. Above Trung Hong is not much better. I used all my strength but I couldn't pull this pig-headed guy. To take advantage of the time to escape from this scary place, Trung Hong decided to wake up the pig head, let him use bone shrinking technique himself. But the noise made by the pig's head was immediately detected by the girls. One-eyed Phoenix immediately rushed to the place where the noise came from. Fortunately, at the crucial moment, Trung Hong was still one step faster. One-eyed Phoenix saw no one in the pipe. Then he gave some instructions and chased after Trung Hong from the pipe. Meanwhile, Liu Yanfei below saw that Jiang Hong had successfully retreated. Immediately advised Lin not to waste her energy. Just let go. Also teasingly gave Lin a nickname, is the magical lady of air compression. Making Lin even angrier, she tried even harder to kill him. Suddenly a bell rang loudly. Is the alarm sound of the Sword Queen's room being invaded? Everyone gathered towards the Sword Queen's room. Liu Yanfei took this opportunity to immediately use the Phoenix dance to escape. Don't forget to say goodbye to the magical air compressor lady. Make Lin swear, no matter where I go, I must find him and kill him. On this side, after escaping, the pig head hasn't even had time to breathe yet. Was knocked unconscious again by Truong Hong. Just as he was thinking how to get these two perverts down, then Doknan Fuong and the others had already arrived. Seeing an archer in the crowd chasing him, Truong Hong raised his hand. Use your inner strength to take out your Thian Fuong card. This card represents the secret army of Vo Lam Min. The archer also understood the meaning, turned to One-Eyed Phoenix and said, Truong Hong came here to deal with the intruder. Tell them to go to Kim Hall immediately. Deal with remaining intruders. Although there are many doubts in my heart, but Doknan Fuong could only listen to the village chief's arrangement. At the same time, on the top floor of the dormitory, in the Sword Queen's room, Tiu Long was fighting alone against the bodyguards, but he was not afraid. Even this feeling of excitement made him feel very happy. Although I searched and searched 2.5 times, still can't find the secret manual of Sword Emperor's mind. But at least he considered himself to have successfully infiltrated the Sword Queen's room. so he also has the right to talk to the young master. Thinking of this, Tu Long decided not to get involved with the bodyguard anymore. There was a loud bang. Tu Long also successfully retreated, and inside the laundry room, the last pervert, I'm glad that I chose the right path, because the girls were attracted to the bathroom in the Sword Queen's room. Suddenly an elbow strike from behind hit him in the neck. Just like that, the 4 perverts responsible for the intrusion were all captured. The remaining 3 were also arrested and returned. At this moment, in a hidden corner of the warehouse, Aunt Tu and Hanat Thai, who gave them the key, delivering something. It turned out that the personal belongings that had previously been stolen from Liu Yanfei is what they intend to use to frame you, that he had snuck into the girls' dormitory. And all this meticulous planning was heard by Nulin hiding in the dark. Then she forced the 2 to find Tuk Kim. Let them speak the truth in front of everyone. It's over. Everyone woke up. The vice president stood up, immediately ruined by Truong Hong, Liu Yanfei and Sao Long. This time also brought the last pervert back. Not knowing that Tu Long was also involved in this matter, Truong Hong was surprised and asked why he was here. Even worried these 2 people are not wearing masks. Went to make a ruckus in the dormitory after the sword. Luckily, the 2 said the masks had just come off. Liu Yanfei denied that she went to see Ha Kai. As for Tu Long, he said he got lost and accidentally went to Ha Kai-the's place. Then on the way to escape, he met Liu Yanfei, so they returned together. Although this explanation clearly could not fool Zhang Hong. But until now, nothing can be done about these 2 troublemakers. After confirming that the aftermath has been cleared, Truong Hong suggested everyone go back to their rooms. But Liu Yanfei did not agree, because the education of the perverts has just begun. If a collection you have treasured for years is destroyed, but you were tied to one side to witness it with your own eyes, how would you feel just now? Liu Yanfei has brought the perverts to the Atu Association. To save time, the 3 people have a very clear division of labor. Liu Yanfei was responsible for the brutal destruction. Xiao Long and Zhang Hong were respectively responsible for washing the water and lighting the fire. Only saw Liu Yanfei pick up a ball, then roll with all your might. Both the globe and the doll were shattered into pieces. Even that is not enough to satisfy me. Also order others, must take out all hidden items. Then Zhang Hong lit a fire and burned it down. Tu Long was pouring ink and cleaning books. Next, Liu Yanfei was responsible for cleaning up the 2 biggest trash. The next morning, a group of Atu members or normal members all ran to explore the scene before my eyes, making them think the association was robbed. In the corner of the wall, there were also 2 fat guys lying there, beaten unconscious. The announcement on the back states, from today, the new president of the Atu Association is Mo Dong-hai, vice president is Ren Shengjin. Murong Hoi, who had just joined the guild 3 days ago, became the guild leader, also bewildered. But everyone agrees that, Miss A Association at this time, need a person of integrity, full of spirit to lead. And Mo Dong-hai just happens to be the most suitable person. Just like that, Murong Hai was dragged onto this pirate ship in confusion. After that, the owner also discussed with the leader the solution. Finally decided to treat Tu Long as a normal student from now on. The 2 people caught by Nu Lin will be kicked out of the restaurant. The Atu Association was banned for a month. Next, every night there must be a surprise roll call. And those students who do not pass the test will not be allowed to participate in any activities. On the other hand, as the competition is getting closer, the cultivation of the Vermilion Bird Group is also increasing day by day. Dong Chuanhao was very scared. My practice will leave everyone behind. For Yan Dao had told them, if we lose to Than Long Group, then people will not be able to see the sun tomorrow. Fortunately, the Vermilion Bird Group were all kind-hearted children, advised him it was okay, even also invited him to try the food of Chu Tuk restaurant together. Unfortunately, Dong Chuanhao already had an appointment with Liu Yanfei, so I can only refuse the invitation of Chu Tuk Group. This made the Vermilion Bird Group curious. What kind of god is your friend? Who would have thought the good person that Dong Chuanhao mentioned? It was the evil master they could never forget. The scene shifts to the dining room. Dong Chuanhao kept praising Chu Tuk Group as good people. and always say that teacher Nan Dao teaches very well. Even though he was beaten to the point where he could barely hold a spoonful of rice, but he still wanted to try to keep up with the footsteps of the Vermilion Bird group, become an outstanding person like the seniors of Chu Tuk group. Hearing this, Liu Yanfei was not convinced. Why become trash like them? Surely we must take me as an example, become a handsome man like me. Trung Hong quickly told him to shut up. With that kind of talk just now, it's not strange that the Vermilion Bird group came to attack him, even threatened Liu Yanfei. If you still cause trouble, I will be the first to report to the teacher. Unfortunately, Liu Yanfei is a devil who fears neither heaven nor earth. Hearing Don Tuanhao praise Chu Tuk group like that evening he went to visit his lovely disciple Nan Dao. Nan Dao also admires you. In a situation where the room must be checked every night, but you still dare to come find me. Liu Yanfei went straight to the point. Inquire about the situation of the Vermilion Bird group. Nan Dao told Liu Yanfei to rest assured. If the Vermilion Bird group dares to lose to the Azure Dragon group, I will beat up all these kids. But the biggest problem right now is still Don Chuanhao. Every time he swung his sword, he fell like a pile of shit, although once, he suddenly burst out with a terrifying aura. Yet he wielded a complete set of high-level plum blossom sword techniques. Hearing that, Liu Yanfei felt much more at ease. At least confirm that this training direction is correct. Then tell Nan Dao to double his training, to let your potential be fully realized. Although Nan Dao kept praising the Vermilion Bird group for their hard work, also actively wear bracelets, anklets, but Liu Yanfei was still not at ease. Decided to lead the Vermilion Bird group himself. Everyone's old nightmare is about to return. They used to think the past days of cultivation were all a nightmare. Unexpectedly now, the swallow blade will once again awaken their memories. That's right, it was Liu Yanfei who appeared. But this time is different. Liu Yanfei announced to everyone, I am their senior brother. Came here to support Nan Dao to train them together. Although everyone in the Vermilion Bird group was stunned. Why did I suddenly have a senior brother who fell from the sky? But in the Vermilion Bird group, there is still no shortage of warriors who like to cause trouble. Lu He and Tang San immediately showed signs of dissatisfaction. Also laughed at Liu Yanfei, the new student in the shop is crazy. Only saw Lu Hak pick up the stick to beat the dog. Immediately declared, we'll teach this ignorant newbie a lesson. The more sober people around advised the two not to make a fuss, because the ink ring on Liu Yanfei's ankle was exposed. Just looking at it you can tell it's a very high-end item. There is even a writhing dragon. It was exactly like the ink ring that the evil master wore before, but with Tang San by his side, he continuously added fuel to the fire. How could Lu He hear other people's analysis? Then Liu Yanfei pointed at Lu He and Tang San. Tell them not to waste their time. Both of you go up, ink ring revealed on hand, further confirming everyone's speculations. He and the Devil Master definitely have a close relationship. The captain hurriedly called the two to return quickly. But unfortunately, only Tang San turned his head to reply a little. Lu He did not hear anything. He rushed forward. Next, he unleashed the 18 dragon subduing palms move. First move, resist the dragon and regret. This sudden move also startled Duong Tam, because this move if not handled properly can be fatal. Luckily, the opponent was Liu Yanfei. Still just a tilt movement easily dodged the attack. Then he rewarded him. A normal 18 dragon subduing palms. Still want to teach me? Begrudge. Liu Yanfei launched the 3 palaces strike. Dog power doubles the fun. See this screen? Everyone is lucky that I didn't do anything wrong, because of Lu Hak at this time. Was beaten so much that both legs were dangling in the air. That day, people finally remembered the fear of being possessed by evil spirits. Even Gandao was glad that he had never disobeyed the devil. After defeating Lu He, Liu Yanfei looked at Tang San beside him. Why not up yet? Don't you want to teach me, this rookie? Let me know something. Tang San is not a fool either. A great man can stretch and bend. He quickly knelt down and admitted his mistake. Immediately after that, remaining members, everyone was very pleased with this sudden appearance of the eldest brother. The next day in class, the teacher announced that there would be a swordsmanship competition. Everyone turned their eyes to Murong Hai. At the same time, a glance saw Trung Hong still dozing in class today. In comparison, Liu Yanfei's long bangs, making it impossible to tell whether he was sleeping or not. At this time the teacher also noticed Liu Yanfei, took the silver needle and threw it at him. Liu Yanfei was sleeping and felt the murderous aura. In a flash awake, catch all the silver needles. The teacher thought he wasn't sleeping. Sorry for misunderstanding you. Asked Liu Yanfei to cut his front hair, but was rejected by Liu Yanfei because the master asked him to cover his eyes. Don't scare people. If you cut it off carelessly and your master finds out, you will be beaten to death. Afterward, several people went to the next classroom together to study the optional Yin Gong course. Suddenly, curiosity made Tu Long think of a way. That is to ask Liu Yanfei to try planting banana trees. See which finger is exposed. If he guesses right, he will be treated to a big meal. Seeing a big meal, Liu Yanfei was also moved. It turned out that Tu Long guessed him because his eyes were too clear, fear of being ridiculed by others. So cover your eyes. As for Trong Hong and Mo Deng Hai, they guessed. His eyes were certainly fierce. Immediately after, Liu Yanfei put one hand down and planted a banana tree. Luckily Newton was not born yet. World has no concept, gravity of the earth. Liu Yanfei's hair was curled up to cover her eyes. This scene made everyone surprised. It turns out this move is using internal energy. Delicate hair control? This terrifying internal force made them all wide-eyed and open-mouthed. Tu Long immediately admitted defeat. Just as Liu Yanfei was happy about having a big meal. Suddenly outside the window, a group of people bumped into his guitar, still arrogantly accuse, demand Liu Yanfei to apologize. Truong Hon advised Liu Numham Fai to make a mountain out of a molehill. Sorry to get it over with. After all, the other party is a member of Thanlong Don. Not an easy one, but unexpectedly, Liu Yanfei directly mocked them without even blinking an eye. Cannot be a member of Thanlong Don, then Thanlong Don is also useless. Angry, the opponent immediately drew his sword and attacked. Liu Yanfei dodged. A knife strike to the opponent's wrist. Then the sword fell to the ground. Conveniently cut a line on the opponent's pants. This time the secret feud between the two sides seems to have ended. At this moment, the blood-veined Sword King walked over. Everyone bowed their heads. 1,000 times unexpected, the Sword King directly scolded Murong Hui. He also wanted to explain that the Sword King had misunderstood, but the Sword King did not listen at all. Also blamed him for embarrassing the Sword Saint in the three saints of heaven and earth. No virtue of a master? It turns out, in the eyes of the Sword King, Thanlong Don members are not weak, he determined. Among the people here, only Murong Hai has the strength to humiliate Thanlong Don. So subjectively think that Murong Ho bullies others. At this moment Liu Yanfei stood up. It was obvious that the other party bumped into him, still holding sword to attack. He and Murong Ho have no relationship at all. Why blame him? Trong Hong and Tu Long also joined in explaining. The person who just fought was Liu Yanfei, not Murong, but Sword King only felt. They are all covering for Murong Hui. Looking at the two people who value love and loyalty before my eyes, Sword King also remembered an old story. It turns out there were originally 4 heroes, called the 4 saints of heaven and earth. But because of the command of the Holy Sword, leading to me getting lost in Mount Ime, accidentally encountered a scary monster, beaten to the point of being bedridden for half a year, leading to missing the final battle with the blood god. In the end, the world only praises the heroic feats of the 3 saints of heaven and war, and I was spat on by the world, is a coward who runs away from battle. Although during the time Tam Than was recuperating, I kill enemies for honor, but all are just small fry. Cannot compare with the reputation of Thien Vo Tam Than. Therefore the Sword King especially hated the Sword Saint. Assuming all of this, it was all arranged by him for me to go to Mount Ime, leading to now when seeing Murong Hui, knew without distinguishing right from wrong and immediately taking action. After listening to the story of the Sword King, Murong Hai affirmed that he did not do anything. You should not bring up your grandfather's story. Seeing him so determined, the Sword King also began to get interested. If you say it was your classmate who did it, then his strength must be extraordinary. If your classmates can make it to the upcoming swordplay tournament, win the championship, then we will believe you did not do it. Liu Yanfei felt it was still not enough, also request if I win the prize, Then the Sword King must apologize to Murong Hai. These words made the Sword King stunned. I never thought someone would dare talk to me like that. Immediately counterattacked, demanding that if Liu Yanfei did not win the prize, then Mo Donghai and he both had to kneel down at Thienvu Square. Kato de Thanlong Group and me. The two people responded in unison to this request. Just like that, the bet between Sword King and Liu Yanfei spread quickly. The man in front of him once invented the Samban cultivation method. Now he wants to create a method to beat people with the Gyukin. It turns out that Liu Yanfei wanted to show off, want to use Lei Ling Kun participate in sword competition, but Trung Hong, Tu Long and the others all did not agree with him using the zither to compete. Because flute pipa, these musical instruments can move flexibly. Using the lute as a weapon becomes just a goal. Stand still and cannot move. If you lose because of playing well, then have to bow down and apologize in front of that crowd. So Tu Long wanted to advise Liu Hamfi to be more serious about the competition, but Liu Yanfei insisted on playing the zither to compete, and tell them to rest assured. Then Truong Hong continued to explain the rules of the competition. To qualify for the official round, Liu Yanfei must be in 5 days, reached level 5 dancer. It turns out that the dance hall is divided into 7 levels. Apprentice? Each year through the final exam will move up a level. If all goes well, you will eventually become a level 4 dancer. Want to become a level 5 dancer? Then need to challenge 2 level 5 elders, or challenge level 6 or level 7 dancers to win the title. Present. The level 6 martial artist of the bloodline is a member of the 4 Sacred Beasts Corps. And the most important thing is, after becoming a level 5 dancer, do not refuse any invitation to duel. Normally, Liu Yanfei has already made enemies with many Taoists. There will definitely be a wheel war. Hearing this, Liu Yanfei felt that this was good news. Then he went to the Vermilion Bird group. Make your intentions clear to everyone. Ask them to introduce some level 6 dancers to level up, or directly the entire Vermilion Bird group to fight with me. Make the members of the Vermilion Bird group immediately refused his offer of a duel. Afterward, everyone started to research the list of opponents to give to the devil. Liu Yanfei is also very lucky. Everyone quickly reached a consensus. The next day, the group was on their way to the qualifying round venue. Zhang Hong was lucky that he didn't actually use the zither as a weapon, but unexpectedly, Liu Yanfei felt that the current opponent was too trash, not worth your trouble. At this moment in front of me, a pair of twins with different fathers and different mothers blocked their way. They heard that Murong Hoi had humiliated the Qinglong group yesterday. Should come here specifically to challenge, but Murong Ho did not care. Because private dueling is against the rules, tell them to follow the normal procedure in the competition, then please fight. This made the twins unhappy. Complaining and mocking him as a turtle, dare not fight, even said that Murong Hoi's grandfather was a tiger father without a dog son. But by the time of Murong Hoi's grandson, looks like it really turned into a dog. Hearing someone bring up his grandfather again, Murong Hoi immediately emitted a terrifying murderous aura. Liu Yanfei saw the excitement and did not mind. Suggest both sides go to the small forest next door to settle a bit. Watch the big fish bite. The twins also excitedly drew their weapons. 3 people eating melon sat on one side. Take out the snacks and start watching the show. The twins on this side are of one mind. Use illusion sword technique. Countless sharp swords continuously attacked Murong Hui. It seems that 2 people separated are weak, but the combined effect is greater than 1-1. Murong Hui alone can hardly fight against 4 men. After a while of fighting back, he was injured and captured. The 3 people eating melons were all worried about Mo Donghai. The twins also mocked him for not surrendering meekly, less suffering, but Murong Hui said, "Just now I didn't want to be too aggressive." Then in a flash, Murong Hui swung out his family's secret 7-level sword technique. Seeing this scene, the audience unanimously praised the excellent swordplay. Only Liu Yanfei saw his little junior sister Thai Lin mixed in. Eat melon together, even Truong Hong, still starting to analyze the difference between Murong Hui's moves and the twins' moves. Hearing this, the little junior sister's eyes lit up, began to admire Murong Hui. Then with Tu Long, who also used dual swords, mutual trade. As for the duel, according to the 3rd move of Murong Hui's 7 absolute sword technique, instantly broke the twins' swords in two. This one-way power make them realize the distance between themselves and Murong Hui. Immediately apologize for the insults to Murong Hai just now. The twins just retreated. A voice of praise rang out in Murong Hui's ears. Little sister kept praising Mo Dong Hao's swordplay is wonderful, but women only affect the speed of the sword draw. Murong Hui did not want to pay attention to her. He made an excuse that he still had to take the exam and turned around to leave. Tu Long said, "The daughter only increased the speed of her sword drawing. Immediately introduce yourself, then ask the other person's name. I am Lai Cam Tiat, from the Lai family that specializes in dual sword research. For you also use two swords. Let's chat some other day." Tu Long happily accepted the other party's invitation. The image shifts to inside the exam room, as usual. There are still people who do not know life and death, advised Murong Hui to surrender. On the other side, Lu Yunfei as a challenger is even more outrageous. Based on the list of materials, start listing the opponent's shortcomings. Make the opponent immediately full of murderous intent. Even Zhang Hong and Cao Long praised him for being able to annoy others. Is the world's #1. Even the judges were worried that the ringleader would lose his temper, kill Lu Yunfei. But the truth is the opposite. Lu Yunfei just leaned to avoid the attack, then kicked the opponent in the face, then jump up again, gave the ringleader a round of Buddha Mountain's shadowless kick to the face. Beat him to the point that when he turned around, even his parents didn't recognize him. The jury also wanted to prevent, but before I could say anything, Lu Yunfei has finished kicking 18 times. Although this was not the first time Truong Hong saw this scene. But a level 6 dancer was defeated in the blink of an eye. He was also stunned. At the same time, the other side of the stadium was extremely bustling. It turned out that Murong Hui's female fans came to cheer for him. And as a result, Mo Dong Hai easily defeated his opponent. Next is the second match, looking down on Liu Yanfei, also won in a scary way. Zhang Hong and the others also wanted to advise him not to be too ostentatious, so in the official match there will be too many enemies, cannot resist. But Lu Yunfei said, "Do that to let people know you are not easy to touch. Time flies, it's been a week now." Truong Hong looked at Liu Yanfei in a daze. Because he actually brought his guitar to the official match. Absolutely unexpected that. Sound work in addition to using musical instruments to produce. Acoustic attack has other ways of attack. Recent. Tam Thang Gu Kwai has been jubilantly opened. Captain Than Long Don and Halin took the stage to take the oath. Everyone in the stands followed suit. Declaration of Rights. This tournament has 5 seasons. Even the 3 saints came together to attend. They are the Sword Saint, Sword Queen, Sword Saint. At the command of the owner, the match officially begins. Handsome Liu Yanfei took out his ancient guitar. Besides Tu Long and Truong Hong, the people watching the play in the audience. Also all members of the Vermilion Bird group. Even Nu Lam came to watch. As it turns out, last night a bird suddenly appeared in Nu Lam's room window. Saw it pecking at the window repeatedly. Don Han Fuong almost escaped, luckily realized. Cherry Blossom owner's narcissistic expression made Nu Lam immediately think of Liu Yanfei, then opened the envelope. Saw Liu Yanfei wanted to invite him to watch the match, to observe his martial arts. Nu Lam accepted the invitation, and that was the reason for this scene. According to an hour, the match begins. Liu Yanfei immediately sat cross-legged. But before the music could start, the enemy has charged straight ahead. Liu Yanfei tilted her head to avoid. The other party had no intention of giving him a chance to play music. Liu Yanfei could only support herself with one hand on the ground, jump up, dodge the attack, then, not yet landed. The opponent launched another attack. Liu Yanfei leaned to the side to dodge. Then lifted the guitar up, giving a blow to the head. Yes, that's right. People are not seeing wrong. The so-called musical attack of Liu Yanfei is to beat people with a guitar. While hitting and plucking the strings, emit unique sounds, create a sound technique of his own, to complete a piece of music. He also wanted to prevent the referee from announcing the result. The law says, fall down or drop your weapon. Admit defeat is considered victory. Now he has not fallen. Moreover, the weapon is not yet dropped, not considered a loss. After listening to Liu Yanfei's justification, the referee was also helpless. Luck. Before passing out, The opponent threw away his weapon with his last breath. Thanks to that, life is preserved. Seeing this, the referee quickly declared Liu Yanfei the winner. At this time, on the other side of the stage, Murong also started the match. The opponent is the older brother of yesterday's twins, Zhou Gangli of the Kunlun sect. To apologize, he said he would let Murong make the first move. Hearing that Mo Donghai was also a bit polite to him, immediately swung his sword to attack Chu Kong Liat. Then Chu Kong Liat used his sword to transform into a counter-attacking dragon. Unfortunately, he was slashed across the back by Murong Hui's sword. This match is also decided by one move. The first round is over. Truong Hong led everyone to the small forest behind the mountain. Murong Hai still wanted to say, "I have to go back to prepare for the match 4 days later," was provoked by these old foxes. "You are injured, go home early and rest. Anyway, you stay here is useless," Murong Hai said frankly. "My body is very healthy, can participate in group activities." Then Truong Hong took out the information board hidden in the forest, on which details are written, information of all seated players. It turns out that Tam Thang Yu Kwai also has a hidden battle. It is betting on who will win the championship. Just bet all right. Overnight rise is no longer a problem. Hearing that, Liu Yanfei said, "So just bet directly on me to win, isn't that a sure win?" But Truong Hong said, "We can't just bet on the overall championship, but also have to bet on the correct championship of each group, then bet on the final championship." Currently Table 1 is led by Liu Yanfei and Murong Hui, Table 2 by Tu Long and Don Chuan Hao. So it is necessary to study who will win the championship of the remaining groups. Truong Hong told everyone to think carefully about who to bet on these days. In the evening, Don Chuan Hao took out the money hidden at the bottom of the cupboard. Tu Long also dug out the money hidden underground. Meanwhile, Truong Hong gathered all the members of the ghost team, joined together to get rich. Meanwhile, Liu Yanfei ran to the classrooms and dormitories, asked Yen Dao directly how much money he had, told Yen Dao to give him all the money to invest in the project. If you win, take half the commission. At the same time, at Chu Tu Hoi, another member suggested to the captain to betray Liu Yanfei, because the guy's fighting moves are so unique, causing disciples to flock to support the opposing player. Just now, Sao Ban suggested betting on the other players to win. This is no different than not trusting Liu Yanfei and betraying him. Lu Hao was the first to stand up and object. He did not want to experience the power of the 3 sets of dog-beating fist again. But Sao Ban told everyone to think carefully. The elder brother told us to choose clearly who to bet on to make money, not to make us blindly bet on him. In this matter, earning money is important. Hearing that, the members also found it reasonable. Anyway, the eldest brother is like the silver-haired master, greedy for money like his life. The captain is confident that his senior brother will definitely not lose the match. Have you forgotten the scene where he beat Lu Hak like he was beating a dog? At this point, the dog strategist expressed a different opinion. The bottom line now is, the senior brother always used the ancient zither to compete. There is absolutely no guarantee that he can perform to his full potential. But those who have seen him play, I remember clearly the fighting scenes. Liu Yanfei can even hit people and play the zither at the same time. I'm afraid that in the world, only Liu Yanfei can fight and have background music. Only Liu Yanfei? Finally, after some thought by the dog strategist, decided to split the money into 2 bets. On the surface, bet on the senior brother, secretly bet on others behind their backs. This way we can protect our senior brother and make sure to make money. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. The next day, little Fatty came to place a bet. Seeing him betting heavily on the rookie Li Yanfei, Hadanvan thought he was crazy, told him to think again. Then Hadanvan discovered there is also a very big bet on Liu Yanfei. So if there really is a surprise, then both the opponent and little Fatty will receive 100 times the bonus. Little Fatty guessed, it must be because the senior brother forced his friends to buy it. He himself is a very scoundrel-looking guy anyway, poor his friend. And in the room of player number 57, Truong Hong was explaining his opponent's martial arts to Liu Yanfei, because all the information shows that they are betting heavily on Liu Yanfei, so before the game ends, must worship him like Buddha. Even explained to Liu Yanfei that, which part of the body will hurt more when hit. Completely let him express himself freely, play in the most comfortable way. But Liu Yanfei said, in today's match, he will use sound to defeat his opponent. It turns out to show off his talent for yin. He deliberately invited the elders of the Yin Gong school, come watch the match. The elders all said, newcomer, probably not practiced yet. Power using sound to shoot out like a hidden weapon. How to attack? Also specifically asked had Truong Hong about Liu Yanfei's situation. Begrudge. Truong Hong could only say that Liu Yanfei really used the ancient zither to attack. How to attack? Then please elders watch the match to know clearly. After a loud shout, the official competition begins. The leading opponent mocked the Tamthang Yugu Kwai downhill, yet even kittens and dogs can enter the rematch. Liu Yanfei also did not say many useless words, waved for him to go ahead. Feeling disrespected, the opponent immediately drew his sword. Liu Yanfei not only avoided the rain of attacks, at close range, can even play the guitar with both hands. This strange strumming posture made the elders surprised. Right now, a strange sight appeared. The angry opponent was gradually enchanted by the music, hypnotized into a world of illusion. Suddenly, in the fantasy world, the figure of Liu Yanfei appeared. After that, countless Liu Yanfei lingered in his mind. Torment the opponent's spirit. Awakened, the opponent roared, wanting to attack again. Right now, one of Liu Yanfei's strings accidentally broke. The broken string shot straight towards the opponent, but cut the sword in half. The sharpness of this string made even the elders feel terrified. I also admire Liu Yanfei for being able to play this instrument with her bare hands. Just like that, because the opponent's weapon was broken and could not continue fighting, Liu Yanfei won the match. At the same time, on the other side also ended the match. The winner is Ice White Phoenix Rui Lin. And in the stands, besides the Xichen cheering team, Nan Dao was also there. It turns out Liu Yanfei has to compete. Can't come to watch the match here? Should specially tell Nan Dao to come here to watch the match? Then we'll tell the whole match process for you to see. Right now, Nan Dao met an unexpected person. Originally a devilish teacher that everyone feared. Now turned into a chicken, fell into the water. Just now, Nan Dao saw a person, looks very similar to his first love. That moment reminds him of Triyu Van, whom he misses day and night. Trembling hand reached out to the girl, want to caress his junior sister Triyu Van. This scene happened to be seen by two people from the Nine Heroes Association. The girl is the vice president's girlfriend. He immediately wanted to rush up to protect his girlfriend, but was stopped by the representative president. The opponent is Nan Dao. He rushed forward but could not stop him, just make things worse. Just when the two people did not dare to move forward because of Nan Dao's strength, a hand suddenly interrupted Nan Dao's actions. He was about to turn back to question the other person why he interrupted him. Saw a weak teenager ask himself again, as a handsome young man saw a girl being harassed by an ugly uncle. I quickly moved forward to prevent the tragedy from happening. Any problem? Seeing the person coming was Liu Yanfei. Nan Dao only dared to be angry but did not dare to speak. The two people watching the play next to him were also surprised. There are people in the world who fight with the Yan Dao, but can still come out whole. Cool it. Nan Dao looked closely at the girl, just realized she is not the junior sister I am looking for, although her appearance is identical to her junior sister. But in 20 years, junior sister cannot keep such beauty forever. So there is only one conclusion. This girl is the daughter of my junior sister and Ice Sword. My favorite junior sister, her daughter is already this grown up. This caused Nan Dao to be severely affected. Once again turned into a chicken, fell into the water on the spot. To cheer him up, Liu Yanfei suggested going to watch Murong Hu's match. Anyway, Nan Dao had bet a lot on Mo Deng Hai to win. Lac Thang Khan is living a life worse than death, can only let Liu Yanfei arrange. At this moment, all he could think about was his junior sister. If my junior sister chooses me, how nice. Image transferred to the room. Murong Hui settled the match too quickly, making Liu Yanfei unable to come and see. But seeing Don Chuanhao's hand had a bloody bandage, feel very strange again. Didn't the battle end so quickly? Why are you still hurt like this? As it turns out, the person facing Murong Hui was a heavy sword user. To deal with the heavy sword, Murong Hui used a little too much force on his arm. resulting in the wound from fighting the twins earlier being torn open. So Don Chuanhao changed the bloody bandage for him. Seeing that situation, Lu Yanfei told Zhang Hong to take everyone out for a big meal to heal Meronghu's wounds. So they ordered a table full of food and ate it ravenously, just to celebrate the advancement, just to relax a little. Very quickly 2 glasses of wine were empty. Don Chuanhao was the first to get drunk. At this time, Truong Hong said he had a question he wanted to ask Liu Nianfei for a long time. As it turns out, as things stand now, then the match will be Ice White Phoenix Ruiling versus Snow White Mi Quantia Chi. If Nulin wins, then in the next match we'll have to face her. This is a matter that concerns all of our assets. She can do it. Use your strange Gukin to attack Nu Lin. Hearing that, Liu Yanfei asked Zhang Hong back, why do I have to fight Nu Lin? Why should I fight her? This statement directly shocked everyone. Everyone thought she wanted to give up because of Nu Lin, but Liu Yanfei said, not fighting her doesn't mean I'm giving up. It turns out, she wanted to use her handsome appearance and extraordinary strength, made Nolan realize the distance between the two people. Voluntary surrender, so you can win. No need to attack Nu Lin. After that, Liu Yanfei also wanted to invite Nu Lin, continue to come see me play, but was refused by Nu Lin. As it turns out, she felt, right now no one can force Liu Yanfei to use her true strength. So watch this one-sided match, no reference value, so Nu Lin is waiting. Wait! The opponent that can make Liu Yanfei use her true strength appeared. Hearing Nu Lin say that, Dan Nanfeng did not believe it. Liu Yanfei is so strong. Still go to the stadium to watch the match. Sitting next to him was his little sister. There is also Tiulong and a few others. And this time the opponent is Shaolin disciple Kwang Da Kwang. Strength is, use iron finger technique to make your limbs as hard as steel, and iron foot. This made Trong Hon and Tiu Long suspicious. Liu Yanfei used physical sound attack. Will it work with this piece of iron? He was originally a rebellious demon king in the martial arts school, a zither player who wins every match. No opponent can withstand a single move under his music. Today I met someone who can help me a few times. Looking at the opponent's aggressive spirit, Liu Yanfei also did not take him seriously. As usual, waved his hand and told him to go ahead and make his move. Seeing that, Kwang Da Kong jumped up, lifted his leg to attack Liu Yanfei. The speed was so fast that it directly created several afterimages. Liu Yanfei used the thunder-splitting hand to block all the attacks. Then, taking advantage of the moment when he was off guard, he used the ancient zither technique to hit the person. Kwang Da Kong immediately used Iron Head technique to defend against the Gukin. Both sides were surprised when the other emerged unharmed. Kwang Da Kong believes that his Iron Head technique can destroy the Gukin. As for Liu Yanfei, he felt that Kwang Da Kong could not withstand a single move of his. Kwang Da Kong refused to give up, once again used Iron Force to attack the Gukin. But just touching the strings, he discovered something was wrong. Luckily I was able to retreat in time, 2 fists only slightly injured. The people watching the play in the audience were all stunned at this moment. There is someone who can directly confront Liu Yanfei's strings, can still withstand several attacks from Liu Yanfei. It seems that this time Liu Yanfei finally met a tough opponent. But Dan Nanfeng was surprised by Liu Yanfei's strength. Because of fighting for so long, Kwang Da Kong has not even touched a hair of Liu Yanfei. And Liu Yanfei on the stage at this moment also remembered the old man's words. He had asked the old man before what to do when facing an opponent as tough as steel. The old man said, I have never met anyone like that, but if there really is, use strong internal energy to defeat the opponent. So, Liu Yanfei transferred her internal energy into the Gukin, then used force to swing up and hit Kwang Da Kwang, directly knocked him off the stage. Right on the spot, was shocked by the internal force of the ancient zither and fainted. At this moment, a girl stepped out from the stands. I've been looking for you so hard. Pervert voyeur, Liu Yanfei on the stage, completely unaware that he was being targeted by someone else. After getting off stage, he always felt like he was being noticed by someone of the opposite sex. Truong Hong thought they were Muronghai's crazy fans. Saw Liu Yanfei and Murongho walking together, should emit a look of resentment. But Liu Yanfei said that it was not such a shallow look, but a look of deeper resentment and anger. Then he said goodbye to everyone. Said I must investigate the origin of that gaze. Truong Hong was not at ease. With Tu Long followed Liu Jianfei. I only saw him wade through mountains and forests for dozens of kilometers. Both feel. If there really is a girl, but followed Liu Yanfei from so far, then that is a scary existence indeed. Right now, Helin appeared, in front of Liu Yanfei. Finally he appeared. She likes to stalk others. Helin angrily asked Liu Yanfei. Do you still remember that night? Shameless guy like you, dare to sneak into my bedroom, peek at me and touch my body. The two people eavesdropping nearby were both surprised. I thought Liu Yanfei was brave, has tainted people. But Liu Yanfei told her to pay attention to her choice of words. Don't let others misunderstand. That night she was getting dressed. Moreover, because she used a knife to attack, so I counterattacked, knocked her out, and left. Luckily that explains it clearly. Truong Hong was worried and felt somewhat relieved. Otherwise, he wouldn't know how to report this to the leader. After a while of noise, Liu Jianfei apologized to Helin about that night. Then asked Helin, the matter of the true body being seen by others. Is it really so serious that we have to kill to silence people? As I see it, her real form is also very beautiful. I don't understand why you have to suppress your power to maintain such a figure. For decades now, this is the first time someone complimented my real body shape. Helin immediately felt embarrassed, used small fists to continuously punch Liu Yanfei's chest. Then Liu Yanfei took advantage of Helin's embarrassment and ran away. Before leaving, he did not forget to tease Helin. Being yourself is the most beautiful. But Truong Hong now had a new worry, because in his opinion, a girl who suddenly blushed in front of others while swinging her sword, then that is basically a sign of falling in love with the other person. Moreover, this person is also the daughter of the innkeeper. I really don't know how to write a report. Lens switched to night. At this time at the base of the Than Long bloodline group, Tang San is secretly negotiating with Liu Yanfei's next opponent. He was originally a master of poison gas of the young generation of Tang sect, but was warned by his own cousin, absolutely do not use poison in battle, because if using poison fails to poison Liu Yanfei, then what awaits him will be a terrifying nightmare. As the chief disciple of the evil master, Liu Yanfei certainly inherited everything from him. Once while cultivating, the group accidentally encountered a group of extremely poisonous three-colored snakes. The venom of this snake is so poisonous that even the Tang sect cannot resist it. But their devil master said, these are just normal snacks, no arms, no legs, and can't fly. What is there to be afraid of? I just saw him casually pick a handful of pine needles, then snap your fingers. The snakes were all destroyed in an instant. Then he arranged for his disciple to get snake meat, half soup, half grilled. Snake gall is compulsory for everyone to eat. The purpose is to train each person's resistance to poison, so as a senior brother, Liu Yanfei must have also undergone cruel poison resistance training. So normal poison is basically ineffective against her. Can even be counterproductive, made Liu Yanfei become more violent. But Tang Lauer thought that Tang San was overreacting. I am a master of poison. There is no one in this world that I cannot poison. Seeing that he did not listen to advice, Tang San did not linger much. Out of respect for you being my Dongka, I said it all. He refused to listen. I'm out of options. A few days later, the match between Liu Yanfei and Tang Lauer officially began. Both sides stood still for several minutes. Little sister found it strange. Why didn't Liu Yanfei fight quickly and win quickly today? It turned out that last night Tang San had begged Liu Yanfei, maybe let Tang Lauer lose with a little dignity. That way at least we can save some face for Tang sect. That's why Liu Yanfei didn't rush to take action. Want to make the opponent lose in a more honorable way. At this time, second elder Tang thought that Liu Yanfei was an idiot, but stood still to give himself the opportunity to spread the toxic gas. But who knows? Liu Yanfei had heard Zheng Hong talk hundreds of times about the method of using poison of the second elder Tang. So she finally gave Tang Lauer one piece of advice. I advise you to take back that tasteless trick of yours. If you don't believe it, just come and try it. At this moment, the second elder Tang felt that Liu Yanfei was just pretending. It turns out that Dong Lanei was unintentionally. 3 layers of flags are ready. Not only does it contain aphrodisiacs that make people's blood boil, but also has aphrodisiac that makes people go to the bathroom for 3 days and 3 nights. So, when Elder Tang saw Liu Yanfei standing in the middle of the poisonous gas, feel victory is in your hands. He picked up his weapon and walked straight towards Liu Yanfei. But what awaited him was not victory, but a fatal blow from Liu Yanfei's Gyukan. This attack directly hit the poisonous acupuncture point on his body. Toxic gas intended to be released outside suddenly started to attack back at Tang Lauer. Below the stage, the 2 Tang sect sisters immediately showed tension. At this time, Liu Yanfei had not yet heard the announcement of victory. The match was stopped by the emergency referee. Wait for the jury to decide. Will Liu Yanfei be disqualified from the competition? After the match, Dong Tam explained to everyone the reason the referee declared so. It turns out that Tangman can resist poison because there is a secret poison point on the body, but Liu Yanfei's blow just happened to hit the poison blood of the second Elder Tang, causing the second Elder Tang to suffer a backlash from the poison. So it is very likely that Dong Laohai will not be able to use poison anymore. This is for someone who comes from Tang sect, no different than abolishing his martial arts. So the jury might judge that Liu Yanfei intentionally caused injury, make others lose all martial arts, and was disqualified. Elsewhere in the owner's office, Trung Hong is negotiating with the owner about the verdict of this match. The owner told Trung Hong about Duong Lanhe's situation, but Trung Hong thinks all this, it's all because of Dong Lonai himself. If the day of the competition does not use poison, then it would not have been so toxic that it would have backfired. Therefore, Trung Hong believes that this match should declare Liu Yanfei the winner. The owner did not expect that Liu Yanfei would have so many supporters. Besides, Yen Dao and Kim Vong can also get the support of the captain of the dark team. Immediately declared Liu Yanfei's victory to the next round, because he also wanted to see this rookie Liu Yanfei, how big waves can be created at Thianvu Academy with these great forces intertwined in a complex way. As for Liu Yanfei, before knowing the result of his match, sneaked out to watch Du Lin's match early, but unexpectedly, on the road I met someone who hated me to the bone. A man practiced hard day and night for 2.5 months, just because one day can avenge the enemy, still loudly declaring, will defeat their enemies in the upcoming group stage final. But unexpectedly the other side had already forgotten him. At this moment the Sword King stood up and said, the old man thinks the person who can enter the finals will be Liu Yanfei. It turned out in his eyes. True maturity is constantly defeating strong opponents. Liu Yanfei's actions is to take advantage of the opponent on the arena to become stronger. This point is exactly the same as my will, but in reality, Sword King hopes that Liu Yanfei can defeat Murong Hui in the final match. That also symbolizes his will, can successfully defeat the Murong family. But in reality, Liu Yanfei was just playing around on her own initiative. Completely different from what Sword King imagined. Thong I declared, next match will definitely defeat Liu Yanfei. The person who can enter the match with Murong Hui is definitely me. Liu Yanfei felt that this was an idiot. Do not want to pay attention to. Immediately said he still had something to do and had to go first. At this time, They Lam just finished the match and walked out of the field. Liu Yanfei immediately stepped forward to greet Thong. I originally thought he would see Liu Yanfei embarrassed. Anyway, Thoi Lam never paid attention to any guy, but never expected. Thoi Lam not only answered her, also agreed to Liu Yanfei's invitation, come see her next match. This made Thong I extremely disappointed. The goddess I have been pursuing for so long, easily accept other people's invitations. This made him even more determined to defeat Liu Yanfei. Evening. The 8 families sent people to bring many miraculous elixirs and medicines. Liu Yanfei didn't know what medicine they were selling in the gourd. As for Mo Donghai, he said that he never accepted anything from others. Hearing that, the people of Bat Jiahoi explained, the players who face the Nine Yin Society, they will all send supplements. Because Thai Lun and Quantiat Chai are both people of Bat Jiahoi, so the 2 of them are exceptions and are not given gifts. At this moment, Liu Yanfei understood the motives of the 8 Families Association. It turns out that he wants to use me to suppress the Nine Yin Society. Looking closely, these pills are not bad. Probably sell for some money. Lu Yanfei immediately accepted all of Mironghui's share. A second ago, Mironghui was still determined not to accept anything. After hearing Lu Yanfei talk about these items, can exchange for one of her meals, and once cleaned the dormitory, then the next second Mo Donghai immediately changed his expression. Please be sure to leave everything. Then several people pulled Truong Hong. Come see if these pills are poisonous or not. After Zhang Hong personally tasted it, he came to a conclusion. These pills are not only non-toxic, but all are top-quality pills. The price is several times higher than the elixir on the market. But for Liu Yanfei, who was used to eating elixirs since childhood, then these pills have no effect. But it's a pity to sell it. So she came up with a great way to use the elixir. Late at night, another Team Seed player, Vu Daiko, was sneaking around in the small woods behind the mountain. As it turned out, not long before, he received a love letter. In the letter he asked to meet under a tree behind the mountain. This made Daiko, who had never had a love affair, think, my spring is coming. Right at this moment, a man with big eyes and a frail figure walked over. Before Daiko could react, suddenly a pill was thrown into his mouth. Immediately after, a man in black covered Daiko's mouth and hit his magic point. Afterward, another man in black told him to sit down and slowly digest the pill. At this moment, another man in black stepped out. You don't have to think that even the face has not been seen, but already feel the person in front of you is yours. Like this, when it comes to competition, my mind is still full of women. Will make those who put their hopes in you very disappointed. Lu Yanfei's words were unacceptable to Daiko. My first love is definitely her. After that, they did not linger, forced to help Daiko absorb the elixir and circulate internal energy. The next day, Daiko's match took place as scheduled. It turned out that they had all bet that Daihoku would be their group's champion. So I forced him to eat the elixir to ensure victory. The opponent actively attacked Daiko first. Daiko conveniently waved his hand to block the attack. This made him feel unbelievable. These pills have such powerful effects. He firmly believes that all of this was due to the mysterious woman's feelings for him. Daiko decided to win this match, to repay that mysterious woman. I knew you liked me. You wait for me, I will quickly bring victory to you. When the opponent's weapon is sent flying to the ground, this match also ended smoothly as Liu Yanfei predicted. The next match will be Thongai vs Liu Yanfei. This is a battle between a lover and a playboy, to compete for the goddess' attention. This match not only had a packed house, even all the Blood Canal elders came to watch. As it turned out, the winner of this match can choose an elder of the heavenly martial Blood Canal to study art. If Thongai wins, naturally choose Sword Saint, who also practices swordsmanship as his master. So the host wondered, if Li Yanfei wins, who will she choose? Hearing that, Liu Yanfei said she already had someone chosen, but have to wait until the match is over and the winner is announced. As she spoke, she turned her head to look towards the stands. It was to Thai Lam that these words were said. This courage surprised both the three saints. This newcomer dared to tease the Sword Emperor's disciple in front of her. What commendable courage! And Thongai on the field. Even more could not stand Liu Yanfei teasing his goddess. At this time, he was so angry that he forgot the rules of the game. Just want to kill Liu Yanfei. But Liu Yanfei's negative energy was also strong. As she progressed, normal attacks basically couldn't hit her. At this moment, not only could Liu Yanfei easily dodge the attacks, can even play elegant music. Seeing Thongai's explosive murderous aura, the elders were all worried that he would kill Liu Yanfei. Should start discussing whether to stop the match or not. But this idea was immediately stopped by Nhan Dao. Have you never witnessed the existence of demons? Say Thongai can kill him. How can it be? With the guarantee of Nhan Dao, the match continues. On the field, Thongai continued to attack randomly. Anger rose to the head. At this moment he just wanted to kill Liu Yanfei. Suddenly, a wonderful melody interrupted Thongai. It was Liu Yanfei playing a piece of music she composed herself. That melodious tune, those unique lyrics, all make people feel familiar. Does anyone understand music? You can leave the song name in the comments section. As for Thongai, he paid attention to the direction that Liu Yianfei was looking at. It was Thy Lam in the stands. At this moment, the lamb could not help but stand up. It turns out that this piece of music is the one that Fei Yan composed to comfort Thy Lam happy years ago. Even though it has been more than 10 years, although the tone is slightly different, Thy Lam also immediately recognized this piece of music. Is that you, Fei Yan? Did you give us our song? For the man in front of me. At this moment, Dunhan Fuang pulled her back to reality. Thy Lam now realized he had been rude. As for Thong Ai on the field, this scene was even more unacceptable. The goddess I have been pursuing for so long, never once looked at myself, now attracted by a piece of music, such a big reaction. This made his heart ache like a knife. A mouthful of old blood gushed out. When the last note ended, Liu Yanfei's performance ended perfectly. At this moment, the audience below breathed a sigh of relief. Some people regret not being able to beat Liu Yanfei. Some people, after watching the match, started thinking about having to work overtime to write reports. There were also elders who were amazed at Liu Yanfei's achievements. But the most indignant person was Ha Len on the stage. At this time he did not understand what love was, but when he saw Liu Yanfei and Nu Hu Lin being so affectionate, he had an indescribable feeling. Just then, Thong Ai was attacked again by the demon. Liu Yanfei raised her hand and waved lightly. 3 strings immediately flew out, like a spider web surrounding Thong Ai. Then, a move of Fong Van Loi Min meaning, in a blink of an eye made Thong Ai's skin peel off, and all this happens within 1 second, although very fast, but still attracted the attention of the elders. The Sword King was so surprised that he crushed his chair. It turned out that this move reminded him of the encounter at Mount Ime. Thinking back, how can a young person know this martial art? Sword King comforted himself. I must have seen it wrong because the movement was too fast. At the same time, Ice Sword Flame Saber was also extremely angry because of the final wound their master suffered. Very similar to Thong Ai now, but with just one move, everyone cannot confirm. Does Liu Yanfei have any relationship with the blood god of heaven? Begrudge could only focus on observing Liu Yanfei to confirm his moves. The students in the stands were bewildered. In their eyes they only saw Thong Ai suddenly fall down. I thought Liu Yanfei used some kind of magic to defeat Thong Ai. Even the captain of the shadow team, Zhang Hong, also just see the moment 3 strings surround the opponent. Afterward, the referee with a bewildered expression declared Liu Yanfei the winner. Ordered to ask Liu Yanfei who she wanted to learn from, he also did not hesitate to make a choice. Officially chose Newland sitting in the stands. This scene once again made the audience excited. There are elders here who did not choose anyway, and choose their disciples to worship. His intention was clearly not to learn martial arts, and Newlin also gave her answer, I am not qualified to teach anyone, but I will accept your invitation to become my disciple. The important person who protected me when I was young, now standing in front of me, I don't recognize him. It turns out the reason why Nu Hulin pays attention to Liu Nianfei, because I remembered what Fei Yan said when I was young. I have a fellow student that I cannot meet. Nahoi Lun thought he was Fei Yan's senior brother. I can definitely get news of Fei Yan from him. In addition, Liu Yanfei agreed to become his disciple until the end of the 3 victories and 5 seasons. During that time, I can still try to answer Nu Lin's question. Reluctantly accepted his offer to become his disciple. However, Kim Ha did not accept Nu Lin's choice. Therefore, she asked Nu Lin not to practice the sex cultivation method, Frost Jade Dragon Sword. Although I don't understand, but she still obeyed the Sword Queen's orders. At this time, on the other side, Tiu Long is secretly sending information to Mathian Kak. Truong Hon was discussing with the owner about what happened today. To protect Liu Yanfei's safety, the owner decided not to talk about him teasing Nai Lun. Let Volam Min Chu know. He is a womanizer anyway. If he knew my daughter was flirted with by a guy in front of everyone, then perhaps we'll mobilize all the power of Volam Mun to punish Liu Yanfei. But what the owner was most worried about was Liu Yanfei's martial arts. Because today, the 3 saints there were extremely amazed when they saw his martial arts. Tremendous. The owner was afraid that he would use this mysterious martial art, but bring disaster upon yourself. It turns out that Diam Dao wants to fight him once. Hope Trung Hon can help more for the new apprentices in this shop. Lu Yanfei was also invited at this time to the small forest behind the mountain. It turns out that Diam Dao wants to fight him once. Let him demonstrate the technique. When he fought Thong Ai, also told him not to hold back, kill yourself. Seeing her so arrogant, dare to challenge the authority of the master, Lu Yanfei decided to give her a little love. Seeing that big wooden stick, Diam Dao immediately faltered, want to regret what I said, but Lu Yanfei felt that her illness was very serious now, even dare to insult his master. Seeing that it was inevitable to be educated, she just said it all. Your practice? Most likely of the enemy who killed my master. How can I take my enemy as my teacher? You never taught me anything, not my master at all. Seeing her so capricious, Lu Yanfei did not say another word to her. In a flash untied an ankle, disappear on the spot, then suddenly appearing in front of Diam Dao. Use one foot to step on her heel. Each stick was struck down by strong blows on Diam Dao's body. After calming Diam Dao down, Lu Yanfei explained to her that I had taught her from the beginning. I should not just look down at the ground. Are you a turkey that can't get off the ground? Then there is another problem. Although I don't know what happened, but my sect has only one old man. He is not the kind of person who would massacre innocent people. Moreover, her master did not tell her to take revenge, proving that he was not murdered by someone else. If we speak according to the martial arts books, then what reason do you have to say that others are your enemies? Having said that, Lu Yanfei continued to swing the angry stick in her hand. After that night, Stone Flame Blade lost all memory. Every time I want to remember what happened, in mine can only appear the face of the devil, with constant trembling. To cure the disciple of his nonsense speech, Lu Yanfei did not hesitate to let her clothes be stained with blood. After being checked by Murong Hui, it takes at least 5 days to wash clean. The next day, Lu Yanfei could only wear Murong Hui's clothes to watch the competition in the Sword Queen group. The final match between Nu Lin and Quan Tiat Chai officially begins. Nu Lin was the first to attack. Countless flowers formed by lightning surrounded the sword's body. Quan Tiat Chai also swung his ice sword around countless ice flowers. Counterattack. A huge burst of energy exploded in the middle of the arena. At this moment, Nu Lin only wanted to break through the opponent's defense, but the Sword Queen ordered not to do so, to use the sect's techniques. Therefore, she decided to use all her strength to use the thunder sword that her father had passed down to her. Countless streams of electricity converged and erupted. Seeing this, Quan Tiat Chai also used the warship's defense. Bun Kong's shirt once again successfully resisted Thai Lam's attack. After that, the two of them kept attacking each other. Finally fought until the end of the match time without a winner. Can only rely on the elders to use technology to judge who wins and who loses this match. After an hour of waiting, the elders rated Thai Lam's technique as 1 level higher, so this match Thai Lam won. The audience kept cheering. This was a dramatic match, and not long after, the final match of the Murong Hu group will be an even more intense battle. He was originally the strongest student among the new students of the academy, born into the Sword Saint family, allowing him to learn the powerful Kai Absolute Sword technique. He should have been under the spotlight, rushing into the finals, even win the championship. But today I was trained by a normal senior for 2.5 years, beat to serious injury. Just recently, group finals between Mo Donghai and Than Yigan officially started. Legend has it that until now, no one in the game yet may force Than Nongan to use the third sword. Plan to win quickly to end this battle. Who wins and who loses today's match is still very difficult to predict. On the field, Murong Hui went on stage and used all his strength. Plan to win quickly to end this battle. Prevent old wounds from recurring. Than Nongan also did not dare to be negligent. Immediately drew the second sword to fight. Both sides are equally matched. No one would give in, but very quickly, the old wound on Murong Hui's shoulder immediately recurred. And this is exactly as Than Nongan predicted. Just drag into the constant war. Victory will be mine. The time is ripe. Than Nongan pulled out the third sword. Using his famous technique, the 3 Absolutes Infinite Flying Sword. Seeing this, Mo Donghai also used his internal energy. Use all remaining strength. Using his strongest 7 Absolute Sword technique. 3 White Dragons and 3 Flying Swords. When they collided, they emitted a fierce white light. Wait until everything is gone. Mo Donghai and Thangan were both injured and stood frozen in place. At this time Thangan spoke up, I lost. A wounded recruit? Not only did it make me use 3 flying swords, even forced me to stick my sword into the ground. This battle we have completely lost. Then Thangan took back all the swords. Heard Thangan admit defeat, Muronghu finally relaxed his tense nerves, turned around and fell down in front of Thangan. Seeing that, Thangan looked up to the sky and shouted loudly, fainted on the field. Following the cheers of the audience, the match is officially over. The boys all praised this as a fierce match. The girls were heartbroken because their idol Mo Donghai was injured. At this moment, the referee stepped up from below the stage. Luckily, the judges thought Thangan's admission of defeat was valid. So in the end, Muronghu was declared the winner. Everyone is one step closer to the grand prize, but after the match, Muronghu again submitted his withdrawal from the competition. Seeing this, Liu Yanfei was a bit disappointed. Because he was in a decisive battle with Muronghu, also specially prepare new cultivation method. But Muronghu is no longer interested in the new cultivation method. Liu Yanfei had no choice but to bend down and take off his shoes. Introduce to you my new practice, invincible returning foot great method, must also be combined with 10-year-old shoes. This can only be used if not washed. Then was chased out of the room by the cleanliness freak. Truong Hong heard the whole story. It turns out that Muronghu felt that victory was not fair, very upset inside, but could not change the judge's decision. Should decide to withdraw from the competition. Afterward, Li Yanfei had no home to return to, so he decided to stay the night. Truong Ho knew he couldn't chase him away, had to order Liu Yanfei to sleep well.
No touchy.
Unfortunately, Liu Yanfei is a devil with a rebellious nature. Just sat down and started tapping here and there, finally knocked a few times on a wall. At this moment, Truong Hong was shocked, afraid that his secret would be discovered. Then Liu Yanfei circulated his internal energy. Press 1 agency, open immediately. Appeared before his eyes were countless weapons and miraculous elixirs. Liu Yanfei turned his head and asked Zhang Hong what was going on. Truong Hong quickly thought of a plan. Pretend you don't know about this chest. On the surface, analyze for Liu Yanfei to hear, may be left by the previous person, but in my heart, at this moment I already wished I could kill Liu Yanfei. Hearing that, Liu Yanfei wanted to search this room thoroughly. See previous people, any other items left? Zhang Hong still wanted to stop him from continuing to search. Told Liu Yanfei that he didn't know if there was any agency. For safety's sake, it's best not to touch anything. But Liu Yanfei thought that he definitely wanted to monopolize the sword. Can't say it back, Truong Hong had to give way. Let me search the room. The searchlight was divided in 2. After thinking for a while, Liu Yanfei agreed to this request. Just like that, a night passed. Liu Yanfei brought some spoils of war back to the dormitory. Also specially take out medicine to treat wounds, divided for Muronghu. Seeing him a little hesitant and worried, Liu Yanfei also kindly said that these things were all picked up. I told you to use it with confidence. On this side, Truong Hong's mind was as calm as still water. See through everything? Consider everything that happened last night as a robbery. This is an epic confrontation that shook the martial arts world. This match, the winner can not only receive divine weapons and miraculous elixirs, but one more time, opportunity to dine with the 3 saints. It turned out that Mo Donghai withdrew from the competition. Plus, Kim Ha wanted to hide Thy Lam's strength. So this tournament directly cancelled the semi-finals. Proceed. In the final round, the first person on the field was the one who took the medicine. Possessing immense power, the player Daingo. Dear mysterious lady, I know for sure you are somewhere watching, making Don Tuan Hao on the stands. So I will definitely not disappoint your enthusiastic expectations. I hope you come find me after the match. As soon as these words were uttered, making Don Tuan Hao on the stands suddenly felt a chill. As for Truong Hong, he was still immersed in the small vault was robbed yesterday. Then the person who stepped onto the stage was the biggest dark horse of this tournament. The person known as the Grand Master of the Ancient Zither, Liu Yanfei, member of the Vermilion Bird team. Several people saw that Liu Yanfei was not carrying any weapons. In the heart have a bad feeling. In addition, Lu He suddenly changed into a new pair of shoes, making them even more uneasy. It turned out that early this morning, Lu Yanfei suddenly borrowed Lu He's shoes. Also said to use this pair of shoes that have never been washed, can only demonstrate his martial arts. Lu Hak had been slapped 3 times in the face, so he didn't dare to fight back, can only let Lu Yanfei replace these ugly shoes for yourself. On the arena at the signal to start the match, Dangok took the lead in launching the attack. But Liu Yanfei moved like a ghost, appearing and disappearing, completely invisible, and every step left a pool of liquid of unknown origin. Suddenly Liu Yanfei told Dangok to stop attacking, look around, only then did he discover, I was surrounded by a ring of unknown liquid. The great fool misunderstands, Liu Yanfei is using the legendary deadly move Hamtiuban Budian. The 2 Tang sect sisters below the stands were also surprised. After all, this poison is a high-level cultivation method of the Tang sect. In the sect, few people can practice it. How does Liu Yanfei know Tang sect's moves? Then Liu Yanfei explained to him, this move of hers is not such a trivial poisoning move. This move is a special move that can make people love sloppiness from then on, no longer want to clean myself. Zhang Hong and the others were fortunate that Murong Hui did not participate in this terrifying match. Hearing this, Daye Nogok's hanging heart immediately relaxed. I thought Liu Yanfei was so brave, dare to use deadly poison to kill people on the arena. Then big fool, for the woman I love, continue to launch attacks. Seeing this, Liu Yanfei circulated her internal energy, absorb all shoe odor, then take off your shoes, jump up with all your might. The stench that spread around suddenly flew straight to Dangok. Immediately after, before him seemed to fly all sorts of vomit, smell of waste, a smell even stronger than fermented salted herring, cover the great fool. From then on he lost his sense of smell to all other smells except stench. Following Liu Yanfei's footsteps to the ground, also signaled the end of the 3-5 final. Although on the stands, no one recognizes the championship won thanks to this stench, but the host still declared, the champion of this convention is Liu Yanfei. This also signals, everyone in the Chu Tichi team received a great prize. Hearing the news, Diem Dao immediately got up, got dressed and went to get the money. Because he was worried that Liu Yanfei would swallow all this money. He even specially asked the contact person to divide the money into 2 bags, and asked them to keep absolutely secret how much money he got, otherwise the whole exchange will be burned to ashes. As it turns out, Diem Dao secretly put all his own money into the bet, so this money absolutely cannot be discovered by Liu Yanfei. Simultaneously, Zhang Hong also received his great reward. Now he can finally make up for last night's losses. Also told Liu Yanfei that he would leave poison at the door later, advise her not to come again. Dong Chuan Hao Tu Long and the others also exclaimed, I have never had so much money. Late at night, everyone in the Vermilion Bird team was anxiously waiting. Turns out they sent the person with the lowest recognition to claim the reward, in case someone finds out and steals the reward, but unexpectedly, the man was holding the team's prize money on his way back. Still met Liu Yanfei, who had been waiting for a long time. After that, Diem Dao could not avoid it either. Liu Yanfei just took the money from the Chu Tuk team, immediately went to find Diem Dao, claim back half as agreed. Seeing her take the money and leave, Dime people, only then did he secretly take out the bag of money he had hidden. Just as he was secretly congratulating himself on his cleverness, suddenly felt a cold air behind my back, only saw Liu Yanfei standing behind him, staring at him. Finally, Dime Dao's petty plan, still discovered by Liu Yanfei. The next day, in another thatched hut, the old man felt that drinking every day was a bit boring. So he told the merchant to prepare a little. I will take the opportunity to travel 5 times in 1 year. Hearing that, the merchant said he would immediately return to prepare. I guarantee this trip will be beyond reproach for the old man. The man who just won the martial arts championship. It was rumored that the person had died 10 years ago. Right now, the merchant had prepared the necessary items for the trip, then made an excuse that it was not convenient for him to go along, so he arranged 2 attendants to serve the old man. Wait until the old man goes on a trip. He immediately went into the thatched hut to search. The merchant searched the thatched hut thoroughly, but also did not discover any sex techniques or weapons. Not willing, He continued to dig, searching within a kilometer of the area, and found out not far away. There are many buried remains corroded by poisonous animals. Then again 5 meters away from the old man's room, dug up 2 boxes. One was buried decades ago, one left. From the outside it looks like it has been buried for more than 100 years. Inside also stores clothes of boys under 18 years of age who have used it. Then dug up another box 5 meters away from another room, and dug up a box. On the surface it looks like clothes that 10, 15-year-old girls would wear. Furthermore, in the disciples' room, only traces of male disciples' activities, there are no female disciples' belongings. After viewing the report, Zhang Hong began to speculate, what are these buried relics, those remains? Probably the team members who were injured by Batch Jiao in the past. But what about those 100-year boxes? How old did this old man live? Based on that box of women's clothes, Truong Hong determined that the person monitoring Fi Yin was dead, then start preparing report for leader. At this time another confidential report was sent in. It turns out that someone is looking everywhere for a rich young lady. Lived at Thian Hong Wine House 10 years ago. Information. Truong Hong glanced and realized that this person was inquiring about Thion. To avoid alerting the opponent, he arranged for his subordinates to leak the news little by little. That rich lady died of illness not long after. Also let subordinates monitor the enemy. See who is asking for news about Thai Lun. The next day, the leader received a report from Truong Hong. He guessed that Fi Yin knew at that time that she would not live long. Afraid Thai Lun would worry. That's why they refused to let them visit. The master feels, I owe Fi Yin a favor that can never be repaid. After listening to the Vermilion Bird Group review of the white-haired old man who used to practice, the master thought, the old man was extremely sad because he lost his female disciple. When I saw those children, perhaps saw a new ray of hope. That's why we especially nurture those children. Whatever. He felt he owed both teacher and student a great favor. Immediately arranged for the dark team to no longer monitor and disturb the old man. And on the other side, in the pub, Henyang Security Bureau accidentally met an old man while he was traveling. Misunderstood that it was the devil who robbed the agency. Wait until the old man turns around. Just realized I got the wrong person. Then the old man, after asking carefully, knew what happened. Think again and again. He felt that the person who could do these things can only be Liu Yanfei. So the old man decided to follow the clues. Find out if he gets the championship award tomorrow. Liu Yanfei was eating with the 3 saints. Suddenly a pair of chopsticks interrupted Liu Yanfei's movements. It turns out that the sword saint finds food uninteresting. Wanna bet with Liu Yanfei? How to play? If you can snatch a piece of meat from the holy blade's hand and eat it, you will win. But Liu Yanfei was not happy. He thought this was just a big party. Because the sword saint had already put away all the good stuff into your plate to enjoy. As for the sword queen, then quickly clean up the food. If I bet with the holy sword, then the food will be gone in a flash. Hearing that, the holy sword told him to rest assured. If the food is not enough, I will order more. As for the holy sword, because he would rather die, nor do I want others, put chopsticks on your plate. Normally Kim Ho eats several times more than he does now. Today like this is already tasteless. So no need to worry about those two. Let's continue our bet. The loser must answer any questions asked by the winner. Liu Yanfei said he had no questions to ask. The 3 saints just want to eat delicious food. This made Dao Than very surprised. This young disciple doesn't want to ask for my cultivation method. At this moment the sword saint saw the clue. In his eyes, Liu Yanfei wants something else. Then the holy sword asked him what he wanted. The time is ripe. Liu Yanfei also said what he wanted. That is the 3 districts card that can freely enter and exit the blood vessels. With this card you can carry it at the same time. Maximum 2 people freely enter and exit the blood vessels. The sword saints thought that Liu Yanfei, after winning the championship, want to escape, but unexpectedly, Liu Yanfei only felt that the dormitory was unsafe. Want to go out and deposit the winnings into the bank. Then Liu Yanfei took off his anklet. Then take off the bracelet. The formal ceremony begins. In the chopstick battle back and forth between the two, a chicken leg was sent flying. Just as it was about to fly into Liu Yanfei's mouth, Suddenly a pair of chopsticks knocked the chicken thigh away. It was the sword saint who stepped in to stop the two people's bet. In the end he judged Liu Yanfei to win. Everyone agreed that sword saint was just like Murong Hui. Is a clean freak. I feel that chicken thighs are not hygienic when done like that. That's why I stopped Liu Yanfei from eating. But what surprised Trung Hong more was, Liu Yanfei was actually able to defeat the Saber Saint. Little Dragon looked out. Liu Yanfei definitely wasn't just gambling. He also showed off to everyone the spoils of war he had. On the other side, Sword King received a report. Conclusion: Liu Yanfei will soon leave the bloodline. Ordered his subordinates to carefully monitor his movements. After dinner, the three saints also left the heavenly martial blood temple. It turned out they made a bet with Liu Yanfei, is to probe his inner strength. In addition, Liu Yanfei's arrogant and eccentric personality, compared to someone there is only more, no less, making the three people even more determined to thoroughly investigate his identity. This is a carrier pigeon with an EQ as high as 250, almost forced by the man to speak up to prove his innocence. As it turns out, it cannot successfully send the letter to Thoi Lin. Liu Yanfei felt that it had not tried to search, so cannot find people. Also asked Wu Luoyan if he wanted a little training with love. Scared it into flying into the room, then kept flying around. Make left and right looking movements. Finally rolling around on the ground, face looks very sad. Liu Yanfei understood that it definitely wants to be trained by rolling around like that. Fortunately Murong Hui could not bear it any longer. Speak up to explain. It means that it has flown through many places. No trace of the recipient was found either. Finally, because there are so many dangers on the road, so had to return helplessly. Hearing that, Wu Luoyan nodded frantically, in mind. Also consider there is a normal person who understands what I mean. This made Liu Yanfei forgive Wu Lei-ying. But he wondered where Kai Ruling had gone. It turned out that early in the morning Dai Lin received a letter from her family via carrier pigeon. The content of the letter from the leader is a bit unusual. It was supposed to be a birthday greeting to the leader, now turned into the leader wants Dai Lin to stay at the school and focus on preparing for the exam. So Dai Lin felt there was an ominous sign, decided to go home immediately. Then the leader suddenly heard a servant report. The lady is walking towards the hall. He was worried that Dai Lin's long hand would see through Fai Yen's story. Determined to continuously use internal energy to fight against Dai Lin's long hand. But Dai Lin just opened the big door, call out Dad, I'm home. This girl crazed guy immediately broke the attack in 1 second, returned to original form. At this moment, the Lin also from her father's heart, learned that Fai Yen had passed away, continuously returned to the blood vessels. As soon as she reached the bloodline, Dai Lin hurriedly searched for Li Yongyanfei's figure. Hello Ms. Nilin, why are you running so fast? Are you looking for me? Seeing her, Dai Lin was somewhat reassured. She really wanted to ask Liu Yanfei everything about Fai Yen, but afraid that asking hastily will be counterproductive, causing her to lose this only clue. But her father confessed about Fai Yen's death, gave her an indescribable feeling. She always felt Fai Yen was still alive, just don't know where. Final. She hesitated for a while before saying, how did you find the song you played in the arena? How did you find the music you played in the arena? At this moment, Liu Yanfei had already walked in front of her. This song is a very precious memory to me. Why are you curious about this song? By instinct, Dai Lin immediately swung his sword to attack, then asked Liu Yanfei whose memory it was. This question made Liu Yanfei stunned. She said, this memory requires the person's consent to be told. Nihei Lin mistakenly thought she was talking about Fai Yen. He then asked her if she could find that person. But Liu Yanfei said she didn't know. If found, I will help you ask. Hearing that, Nihei Lin believed in her feelings even more. Deeply believed that Fai Yen is still alive. Next, it was Liu Yanfei's turn to ask her Ling back. This song has special meaning to her. Any difference? At this time she also mistakenly thought, the girl who gave this song to Nai Lin. And Nai Lin's answer also made her fall into misunderstanding. Nai Lin said, this song was taught to me by a girl. I myself am trying to find her. Then Hai Lin continued to ask Liu Yanfei, if you find her, what do you want to do? Because in Nai Lin's eyes, Liu Yanfei wanted to find Fai Yen, but she always refused to admit Fei Yan. So Nai Lin did not understand why she wanted to find Fei Yan. Lu Yanfei said, "This question is more difficult than the test in the book. I just want to see if that person is doing well, become more resilient. What happens next will be decided later." Then Lu Yanfei said, "My story ends here, now it's Nai Lin's turn. If she could find the person who taught her the song, what will you do?" Nalin firmly said, "I will protect her. Under any circumstances, I will also do my best to protect her." Lu Yanfei thought she was talking about the girl from back then. Immediately expressed support for her way of doing things. But little did I know, these two are both drawing their other half. But the person in front of them is the one they are looking for. In life, do you value the result more or enjoy the process more? Some people say that the process is more important than the result, because there is a process that can make the result sublime. Some people also think that the process is not important. The important thing is to get good results. If it fails, others only see your failures, even mock you for being so weak. Hearing him say that, Truong Hong Tiu Long both felt that Liu Yunfei's childhood was too miserable. Right after the midterm exam, Wu Gloyan ran to find Liu Yanfei. Turns out, it was Van Suof who sent him the news about finding Liu Yanfei's past. The next day after the 3 victories and 5 seasons ended, immediately after that, to the team match between Chu Tuk Don and Than Long Don. Yen Dao before opening is intensifying training. Suddenly a voice interrupted the Vermilion Bird group. The person who came was Liu Yanfei. Looking at the members of the Vermilion Bird group lying around, there were even flies buzzing around him. Liu Yanfei wondered if they were over-practicing their martial arts, but hospitalized early. Then he turned to ask Yen Dao, "What is the specific content of the match?" According to the owner's statement, this match is a team match. Both sides, all members regardless of gender, must participate. And the rules are very simple, no poison or real swords allowed, as well as not causing injury or death. The two arch-rivals both accepted this rule of the game. But now that Yen Dao is training them, they have discovered these people's fighting skills are too weak. Seeing this, Liu Yanfei also felt that they were too weak. Later, tell everyone something that just happened on the street. It turns out, in the blood vessels opened a bet about this match, who wins who loses. Liu Yanfei said, "To support teammates, I spent all my fortune betting on Chu Tuk Don to win, so if Chu Golon loses, I will become a penniless beggar." Becoming a beggar leads to emotional out of control. But when emotions get out of control, I don't know what will happen. And if I find out you guys are playing dead, I would immediately lose my mind. As soon as he finished speaking, immediately Chu Tuog Don stood up straight. Swear that he will surely win the match. This answer made Liu Yanfei very satisfied. Also, do not forget to tell everyone that if lose, there will be a pleasant surprise. Hope everyone looks forward to it. Make them scared, immediately say no expectations. The more it affirms that it is absolutely impossible to lose. Then Liu Yanfei told everyone to open their mouths. With a doubtful look, they opened their mouths one by one. The next second, Liu Yanfei threw it with all her might. The pills all flew into their mouths. Evening at Chu Tuk Don Assembly Hall. The two little boys were still analyzing. Is Liu Yanfei's pill poison? After hearing this, Dong Hoi sighed and wanted to kick Dong Tam out of Duong Mun. As a person of Tang sect, he doesn't even understand basic medicine. Then spread the word to everyone that this is a rare and precious tonic. After hearing that, everyone became even more scared. Because this pill is the reward for the winner of Tam Thang Ngu Kwai. Eat something so precious and still lose. Will definitely be tortured by Liu Yanfei to the point of living a life worse than death. Afterward, the dog-headed strategist began to study the strategy for the match. And the biggest enemy of the Vermilion Bird group at present is the leader of Than Long Don, Tin Shoyan. On the other side, Than Long Don member said, the Vermilion Bird group is not even a match for one-on-one. Now the team is more certain to win. Helin immediately told him not to be so arrogant. Anyway, the opponent also has the Tam Thang Gu Kwai champion. Speak of Cao and Cao arrives. Right now, Liu Yanfei accidentally passed by them. Tunik Shuan was still surprised why he just came back to his room at this hour. It turned out that Liu Yanfei went to Van Su Offi to find the chief officer. hearing the news that the rich merchant's daughter had died, made Liu Yanfei very unhappy, ordered them to reinvestigate. But the treasurer knew clearly that there was a lot of complexity behind this, so decided to extend the time a bit more, made up another story to deal with Liu Yanfei. Night falls. Truong Hong is reporting Liu Yanfei's whereabouts to the owner. Looking at Liu Yanfei now, he remembers 10 years ago. At that time there was a new person named Truong Nan, also comes from a small sect, then easily won the championship 3 wins 5 quarters that year. But after the competition, he suddenly left the bloodline. From then on disappeared from the world. I wonder if Captain Shadow knows this person well. Vangan Truong Hong replied. This is the story of the previous captain when he was in office. Even if I know, I have no right to reveal it. After listening, the owner revealed to him. Next the bloodline will conduct some selection. He intended to draw out 16 new people with outstanding qualities, respectively handed over to the 4 holy beasts to manage and train, and of those 16 people, including Truong Nan, now it should be called Truong Hong. Hearing that, Truong Hong knows. The person in front of him already knew his origin. 2 days later, the match between Chu Tuk and Than Long officially started to the enthusiastic cheers of the audience. This is a game, deciding the life and death of all members of the Vermilion Bird group. Just for the win or loss of this battle, not only affects the reputation of teachers on both sides, but also decides whether the evil behind it will be defeated or not. So if the Vermilion Bird group dares to say, then what awaits them will be endless darkness. As the bell rang out from the stands, the competition officially begins. Liu Yanfei took the lead in displaying her astonishing internal strength. Transmitted to 10 members of the Vermilion Bird group, I believe you will win. Now the ink ring can be removed. As soon as the words were spoken, the morale of the members immediately rose. Remove the ink ring. All members immediately dispersed as planned. Tang San continuously threw out iron pearls to disturb the Azure Dragon group. At this time, Than Long group still did not understand what the other side wanted to do, also ordered to ignore Duong Tam. Keep the formation, continue to move forward. Next comes the second path. Xiao Ban used the abacus to attack. Than Long group was forced to disperse apart. To leave to fend off the attack, others continue to move forward. Suddenly Duong Tun swept across thousands of soldiers with one move. Separate Tang Xin and the other members. Pang Hoi also swung his whip and defeated the remaining people. Now only Helin and Captain Tan Shuyan are left together. Everything went according to Chu Tuk group's plan. Now what awaits them is the unique skill of the Vermilion Bird group, shooting people without mercy. It turns out, last night after listening to the damn strategist's analysis, the Vermilion Birds had to use the tactic of fighting in large numbers, only have the ability to win, in which the old dog egg is tall, with Captain Tang Xin and young Helin learned the true teachings of the Holy Sword, are all people who cannot be ignored, so had to disperse them to defeat them one by one. Fortunately, the weapons of the Vermilion Bird members are diverse. Members in charge of breaking up the formation can barely hold back the remaining members of the Azure Dragon Corps. The last person to rush forward to separate the person who was with Ting Xian, this difficult task, I'm afraid only Lu He can do it, because he had once taken the 3 fathers beating dog punch from his silver-haired master and senior brother, so in terms of endurance, it can definitely withstand Tang Xuan's attacks. Lu Hak thought that he would die anyway. Decided to risk his life to ensure the completion of the mission. That's why there was this scene of 2 people beating each other up. Countless wooden swords continuously knocked on Lu He's body. In a blink of an eye beat him to the point of foaming at the mouth, faint. It was at this very moment. The Vermilion Bird group has completed a 3-on-1 battle with Tinnik Shuyan. Tang Xin did not expect this scene. He asked the 3 of them if they were not afraid of affecting their fertility. 3 people answered in unison. Compared to reproduction, then survival is more important. Seeing that Tang Xin did not say much more. Prepare to fight with 3 people? On the other side, Helin was also surrounded by 3 people at the same time. They are Vice President Tan Lin, and Dong Tim came to the rescue. Just as Ha Lin laughed at the fact that there were only 2 of them, but delusionally defeats himself, suddenly a voice came from behind, and I am a passerby with extremely low existence. If you don't speak up, even Helin did not realize his existence. Everything is going exactly as the fucking strategist predicted. He felt that ordinary people in the world would not pay attention, passerby. Besides people with extraordinary powers like Liu Yanfei, so specially arranged for him to help Tan Lin. Helin was also ready for battle. Both sides started a 3-on-1 battle. At this moment, Lu He was lying on the ground not far away, suddenly startled, then stood up slowly, like a zombie. That's right, the one called the immortal little tyrant. He stood up again. Although not the strongest person of the beggar clan, but was known as the best bearer in the history of the beggar clan. He was the only one in this brutal battlefield, beaten to foam at the mouth, but can still wake up. And the first thing he did after waking up is to search for the remaining enemies, because he knows, if the devil finds out I can't beat anyone in this confrontation, then what awaits me will be double torture physically and mentally. Suddenly he found 3 fat people lying on the ground. Because of their similar physical appearance, really can't tell who is who. Through smell, he recognized one of them as a member of the Than Long group's beggar clan, Lu Ha. Looking at the marks on his body, I know what happened. Must have been attacked first by little bands of Bacchus, then trampled mercilessly by Dong Tin. The remaining 2 fat men were covered in blood. After he analyzed, also realized that the person wearing luxurious silk brocade was definitely Tu Ban. But even though Lu He kept calling, Little Table also did not wake up. In the end, not everyone can be a man who can take a beating. Lu He could only leave Xiao Ban behind to go find his remaining teammates. Just gone not long ago, found a person lying down. Turns out it's the strong iron egg of the Azure Dragon group. It turned out that Thiet Dan had misunderstood the passerby Giep as his teammate. Also told him to go ahead to help Taining Xuan and the others. Unexpectedly, the passerby Gia was a member of the Vermilion Bird group. He was immediately successfully ambushed by the enemy. At this moment Lu He was extremely excited, because everything went according to plan. Then, on the way, he found his opponent defeated by passerby Giep. At this time, among the 10 people of Than Long group, 1 person was knocked down by Tang San from the start. Of the remaining 9 people, 4 have fallen, except for Tin Shuan and Halam. Then 3 people survived. Suddenly a miserable cry attracted Lu Hak's attention. He immediately ran over. The one who let out a miserable scream was Tang San. He was knocked out. Lu He continuously patted Tang San's face to wake him up, but failed. Unexpectedly, the first thing Tang San said when he woke up was, "You're on top of me. It hurts so much. I was already covered in injuries." Being pressed down by him made it even more painful. Having said that, he passed out again. But the man who knocked him down is the 3rd strongest person of Than Long group, Tu Lan. At this time, the Hugh Street next door was also under heavy attack. The 2 people who attacked him, Xiang San and Lei Si, survived. After Lu He finished arranging things for Tang San, Tu Lan is also ready to fight. At this moment, seeing his teammates defeated, Lu He was also full of fighting spirit, still loudly challenged Tu Lan to try how scary hell is. This move is a move he created after being tormented. This move is called Hon Tam Fuck, barking dog. It was Lu He who recalled the days of being beaten like a dog. Who invented this technique? Only saw the stick like a vicious dog rushing out, but Tu Lan is not weak at all. One hand blocked the fierce attack. Then Lu He again used the dog barking staff technique to recover the blade. Although Tu Lan is a bit at a disadvantage, but still blocked all attacks. Next, Lu He's eyes were bloodshot as he used his final attack. In the moment man and dog become one, it was as if Lu He's true self had transformed into an evil dog. Fierce attack, finally successfully defeated Tu Lan. At this time Yen Dao was happy because Lu Ha could defeat Tu Lan, but unexpectedly Liu Yanfei was extremely angry because he cannot accept it. Some people were defeated by this group of trash from the Azure Dragon group. On the battleship side, was also extremely angry when he was beaten to only 4 members left, and became especially angry. Then Lu He rushed forward, also dealt with Lei Tu. Only Truong Tam was left, finally defeated by Dong Hu. At this time on the fighting stage, Than Long group only had Tin Shuan, Hua Lin and 1 other person left. Their perfect coordination also made him a little frustrated. First, Kunling used his body like an eel to dodge the attack, Then Dong Tin continuously counterattacked. While resisting Dong Tin, one must always beware of passers-by. Armor has very low survival rate. 2 people with abilities equivalent to a high-level apprentice. There is also an invisible person who is even more dangerous than the assassin, coordination, leaving Ha Lin temporarily unable to cope, can only continuously defend against attacks to find opportunities. At the same time, Tinnik Shuin on the other side is not much better. The 3 people are sometimes like the 1,000 armed Guanian, attack Tin Shuin continuously. At times the 3 of them joined forces to unleash a super powerful nuclear technique. Force Tin Shuin to be unconscious, must use real strength. It is said that the strength of the Vermilion Bird group is increasing rapidly. That's right, your team coordination is perfect. To show respect, Tin Shuin started to get serious. This is also the first time he used his true strength at the academy. It is said that Shaolin always has compassion. Take the salvation of all living beings as one's responsibility. In the eyes of the world, they are good at all kinds of martial arts. These techniques will not easily take human lives. But few people know that Shaolin also has grandmasters who practice swordsmanship. That is the little-known 13 swords of Buddhism. And Tan Shuin was the closed-door chief disciple of that great master. The sword he wears, even more so, is the Shaolin sect's treasure, the green jade Buddha heavenly sword. Although using a wooden sword cannot fully exert the power of the 13 swords of Buddhism, but with this power, enough for Tan Shuin to deal with the 3 people of the Vermilion Bird group. At this moment, the dog strategist was surprised to see this sword energy. Tiu Tang rushed forward to stop Tan Shuin, execute the move, but unfortunately it was too late. Only saw Tan Shuin gently chop down. The moment the wooden sword touched the ground, each ripple rises, ripples slowly fade away. The 8th consciousness of the 13 swords of Buddhism. The 5 aggregates are empty. In a flash, on the ground rose sword energy like raging waves. At this time, Captain Quine Tong thought that everything was over. Suddenly he heard a voice from afar, "Is Lian Fei? Tell him if he doesn't want to die then stop this move." Just when the dog strategist was pulling Xiao Tang, he couldn't be reckless. Then suddenly Quine Tong from behind rushed out. He understood clearly that he could not stop it at all, but he had no other choice, because he did not obey the devil's orders. Then the outcome will be a million times worse than receiving this move. Quine Tong also used all his internal energy to shoot an arrow. The moment the wooden sword touched the ground, triggered a large amount of lightning. In that moment, but still reluctantly resisted the sword energy like the vast sea in front. But the surrounding sword energies were not blocked. Immediately attacked the other 2. Tiu Tang also wanted to learn from Quine Tong to use internal energy to resist the sword energy, but was ambushed by the dog strategist and passed out. Then the dog strategist sat cross-legged on the ground, calmly received the sword energy. Wait until everything is gone. Quine Tong discovered that he had successfully blocked the sword energy. What is more surprising is, the dog strategist and the others were not injured. As it turns out, he had guessed Tin Shuin's move. The so-called 5 aggregates are empty. As long as you don't harbor any hostility towards it, then this trick is completely useless for you. This scene also made Tin Shuin a bit surprised. Although he had suppressed most of his power, but still unexpected, the Vermilion Bird group can successfully defend against this move. Tin Shuin is very curious. Why did the Vermilion Bird group last only 1 year? There is such a big change. So he decided to use all his strength. Next maybe the wooden sword will break. People will get hurt. I think you guys probably don't notice. Hearing this, Quine Tong immediately got into fighting stance. Called both the dog-headed strategist and Xiao Tang to join forces to attack. But at this moment Tiu Tang just woke up. Only the dog-headed strategist could keep up with Quine Tong's footsteps. Tan Shuin on this side also started to use his moves. The 9th sword consciousness of Buddhism, the Vajra sword, then swung the wooden sword. Mouth said a sentence, people have nowhere to go but their heart is born. A fierce sword energy immediately attacked horizontally. Sword Master Quine Tong also uses lightning sword technique. Several bolts of lightning shot out from the tip of the sword. The dog-headed strategist bent down to avoid the sword energy and approached near the Tan Shuin, then used the Tai Chi sword's black dragon tail technique, attacked the lower body. Just as Qin Chuan lifted his leg to avoid the attack, the wooden sword in his hand that was supporting Qin Tung suddenly had a crack. Seeing that he used all his strength to slash, Qin Chuan's wooden sword carries swordsmanship, but was cut out a flaw. This also signaled that Qin Tung and his group had successfully defeated Tan Xuan. The stands erupted in thunderous cheers. On the other side, Tan Lang and his group also fell into a protracted war. Halam knew that if he did not unleash his true strength, then there is no chance of winning. But have to turn into a fat person in front of everyone. He really has no courage. Just as he was hesitating, suddenly two voices came from behind. It was Lu Se and Tang Hai, who had finished cleaning up the battlefield. Hurry to be late. In the end, the Vermilion Bird group sacrificed Xiao Ban and Tang San in exchange for winning this team match. After the match, Liu Yanfei earned a lot of money, but the result left him extremely dissatisfied. He could not accept that his disciples, but there were people who were defeated by the Thanlong group. Even more unacceptable that they are 3 against 1, but still so difficult to determine the winner. So all the members were punished by planting banana trees for 1 night. Liu Yanfei even felt, from tomorrow, their training will be tripled. Nhan Dao was extremely satisfied with this result, because he finally raised his head in front of Bun Qian. A long drawn-out draw finally let him win for once. On the other side, Than Long group is also collectively admitting their mistakes. Bun Qian kept reassuring them that it was okay. Just do your best. Victory and defeat are common in military affairs. Just learn from this failure. Reality. The teapot behind him was frozen to the point of cracking from his anger. Make people tremble with fear. Don't even dare to breathe heavily. However, Tin Jian also learned one thing this time. It turned out that when both sides' wooden swords were damaged, Tin Jian once asked Qin Tung, "What made you progress so deeply, even without regret?" Barehanded also want to win this match. Then Qin Tung asked back, "He once tried on the cliff that was blown by strong winds. Just cling to a rope to live. If you risk your life every day, you will know that only by putting yourself in a place of death can you live, have the right to continue living." After listening to Qin Tung's words, Tang Xuan suddenly realized, from the past to the present, his cultivation always felt like something was missing. It is the lack of sense of danger that the Vermilion Bird group mentioned. So he promised Bin Qian, the coming days will definitely be even more difficult to cultivate. Thanks to this review, Bun Qian's mood was somewhat relieved. He then explained to the students about the upcoming formation of a freshman group. So later on, Tan Xuan also has to take responsibility for training 4 new students well, to let them become the new fighting force of the Thanlong group. Prepare for the next match with Chu Tuk group. Everyone listened and took turns swearing. Next time I will definitely defeat the Vermilion Bird group. The glory belongs to Thanlong group. The next night, inside the Vermilion Bird group, everyone's face showed excitement and joy, because the new recruits were assigned to the Vermilion Bird group. Besides Truong Hong, Tu Long and Mo Deng Hai, there was also the eldest brother Liu Yanfei, whom they missed day and night. From now on, the happy days of the Chu Tuk group have begun. This new student just said hello, made the seniors and juniors jump in fear, even cleaned up and invited him to sit down. The other freshmen all suspected that they were not awake yet, but saw this scene of the reversal of the heavens. Just because, if they make this new student unhappy, will have to suffer torture worse than death. But what they don't know is, since this evil spirit stepped into the Vermilion Bird group, they were destined to go through that nightmare life again. Time flies, 20 hours have passed. Liu Yanfei made Qin Tung practice day and night. At this time, Qin Tung had already thought of his last words. Also want to ask Liu Yanfei, convey to Qin Ling that you love him. Who would have thought that Liu Yanfei would suddenly let go of his hand? Also asked him about his impression of Mount Ime. Qin Tung immediately replied, "It is a place that even if you die you will never want to return to." Still keep bad-mouthing about that silver-haired master? Completely unaware of this senior brother in front of him is his master. Making Liu Yanfei angry, he decided to let him practice more, until there are no more words to say. The next day, at the thatched cottage on Mount Ime, the old man had just finished his trip, carry things back. Before he even entered the door, he discovered that someone had broken into his house. The merchant also wanted to explain that perhaps the cleaner had come in, but the old man clearly did not accept this. At this time the old man also discovered that the merchant had been changed. The other party explained that the previous person's illness had worsened, so I came to replace his job. This action aroused the old man's suspicion. On the other side, the Sword King was instructing his henchmen to keep a close eye on Liu Yanfei. Anything must be reported back to me. It turns out after the 3-win, 5-win match, Liu Yanfei and the others have found the Sword King and asked him in front of the public, keep your promise, for the sake of face. Sword King can only publicly apologize. But this also made him hold a grudge against Liu Yanfei from then on. Half a month later, the entire Chutung group boarded the boat together and set sail. This time they will go to Wuding Mountain to conduct special training. On the boat outside Don Chuanha was stuffed by Nandao. Tam Tai-Akim also participated in this training. And even Nulin and Halin were in there. Even used the ships of the Zhongyang Escort Bureau to get to the location. Truong Hong thought but still did not understand. Why did things develop like this? The story must have started 10 days ago, when the Blood Canal gave the Vermilion Bird Group a large sum of money for special training. Liu Yanfei smelled the money and immediately went to find Nandao. I consider myself capable of taking charge of this training, and told Nandao to give him all the money. She also assured that on this trip, will not let Nandao's feet get dirty, even on the way, also ensure 3 meals a day have meat. Just like that, all the members of the Vermilion Bird Group was pulled onto the ship of this agency. The person in charge of the Zhongyang Escort Agency branch was also very helpless. He received orders from the headquarters. No matter what, we must treat Liu Yanfei well, even have to meet all her demands. Liu Yanfei also helped in the name of escorting. Can both hitchhike and earn extra money as a bodyguard. This is also the thing that gives the branch manager the biggest headache, because this river area has a group of pirates. Normally just give a little money and it will pass. Today there are so many bloodline people, will fight for sure. At this moment, from afar, 3 boats were slowly approaching the rescue boat. Liu Yanfei noticed something unusual, immediately ran to Thai Lin's side and told her that it would rain today, red rain. Suddenly Thai Lin also felt a lot of murderous aura. At the same time, the person in charge also received the report. There are 3 unidentified boats slowly approaching us. And on the boat there were many people jumping into the water. Hearing that, the person in charge immediately ordered all members to prepare for battle. All the students of Thienvo Academy also attacked at the same time. In the blink of an eye, several sharp swords successfully knocked most of the pirates who had just boarded the ship into the water, fall into water. Suddenly behind Tan Lin, a pirate successfully climbed onto the boat. The pirate with the dagger immediately rushed to attack him. By natural reflex, Tan Lin stabbed the pirate in the chest with his sword. The pirate was not dead yet. He swung his dagger up, intent to drag Tan Lin to the grave with him. His mind was filled with fear, unable to make any reaction. Thai Lun wants to save people, but it was too late to find out. Suddenly a lock of black hair flew before his eyes. A thunderous hand gripped the dagger tightly, then Lai Ling Te won. The pirate's head immediately fell to the ground. Witness the whole thing up close. Also caused Qin Ling's spirit to fall into crisis. The fear of murder gripped him deeply. At this moment a slap pulled Tan Lin back to reality. It was Liu Yanfei who was scolding him. Ever since you held the search up, heart must be cold as ice. If you can't even do this, why learn sword? That will only cost you your life. Quine Tong, who was standing next to him, also wanted to step forward to protect Tan Lin, but was stopped by the dog-headed soldier. Also advised Quine Tong to calm down. All of this is for the good of Qin Ling. Nandao standing beside saw this scene and also admired Liu Yanfei. What the hell did this demon eat to grow so big? Dare to hit the girl in the face. Everyone was surprised to see this scene. Newbie like that dares to hit senior. The 3-man team of Truong Hong was even more affected by this treatment. Performance to the point of speechlessness. Then Liu Yanfei gave the sword back to Qin Ling and took off all his ink rings. Then told Tan Lin to go down to the river to wash the blood off his body. Also told him to be careful. In the river there are fish that can kill people, must hold the sword tight. At this moment, Tanlin just had a little consciousness, responding to Liu Yanfei's words pointing at the enemy, was pushed into the river by her palm. Seeing that, Tong also took off the ink ring and jumped into the river. Then Liu Yanfei just with one look. The remaining members of the Vermilion Bird group also took off their ink rings and jumped into the river one by one. This scene made Helen surprised. He did not understand why the Vermilion Bird Regiment would listen to a new commander. Nahanda also questioned Li Yungianfei if she was crazy, because she never taught the Vermilion Bird Corps to fight underwater, worried that if they jumped into the water something unexpected would happen. Liu Yanfei told her to rest assured 100%, only she knows. What did the Vermilion Bird group practice at Mount Ime before? House. At this time Liu Yanfei looked towards the three people, Truonghong. She gently asked Don Chunhao if he knew how to swim. Seeing that Don Chuanhao said he was a duck on land, Liu Yanfei said, then take this opportunity to teach you how to swim. Also conveniently watch swords being swung underwater. Is there apricot scent? Then he threw Don Chuanhao into the river. Later, when examining the body, Truonghong discovered a clue. These bodies have all been through pain relief surgery. This means that these people are not pirates, but is a professional killer. Legend has it that in the martial arts world there is a secret medicine made by mixing highly nutritious and highly toxic medicinal herbs. Eating it will reduce life expectancy, but can eliminate the feeling of pain in the body. Even if the heart is pierced, can still fight back, so it can be affirmed. The people attacking the merchant ship today are not ordinary pirates, but a group of professionally trained assassins. To ensure safety, ordered the Blood Administration to send people to escort the ship back. Have such strong backing protection, the guards also breathed a sigh of relief. After everyone analyzed, the target of these assassins was not the cargo of the merchant ship. Otherwise we would have started before getting on the boat, not to the point of having to wait until now. But if aimed at people, should not be the Vermilion Bird group, because they are outside all year round. There was no assassination attempt either. Others also decided to temporarily board the boat, completely unpredictable. So command speculation, is someone among the new people of the Vermilion Bird group who is being targeted. Vanagon Truonghong said he acted modestly, no enemies. Tu Long thought for a moment, thinking about being bullied since childhood. He calmly said that he had so many enemies that he could not count them. But surely no one will attack me here. So the killer did not come looking for me? Helin thought he was joking. Only Truonghong knew what he said was true. Murongha also thought. Assassins targeting him and the Murong family's identity. Decided to confront the assassin himself. Do not involve others, Helin hurriedly said to him. Now the discussion is just to analyze the cause, to see the situation and deal with these assassins, not to say what is involved or not involved. Furthermore, in the new group, there is also a person who makes enemies wherever he goes, probably the assassin he hired. At the same time, leading Chuanhao underwater just destroyed one guy. Assassin luckily, he did not emit the dizzying scent of plum blossoms. Unfortunately, he was about to faint from lack of oxygen. At the moment of death, he saw the master. Still remember the senior brothers who used to bully me every day. Senior sister, at this moment he just wants to return to Mount Hoa. Watch the apricot blossoms bloom again. Misfortunes never come singly. At this moment another assassin was aiming at him. Quickly approach him. Suddenly a strange sound made him open his eyes. It turned out that a jujube interrupted the assassin's attack. Then a sword energy flashed by. The assassin died instantly. Dan Chuanhao is the captain along with Fan Advisor. Are discussing plans to clean up the surrounding area. Finished arranging, pointed to Dan Chuanhao, then continuously point up. At the same time, Liu Yanfei was eating jujube on the boat. Observe people's expressions underwater. Dai Lam saw that she could use jujube to hit the target underwater, feel very unbelievable. She guessed Liu Yanfei's martial arts were probably incredibly strong. Plus all the members of the Vermilion Bird group listened to her orders. Dai Lam speculated, the Vermilion Bird group must know some inside information about this man before my eyes. At this moment, a call from beside them interrupted their conversation. Only saw Tang San pulling the fainted Yin Junhao approach the boat? As he approached the side of the boat, he frantically patted Dan Chuanhao to wake him up, then dived back into the water. Bringing Chuanhao back to life was not to be outdone. Take a deep breath and dive back into the water. The guards on the boat all admired his bravery. Du Lin asked Liu Ming and Fai, not going to help the Vermilion Bird group? She used the excuse of wanting to go fishing to cover up. After saying that, he took something from his chest and threw it into the water. Unfortunately, the speed is too fast. Dai Lin also could not see clearly what it was, just saw something shiny. She thought again. Yan Fai also threw something similar, more affirming Liu. Yan Fai and Yan Fai have some kind of relationship. On the other side, the underwater assassins were also bewildered. They did not expect. The students' blood vessels are so flexible when going into the water. It is even possible to exchange information underwater without any hindrance. Even weapons can be swung freely underwater. They never received any reports saying, the Vermilion Bird Corps students are so good at underwater fighting. At this time, the killer just wanted to see if there were any small fry to kill someone conveniently and then report back to finish the job. Unfortunately, he is the small fry. A passerby used a sneak attack from behind to send him on his way. After dealing with the underwater killer, together with the general, call everyone back to the boat. Just when everyone thought it was all over, then suddenly a report came from behind. It turned out that the black boat behind was trying to force its way onto the boat. Hearing that, Yen Dao told everyone to quickly move away. The opportunity to show off on the road is hard to come by. He doesn't want to miss out. If this battle does not pass, will definitely be laughed at by Liu Yanfei for life. Because I cannot do anything, then Yen Dao shouted loudly. A huge flame immediately erupted. In the blink of an eye, the 3 small boats turned into ashes. Luckily we are on our side in this battle, no human casualties. Then for safety, the security agency decided to go by land to protect. After that, Liu Yanfei was not happy, but can only helplessly listen. On the other side, in the ghost road of the Demon Heaven Pavilion, the person in charge of the Devil's Corpse is mocking the inefficiency of the Obsession Road. The leader of the Shadow Path retorted that it was his plan, caused the entire Black Dragon group to sacrifice, and now a more terrifying plot, waiting on the way to Wuding Mountain. The Vermilion Bird group is at the foot of the mountain, looking at the person who was once the bright star of Mathian Kak. He once killed hundreds of people because of a mental disorder. The world calls him the blood-drinking sword Little Heaven. That's right, he is Tiu Long's real brother. The man was robbed by bandits, not only fearless, but also turned back to blackmail the other side. It turned out that Liu Yanfei's group had just started traveling by land, immediately encountered a gang of bandits. His paradoxical actions surprised everyone. Trung Hong, Tiu Long and the others all felt sorry for this bandit leader. Normal people would not do such evil deeds. The bandit leader also wanted to use the reputation of that Nai Tri to threaten Liu Yanfei, but he did not know that even though the entire 72 camps were mobilized, he was not shaken, because just need Vermilion Bird Group can also easily defeat Dragonbone and Tiger Bone several hundred people. The camp leader then realized, I teased the wrong person. Hearing that the other party had such a fierce background, the bandits rushed to run away. Unfortunately, Liu Yanfei only signaled to Xiao Long. The leader ran away and was caught by him. Liu Yanfei originally intended to ask them to return half of the money, but Ren Zhiqing and 2 people must pay all to redeem the person. He also advised the bandits, only when all unjust wealth is surrendered, then later can be restored to human life. So all of this is because of bandits. The bandits were angry but did not dare to speak, had to obediently take the money out of the person. Seeing that, Liu Yanfei said they misunderstood. I don't want money on you. I said I wanted the entire property of the camp. As soon as this word was uttered, everyone was surprised again. This is much more evil than ordinary blackmail and robbery. Only Yen Dao saw that Liu Yanfei was kind. He thought, this devil will take the opponent's clothes too, leaving the opponent penniless. At this time, the bloodline detectives hiding nearby also cried. They have a duty to protect the safety of students. Should have taken action to drive out the bandits, but this scene. For a moment no one knew who was the bandit, who is the victim, begrudge. The detective captain could only emphasize the mission to everyone again. This time their mission was to follow the Sword King's instructions. Must stick close to Liu Yanfei, as long as he has any outrageous actions, then remove this threat. Besides, this time the team is only in charge of monitoring. Fortunately, the security agency was afraid that the bandits would take revenge later, proposed to let the security agency compensate Liu Yanfei. In return he will spare these bandits. Finally Liu Yanfei accepted the idea. Just take all the money from the bandits and the advance guard of the guards. This also leads to the current scene. Liu Yanfei and everyone sat on the carriage. As for the Vermilion Bird Regiment, the master did not have enough money to buy horses, but have to use human power to pull the goods. Tam Tyakim still wanted to ask Mo Dong Hai, "Why don't we sit up there?" Murong Hoi directly said he did not know them. Yen Dao has nothing to do with me. Regardless of life, as long as it's not me doing the work, then it's up to Liu Yanfei to do whatever he wants. Only the assassins suffer, always living in fear. Worrying like that will offend the military officer. On the other side of the prison, a person is using amulet to charm Tu Thien, combined with a custom bell, to perform a secret technique called soul control. Their purpose is to use Tu Thien to attack Li Yun Ham Fai and everyone. As long as Tu Thien is killed by the White Path people, then the devil will have a reason to attack the White Path massively. And all these plans are also carried out in situations where the prince secretly permits. He really wanted to see how Tu Long would react when anyone in the group is killed. He is a man who loves money like his life, because the treasure can jump into the abyss. It turned out that a few days ago, to escort the agency back to the city, Blood Butler sent a team to help. Yen Dao thought that Liu Nam Fai cared a lot about Nuaon. It's good to have someone to take care of you, so agreed. Like Cam Chiat stayed at the training camp. He revealed to everyone the legend of the Tai Chai Abyss of Wuding Mountain, hides many treasures and martial arts secrets. Although others doubt this legend, if there really is a treasure, then Tam Tyakim Kim, as a lay disciple of Vodang, had already found it. But Liu Yanfei did not believe it, hugging. The concept of believing is better than not believing. With the thought of believing it is possible, Liu Yanfei jumped off the cliff. This action made the Blood Butler's detectives scared stiff. They all thought the cliff was so high. Liu Yanfei will definitely die. Think for a moment. The captain arranged for 3 people to stay here and guard, while the other team circled down the cliff, search for Liu Yanfei's body. He will return to the martial arts school to report the situation to the Sword King, and to finish the mission soon. The captain also gave an important order, that is, if Liu Yanfei did not die, then just kill without asking. After a while searching, Liu Yanfei finally found a cave. Unfortunately it's empty inside, nothing. Just as he was doubting this place of clear blue water, but no treasure at all, then suddenly, a fragrant smell of grilled meat attracted Liu Yanfei. Follow the scent to find. Liu Yanfei discovered an old man grilling meat. Liu Yanfei hugged his chest, looked like internal injury. The old man thought he was injured somewhere, but unexpectedly, Liu Yanfei said he was simply too hungry. He also praised the old man's grilled meat. Looks like it has both color, flavor and aroma, so attractive. As soon as the words were spoken, made the old man feel like he met a soul mate. Then Liu Yanfei from the tree beside, whittled out a pair of chopsticks. Also said eating too much meat is not good for the health of the elderly. So I will try my best to take care of the old man's health. These brazen words made the old man laugh. Immediately told him to eat comfortably. Eat as much as you want, but you have one condition. It is necessary to keep secret what happened here. For Liu Yanfei, this was just a small matter. Immediately agreed with him. The two began to eat and drink freely. After eating meat, Liu Yanfei also told the old man about finding the treasure. The old man said, "The treasures here were dug up long ago. Should I have to grill meat in this secluded place?" It turns out he is an elder of Wuding known as the Sword Master. Because of the rules of the Wuding sect, drinking alcohol and eating meat are not allowed. So he had to secretly grill meat without letting anyone know. Not only that, he is also the master of the 3 absolute swords. Sword Master from Liu Yanfei. Heard a lot of news about his disciple. I feel like I and my partner are very compatible after eating grilled meat. Sword Master wants Liu Yanfei to evaluate it. about the latest sword technique I created. He wanted to know, in the eyes of such a straightforward person, then what will my swordplay be like? Then the master said, internal force transport, sword pointing to the sky. Unleash the first move of the 3 absolute swords of Wuding, heavenly realm. In a flash, countless lights exploded into the sky. This scene not only attracted the Blood Butler detectives who were searching for the body, but also attracted Tu Thean, who was fascinated by the soul control technique. Once a demon who slaughtered hundreds of masters, just hearing the name is enough to make people terrified. Now the tiger lost in the plain is despised by dogs, become a walking corpse at the mercy of the person manipulating it. 2 people wasted all their effort, finally dragged Tu Thean to Vodang Mountain. The rest? The tall skinny man intended to let Tu Thean develop freely. The fat dwarf suspected him. They asked, how can I control Tu Thean if I leave the bell? It turns out that the bell is just a reminder aid, and the real control technique has soon permeated into daily food, drink and air. So even though leaving the bell, tall skinny people are also very confident, is Tu Thean cannot escape the soul control technique. Tu Thean now, in his head there is only one thought, that is sabotage, endless destruction. On the other side, after meeting the Grandmaster and withdrawing his moves, ask Liu Yanfei's opinion. After all, this is a technique that he has painstakingly researched for hundreds of years. So he really wanted to hear praise from his juniors. Liu Yanfei first looked at the fireworks display and expressed is very beautiful. Then points out the most crucial weakness of this move. The sword energy is as dense as this net. Will significantly reduce the power and speed of the move. It's easy to meet a master, can break this net. As soon as this word was uttered, dealt a heavy blow to the great master Ngoqian. He did not expect that the problem he was always thinking about was so easily pointed out by a junior. Such a sharp gaze. I'm afraid there are only people in the same realm as me, or someone stronger than you, can see the problem. Grandmaster Wu Jin stammered and asked him who he was. Liu Yanfei introduced himself without any courtesy. I am the most outstanding genius, the most honest and truthful of our time. Great Master Ngoqian heard, but did not dare to agree with this statement, because he felt there are many people bustling around. Looks like they are all looking for revenge. Liu Yanfei still wanted to justify, I am so. How can there be enemies? It must be the old man's trick, attracted these friends here. The sword master immediately denied, I have never had so many friends. Moreover, these people are very well hidden. If there were no Tamtai at Kiam, I didn't even feel them coming. Confirmed not to be an acquaintance of the old man, Liu Yanfei said, can help capture them for questioning. Consider it as payment for this meal. This suggestion was immediately approved by the sword master. Then he transported the breath throughout his body. Who dares to bring sand bandits to openly walk on Wuding Mountain? Knowing that his whereabouts had been discovered, the scouts of Hayat Kong jumped out at the same time. Want a surprise attack? But this is exactly what Liu Yanfei wanted. He spoke to the sword master slowly. His last move, if there is the power to tear the sky apart, then there will be no way to be defeated by others. Then Liu Yanfei threw out several lightning blades from his sleeves. In a flash, weaving lightning blades in the air into a giant net. This move is the new move he created. The lightning blade of heaven and earth net, a net woven from Li Ling Sai, descended upon the scouts. This sight made the great master Ngoqian surprised. Defeated all the scouts in the blink of an eye. Look at Li Ling Sai got electric shock. In the mind of Master Ngoqian, an unknown memory appeared. At Mount Ime long ago, Master Ngoqian was still practicing. Witnessed a scene that will be unforgettable for life. The most outstanding young man of the righteous path is dueling a mysterious old man. He originally thought that the old man would definitely lose. After all, the opponent is called the Sword King, the hope of the righteous path. Unexpectedly, just a flash of golden light, the Sword King was instantly electrocuted and turned black, fall straight to the ground, flickering, and the old man seemed to have noticed his existence from the very beginning. Go straight to, tell him to take the Sword King away. On the way back to the city, Master Ngoqian always thought, how can one cultivate to reach this realm, the right path, future heart, but without any resistance? In that moment, it was as if the sky had been torn apart. On that very day, Master Wu Jian found his goal in cultivation. From then on, he year after year, day after day imitating the old man's moves to practice, always hope one day can use sword to show the old man's previous moves, even want to surpass the old man's realm, create an even more powerful trick. Until today, 100 years later, the sword master invented the threefold sword technique, but compared to the old man's previous move, still feel like something is missing in the end. Suddenly one day, he thought it through. What he lacks is freedom, is a kind of freedom without restraint, not bound by heaven and earth. From that day on, the sword master has eliminated the cumbersome sword techniques, single-minded pursuit of freedom like the old man's trick, but still cannot overcome the old man. He was surprised. Why can Liu Yanfei use the old man's moves? Immediately asked him what he was missing. According to Liu Yanfei, the sword of the sword master has not been practiced yet. Moreover, he always got a type. The notion of freedom is bondage. How can be free? This saying is like a wake-up call. Master Wu Jian immediately understood the problem. From that day on, he was always bound by the old man's tricks. Now he finally understood, can escape from this shackle. Great Master Ngo Qin? Happy like a 200-year-old kid right there. On the other side, after answering his question, Liu Yanfei also started to do the main work, that is to ask the background of these scouts. I heard you guys, the scouts have all undergone professional training. The next question might hurt a little. Hope you can try to endure. Information security. Here he comes, here he comes. He came with a gentle smile. Just now, Liu Yanfei gently comforted the scout not to panic. Don't be afraid, it will only hurt a little bit later. As soon as this word was uttered, make the scout pale with fear, just moaning wanting to say something, but the mouth was soon covered with socks. He could only shake his head vehemently to beg for mercy. Liu Yanfei did not believe him, because the spy not only said untrue words, but also very likely bite the tongue to commit suicide to escape torture. So Liu Yanfei decided to start from head to shoulders, then to the hands and feet, then to the respiratory, digestive, cardiovascular systems inside, to slowly torture the scout. Liu Yanfei kept cheering and encouraging the scouts. Hope he can persevere to the end, and still maintain consciousness. To demonstrate fairness and humanity, Liu Yanfei also kindly asked for advice of the great master Ngo Qin. After listening to her recount a series of horrifying torture methods, Master Ngo Qin immediately said, I am currently busy cleaning up the trash after eating. See nothing? I don't know anything either. These words, in Liu Yanfei's eyes, is tacit consent for her to do so. The spy was so scared that his head felt like it was going to break from shaking, begging for forgiveness. But unfortunately he could not wait for Liu Yanfei's compassion, but just wait for one. The punch was as loud as a clay pot, and screams and banging sounds could be heard at the scene. The scene is so tragic that it is unbearable to look at. Even the great master Ngo Qin could not bear to look straight, like a jade rabbit pounding golden rice cakes. Liu Yanfei is this jade rabbit, and the spies are like rice cakes that people beat. Just as Master Wu Jian was looking up at the sky filled with dark clouds, wondering if it's going to rain, then Liu Yanfei finished entertaining the spies. At this time, she was worried that others might be attacked, so I said goodbye to Master Ngo Qin, then used Phoenix Dance to return, leaving behind a few spies beaten to a pulp like rice cakes, for the great Master Ngo Qin to clean up. Grand Master Wu Jian decided to escort them to the Wuding sect, then calculate next. Not long after that, Liu Yanfei immediately discovered something strange. On the road there were many assassins in black. Turns out the people of Hayat Kuang, also attacked by unknown men in black. Seeing this scene, Liu Yanfei was extremely angry. She was not angry because the man in black dared to attack the Vermilion Bird group, but angry because they were injured by the man in black. Vanangong Donghan still wanted to explain, is because the opponent has no martial arts ethics, ambush. As for Helene, she did not understand the situation. Also told Liu Yanfei not to be in a daze. Let's join the fight. When Liu Yanfei released a terrifying murderous aura, Liu Hak immediately panicked, trembling non-stop, explaining it was not his fault. Little Table stood up righteously. Please Liu Yanfei, don't blame Liu He. Tang San still wanted to lie that he was only bitten by a mosquito, but not injured. These words made even Dong Tu feel embarrassed for Dong Mun. Even though people keep talking, It was because the man in black took advantage of the moment when they were eating and bathing to sneak attack them, new leading to injury. But Liu Yanfei at this moment could not control his anger. As the men in black rushed towards him, Liu Yanfei raised her hand and waved. Countless thunderclap threads attached with lightning flew into the air, then rained down on the men in black. This move is the move of the great master Nugo Qian. The upgraded version is called Thunder Phoenix Flash. Just one move. Liu Yanfei has already dealt with all the men in black. This scene refreshed Halam's perception of martial arts. Until now he still can't believe it. There is such a scary kind of skill in the world. Not only wide range, powerful, and can also identify teammates accurately to attack the enemy. Just as everyone was still amazed, Liu Yanfei patted Quine Tong's shoulder. Ask about the whereabouts of others. Quine Tong reported. Yin Dao led Don Chuan how to chase the man in black. Tam Tyat Kim and Lai Kam Tyat also followed to listen to the story. Helin said. The direction they were going was very close to Mount Wuding. It will be fine. Tell Li Yanfei not to worry. But Li Yanfei naturally turned around. Ask him about Thai Lin's whereabouts. Then Quine Tong continued to say, not long ago, the lion wanted to go for a walk. Should go alone towards another mountain. Hearing this, Liu Yanfei did not say a word. Immediately rushed in the direction that Quine Tong pointed. This scene made Helin feel mixed feelings. Maybe this is the feeling of a secret admirer. Inside contains other people. At this time, thunder and lightning began to appear on the mountain. Heavy rain poured down. In the cave the Helin was soaked all over. Ka. As if injured. The person you secretly admire will usually know. The person I like someone else. How heavy is this sentence? Just as Helin's eyes were empty. Is suffering endlessly. Then suddenly someone cares about her. Donghan saw her expression was not good. Asked her if she was injured in the recent battle. Helin explained that she was not injured. Just a little unhappy. Only Dong too can see through everything. Knowing she was not happy that Liu Yanfei was fine, but she ran away. Still comforting her. Three-legged frogs are hard to find. Men with legs all over the road. Although his martial arts are very strong, but martial arts does not represent everything. Choosing a partner still depends on character. To shut Dong Tu's mouth, Helin quickly changed the subject. The urgent matter now is to inform Hayat Kong to increase the protection. At this moment, the person chasing the assassin also returned. Yin Dao asked from afar. Has anyone been killed by an assassin because they were so stupid? Received the unanimous answer from everyone in Chu Tuk Don was no one. Not long after, the reinforcements sent by the Wuding sect also arrived at the scene. Just as they were about to enter the mountain, looking for Liu Yanfei and Doi Line, Yin Dao looked at the sky and told them to wait a moment. It turned out that the sky below the mountain also gradually began to be covered with dark clouds. It is going to rain. The people of Wuding also thought that. He was worried that the other two people on the mountain would get wet in the rain and catch a cold. Was planning to take advantage of the time to rescue. Then Yin Dao said, he just doesn't want to get wet in the rain. Moreover, the devil must have found they line by now. If I dare to intrude and disturb their world of two people, we'll surely die without a burial place. Yin Dao hurriedly comforted the people of Wuding. Said they were definitely fine, do not worry. But anyway, the Lin is the only daughter of the leader of Vo Lam. Wuding sect also did not dare to neglect the search and rescue work. Yin Dao had to let them go save people themselves. I'll take Chu Tu Don home to avoid the rain first. Helin also did not expect Yin Dao to be so cold. See death but do not save. Just as the three of them were about to join the rescue team, Yin Dao criticized their martial arts. Going is just a hindrance. Tell them not to interfere. Also asked everyone in Chu Tu Don, does anyone want to go save people? Looking at his beloved senior brother, whose life and death were still unknown. What gives them the biggest headache is still, should I eat wild boar or rabbit tonight? After calming down, Helin also thought Yin Dao was right. My martial arts are not up to par yet. Going will only delay the search and rescue. So she also returned to join the kitchen army. But Truong Hong was the supervisor of Liu Yanfei. Cannot leave him alone with Doi Lin. After half a day of Wuding sect search only found on the way up the mountain, continuously see assassin's body, but still no sign of Luo Yanfei and Thai Lun. However, these bodies indicate that the two are temporarily safe. At least we can successfully kill these assassins. Looking at the rain getting heavier, the Wuding elder ordered everyone to retreat to the front sect. Wait until the rain stops and go up the mountain to look for help. As for Truong Hong and Tiu Long, they were always watching them, but decided to continue searching. According to the traces at the scene, Truong Hong judged that these people were killed by Thai Lin's weapons. But anyway, the number of assassins is not small. Truong Hong guessed that Thai Lin had just escaped to the mountains, just counterattacked. So just follow the path up the mountain and search. Then we'll be able to find her. In another cave, Lu Yanfei is drying her cloak. He also insisted on Thai Lin coming closer to the heating area to heat. After all, killing an assassin consumes a lot of inner energy. If you catch a cold, it's not good, but Thai Lin refused his offer. Because a single man and a single woman live together in the same cave. Who knows what Liu Yanfei will do, seeing her so wary of him. Liu Yanfei had no choice but to throw her the warm cloak to keep her warm. Be careful she gets cold and sick. Seeing him so attentive, Dalan also relaxed her guard a bit more, and asked him how he got here. Liu Yanfei said, I asked for directions as I walked, so customers just follow that to come here. Then he continued to encourage Thai Lin. Don't be afraid when you encounter difficulties. Face it bravely. The problem will naturally resolve. These words reminded her of Fei Yen. As a child when I first went hiking in the suburbs. Fei Yen also kept encouraging her like that. Hearing such warm words, Thai Lin also let down her guard. Sit down. Liu Yanfei took the opportunity to give her some food to fill her stomach. After receiving, Thai Lin discovered that this was 1,000-year-old ginseng. He said that these were all Zhang Hong's insistence on giving them to him, so carry it with you. But now outside the cave, Truong Hong and Tiu Long also followed the traces to find here, but they did not rush in. Because Truong Hong had a bad feeling in his heart, constantly surrounded him. The plot is reversed again. The black-clothed man who assassinated everyone in Hayat Kong was not a spy. But the captain actually withdrew from the front line, returned to Hayat Kong to report the situation. When he saw the contents of the incoming message, the captain was also stunned, completely unaware of why he had to assassinate Hayat Kong, bloodline. Immediately ordered everyone to return to Wuding Mountain to see the situation, and this time must return at the fastest speed, regardless of whether identity is revealed or not. At the same time, in front of another cave, Zhang Hong relied on his understanding of Liu Yanfei. Tell Tiu Long not to rush in. Then he held a large branch at his feet, then used force to throw it into the cave. Tiu Long thought Truong Hong wanted to punish Liu Yanfei, but unexpectedly, Zhang Hong now has gradually caught up with the thinking of aliens like Liu Yanfei. The branch just reached the cave entrance, immediately cut into 7749 pieces, as Truong Hong predicted. Liu Yanfei must have set a trap at the cave entrance to deal with the pursuers. Tiu Long was very lucky that the person who entered was not him. But thinking about the scene of a single man and woman in a room, Liu Yanfei most likely won't be able to control herself. That promotes animality. Tiu Long immediately picked up a large stone. Want to break the trap? To perform a heroic act to save the beauty. Seeing this, Truong Hong immediately picked up an even bigger stone. Show me first. As can be seen, both of them did not want Liu Yanfei to attack Thai Lin. At this time, Liu Yanfei in the cave also felt the two people's actions. Because I want to be alone with Thai Lin, he frantically mobilized Li Ling-sei to counterattack. At this time, the Lin also discovered something unusual, but Liu Yanfei insisted on explaining that it's just a big worm crawling around. Then he told the Lin to keep her promise of 3 wins and 5 counts. Pass on what you know to him. Though Lin thought he was talking about martial arts, just about to draw his sword to show him. Result. Liu Yanfei asked her again, wondering why she had to draw her sword. It turned out, he wanted to know what Thai Lin liked, and don't like anything, such as what to eat. What kind of weather do you like? What color do you like? Etc. This made Thai Lin unable to react in time. She didn't expect that Liu Yanfei wanted to learn these things. Though Lin asked him why he wanted to know these things, Liu Yanfei said frankly, I just want to understand the line better and leave a good impression. Such frank words also touched Thai Lin, because besides father, Since growing up, no man has ever cared for her like that. Over the years, though Lin's eyes only saw lustful gazes, those men are only greedy for the flesh, never really cared about her. Seeing her bad complexion, Liu Yanfei thought she said something wrong. Hurriedly said, if she didn't want to say then she didn't need to say. Though Lin hurriedly explained that it was not his fault. This makes They Lun even more confident. Person in front of eyes is a different existence from other men. Just as Liu Yanfei wanted to continue the conversation further, a man's scream came from outside the cave. Though Lun realized this was Tiu Long's voice, Liu Yanfei still wanted to explain. Maybe this is the sound of an owl screeching. As a result, Zhang Hong's voice also came in. Dai Lin told Liu Yanfei to remove the trap at the cave entrance. Let them in. Seeing his wife speak, Liu Yanfei reluctantly took back Li Lingxi. The two men just walked in. Immediately asked Liu Yanfei if her conscience had been eaten by a dog. How dare you be so cruel to your two best friends? Liu Yanfei calmly ate Zhang Hong's ginseng. Indicate. I just don't want to let two nasty worms into the hole. What's wrong? This sentence made Truong Hong angry. Make her spit out the ginseng immediately. Looking at the three people laughing and joking, Dai Lin also recognized Truong Hong in front of her. It was the dark captain that father sent. As for Tu Long, he saw more and more that the other party was very interested in him. Because at this moment, the thoughts in Tu Long's heart were saying, the Lin is my cousin. My mother and her mother are sisters. This sudden news also surprised Dai Lin. But very quickly, amidst the three people's argument, Dai Lin could not help but laugh softly. This is also the first time in many years. She smiled in front of men. This is enough to say that Dai Lin felt so secure in front of these three people. Very quickly the rain stopped. The sun also slowly rose. The first rays of morning sunlight gradually covered the forest. The scouting team on their way back to Wuding was ambushed miserably. Dozens of people left, only the captain was lucky to escape. In his mind now there was only one thought, must go to Wuding no matter what. Let people know there is danger. And the one who ambushed them was the fat man and the skinny man of the devil's path. The two men added more stabs to the fallen men. Just laughed at the scout captain. Even if I go to Wuding now, it's useless. Because today, the man started up the mountain, open the gates of hell. Here he comes, here he comes. Liu Yanfei, who has not been online for a long time, is finally online. On this side the reconnaissance team was ambushed. On the other side, Mo Donghai and Don Chuanhao just woke up from bed. Seeing that all the elite people diligently wake up early to practice, Don Chuanhao also did not dare to be negligent. Although very worried about Truong Hong and Tiu Long who had not returned home overnight, but still decided to go practice in the morning first. Maybe this is a good brother in the heart. Sometimes the phone can't be called. After a period of training by Gan Dao, Don Chuanhao was finally able to swing a few Maho sword techniques. But after just a few moves, I started having allergies again and couldn't breathe. Just then the Grand Master suddenly appeared from the bushes. Looking at the young man who can dance with a sword and create the scent of flowers before his eyes, made him remember an old friend. Turns out the ancestor of the Huashan sect is sworn brother with the master. Don Chuanhao just remembered, Master Gong once said, if you have the chance to go to Wuding, then pay homage to his sword-loving younger brother. He was scared and immediately bowed his head to pay respect to the master. Then started crying and talking about the shame when practicing Maho Kong, disgrace the sect. Seeing his brother's beloved disciple so pitiful, the master said nothing. Immediately pulled Don Chuanhao to special training. At the same time, on the other side, Murong Hui had just swung his sword 1,000 times, suddenly felt a cold murderous aura. That atmosphere is extremely oppressive. Even he was almost scared to the point of not being able to move. The source of the murderous aura is that Xiao Pai is being controlled by someone. Just then Liu Yanfei and three others were not far away. Heard the fighting? Truong Hong and Tiu Long were worried that the black-clothed man would attack. Immediately rushed to help. Arriving at the scene, after clearly seeing the enemy, in a blink of an eye, Tiu Long could not believe it. The person who came was his long-lost brother. At this moment, Mo Donghai was using all his strength to defend against the attack. However, it gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. Liu Yanfei and the others were about to rush forward to help. Then a group of men in black jumped out from the side, nor attack, but just stand and watch from afar, as if telling them to stand there obediently. Don't get involved in this battle. Although it can be said that Jiang Hong has the power to disrupt the battle, but one side is the righteous faction of the noble family. One side is the son of the black sect leader. He did not know who to help for the moment. Bad handling will easily turn into a war between the black and white worlds. No one knows how many more attacks can Muronghai withstand. Even the people of the Vermilion Bird group couldn't help but admire his awesomeness. Just now, the fight attracted everyone in the gym, but strong impulse, making it difficult for them to resist even from a distance. Wave after wave of crazy attacks aimed at Muronghai. Tu Long could only stand beside him and shout loudly. No one could stop the battle between the two. Fortunately, Mo Donghai directly bent down to avoid the attack, but not take that fatal blow. But this cross-shaped sword energy can rotate back and forth, attack again. This way of attacking is scary even for apprentices. They had never seen a move that was so powerful and so weird. In times of danger, Xiao Long's original identity was revealed. He explained to Muronghai the principle of this move. Tell him to stop rotating the sword energy to stop the attack. This explanation immediately made Chu Tc Juan suspicious, but the current urgent situation does not allow them to think much. Because of Muronghai, almost no strength left to hold the sword anymore. Quine Tong could not bear it any longer, jumped up and ran to find Liu Yanfei. Because without Liu Yanfei's permission, they also did not dare to intervene rashly into this one-on-one duel. Eyes only focused on this battle. Quine Tong, come before Liu Yanfei, asked her if she could help Muronghai, or maybe do something to ease the pressure on him. As a result, Liu Yanfei just told him to obediently watch the show. Don't do it. She was also willing to explain to Quine Tong, Muronghai will not accept the pity of others. If that interrupts his battle, then only he will take revenge. So this is a waste of time. Liu Yanfei said she did not do it. Hung Chong still wanted to say a few more words. Tried to win over Liu Yanfei but was picked up like a chicken by her, then threw him aside. Hung Chong somersaulted in the air and landed perfectly. Just as he was about to question Liu Yanfei, why do you touch me? Then Hung Chong suddenly realized, the position where I just stood. I don't know when two more people appeared. A terrifying murderous aura emanated from those two people, makes Quine Tong shiver. While Quine Tong tried to suppress his panic and wanted to help Liu Yanfei, then suddenly behind, which transmits sharp pain. He didn't even realize he was being attacked. It turns out Liu Yanfei is also unable to take care of herself. Just now I threw Hung Tong away just to save his life. After a while of friendly exchange in the Liu family style, Skinny was successfully provoked by Liu Yanfei. The whole body instantly emitted a terrifying aura. Only saw Skinny standing still in place. A sword energy shot out from his body. The Prime Minister still wanted to step forward to block the attack, but the terrible murderous aura pressed him to the point that he could not move. In the moment of 1,000 pounds hanging by a thread, a flame has resisted the sword energy. Only saw Yindao late to the place shouting who it was, dare to attack my student. Also kindly ask if the other person is injured. As a result, waiting for the smoke to clear, saw the person being attacked was Liu Yanfei. Yindao's insides were already green. If I had known, I wouldn't have intervened. Let him be chopped into 8 pieces. I ran all the way here, but ended up protecting a devil. It really creates a great karma. At this time, Fatty was standing on the tree and started to mock Yindao. It turned out that the two had fought 15 years ago. This time we met again, it can be said that we are enemies. Right at this moment, another loud bang attracted everyone's attention. It turned out that on the main battlefield, on this side Muronghai used all his strength. Now he can't even stand up. And Tu Thian on the other side is not much better. Overusing his energy caused him to once again go astray, fall into a state of violence. Deep brotherhood, bleeding soft intestines, saw his brother go crazy, vomit blood. Tu Long could not bear it any longer, rushed to rescue Tu Thian. As a result, Tu Thian heard the noise and immediately swung his knife, slashed towards Tu Long. Never expected my own brother to attack me. Tu Long stood there dumbfounded. Liu Yanfei immediately used Phoenix Dance to quickly approach. then used thunder-splitting hand to block the sword energy. Then Truong Hong also appeared behind Tiu Long. Two people, one person used the hilt of his sword to tap on the back of his neck. A person punches the stomach with his fist. Successfully subdued Tiu Long, who was losing control of his emotions. After that, Liu Yanfei did not forget to blame Zhang Hong. What if I accidentally hit stupid Tiu Long? Really? Luckily, I was able to stop Tiu Long's actions in time. Added to that were Liu Yanfei's nonsense words. Only then can Tiu Long's identity as the young master of the underworld be covered up. At this time on the main battlefield, Murong Hui reluctantly used his sword to stand up. As for Tiu Thian, he had completely fallen into a state of violence, throwing blood-red sword energy indiscriminately into the surroundings. In a moment, the black-clothed men hiding around were all hit by the sword energy. Fat is still interested in teasing Skinny. Your soul control technique looks cool, but it doesn't work. Even cannot distinguish friend from foe. Skinny hurriedly explained. Because of the fight with Murong Hai just now, makes Tiu Thian a bit crazy, so I struggled a little. Seeing this situation, Fatty decided to retreat first, to avoid losing control. Yin Dao of course would not let him go. Pulled out the 40-meter-long fire knife. Swear to chop Fatty into a steak and grill him. As a result, Liu Yanfei used his internal energy to transmit sound to Yan Dao. To avoid unexpected incidents, beware of enemy ambushes. Liu Yanfei ordered him not to pursue. Under the pressure of the devil, Yan Dao's temper had to be suppressed. At this moment, Skinny started to shake the bell in his hand, complete control of Xiao Qian. But Tiu Thian fought until his eyes were red. I can't hear the bell at all. In order not to give up this chess piece that has been worked hard to perfect, Skinny decided to use his trump card. Just saw him quickly ring the bell, then let out a scream straight into the soul. The power of this sound attack almost made everyone in the martial arts hall faint. Tiu Thian was also penetrated by this sound stream, suddenly awake. Seeing his bloodshot eyes gradually return to normal, Fatty started ringing the bell again. Newly controlled, Kaoshun retreated, but all of Skinny's actions were seen through by Liu Namfei. With her talent, just one look and you can understand Fatty's moves. It's just that Zhang Hong never expected it. These dark people dare to control the eldest son of the underworld lord, to attack the young master. For a moment he could not understand. Just feel that the underworld is about to change. Wait for Fat and Skinny to retreat. The black-clothed men around also quickly retreated. Murong Hui has always tried to persevere until now, finally fell down. Luckily, the two Tang sect sisters were there. Liu Yanfei ordered the two of them to go treat Murong Hui. Only then can his life be saved. That night, this story was passed on to the Vo Lam Min. The leader was also very surprised after receiving the news. He guessed everything the dark side has done must have been done in secret from the overlord. The most important thing right now is how to prevent the relationship between black and white from getting worse again. So the master decided the first person to inform the overlord about what happened today, so you can sell a favor, just to let him clean up a wave of rebels in the underworld. The next evening, after sleeping for a day and a night, Xiao Long finally woke up. First thing when opening eyes, wanted to go find his brother Truong Hon to comfort him. It's over. Murong Hui is still recovering from his injuries. It's just that Tiu Thian was taken away by the intruder. Na Lin was standing next to Truong Hong, wanting to separate him, to ask clearly the words that Tiu Long had called her cousin that night in the cave. The result was just after separating Truong Hong, Liu Yanfei jumped in through the window. Just like that, the question that Na Lin was about to ask was once again interrupted and swallowed. At the same time, on the side of the Dark Path Dark Sky Alliance, a queen quickly came to report, said there was a secret letter from Vo Lam Min, want to give to the Lord. Hearing this, the gatekeeper released the man. Take that guy to see the boss. On the way, the gatekeeper asked the spy if anyone had touched this envelope. Received the spy's reply that only 5 people had touched it. Later, a dagger was placed to his neck. Before he could react, fell to the ground, and the secret letter on his person was also taken away. Here he comes, here he comes. Liu Yanfei, who has not appeared for a long time, has reappeared. That very night Tiu Long woke up, Liu Yanfei was guarding his bedside, quietly waiting for him to take the initiative to speak. As a result, Tu Long still firmly said nothing. Seeing that Liu Yanfei had no choice but to ask him, how should the captured men in black be dealt with? Should we torture each person to death? Final. Tu Long could not bear the gentleness in Liu Yanfei's question. Honestly admitted that he was Nahat, the second son of the Dark Lord. He originally thought that Liu Yanfei would be like the others. When hearing this identity, or will flatter you, or will despise you, want to kill the grass, but Liu Yanfei did not care at all. In her eyes, little dragon is little dragon, not anyone's second son, nor is he anyone's brother. Hearing these words, Tu Long suddenly became so happy that he burst into tears. Now he understood. True friends will not care about your status. Liu Yanfei thought he was too badly injured, so the mind is not clear. Was going to tell him to take a break. As a result, Tu Long finally took the initiative to speak, begged Liu Yanfei to help him. At the same time, in another cave, Skinny is researching ways to strengthen his control over Tu Thian. As it turns out, the two of them originally did not want to participate in this war, but the Dark Path has released the Blood Domain token. The duties that come with this token. All people of the underworld are not allowed to disobey orders. Therefore, the two fatties had to spend a lot of effort to control Tu Thian. Otherwise, in their eyes, whether Tu Thian lives or dies is not important. But now, due to the interference of Mirong Hui's sword energy, it will take at least 10 days for Tu Thian to recover from his controlled state. So Fat decided to take out his secret weapon, a magic pill refined for 20 years, tell Gay when necessary give Tu Thian a drink. After drinking it only takes 3 days. Controlled again, but once drunk there is no turning back. Time flies, 5 days have passed, Mirong Hung also escaped from danger. Tam Tiat Kim was guarding beside him, seeing that Mo Dong Hai was no longer in danger, immediately wanted to go upstairs. Asked Tu Long about the unusual action before what happened. Suddenly a melodious sound of music came from upstairs. The sound of the zither even reached the Vermilion Bird group. Right now they are worried about, surrounded by men in black on Mount Wuding. Because right now, there isn't much food left on Wuding Mountain, if still surrounded. I'm afraid I'll have to steal food from the man in black to eat. Originally thought that as long as we hold out until Hayat Kong comes to the rescue, we can break the siege. But Yen Dao said he had called Hayat Kwong, no need to send rescue. It turned out that he wanted to use adversity to train everyone in the Vermilion Bird group. Faced with a crowd of people who only know how to talk about themselves, completely ignoring the sound of the piano, Halam's mind seemed to have a short circuit. But now outside, Thai Lin and Trung Hong, along with Lacan Tiat, the three people were staring at Tu Long's room. Each of the three had their own thoughts. Lacan Tiat was worried about her lover's safety. Zhang Hong as the shadow captain had to supervise Xiao Long. Thai Lin always wanted to find an opportunity to ask about Tu Long being his cousin. After playing the piano, Liu Yanfei found 3 people and told Truong Hong Xiao Long had left secretly an hour ago, and pointed to Truong Hong and said, he escaped from the left window. Hearing these words, Truong Hong immediately ran to find Tu Long. Lacan Tiat is smart and knows there is a hidden story. Turned back to ask Liu Yanfei about where Tu Long had gone. This time Liu Yanfei said the direction he was going is the northeast reed land. Next Lacan Tiat also ran as fast as she could, head towards the reed bed and start. Only Thalin left. Liu Yanfei enthusiastically invited her to go see a good play. But at this moment, in the reed land, faced with the men in black who did not obey his orders, Tu Long drew his dual swords, forced to risk death, determined to make them come back. Cannot talk to the leader.